Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everybody doing on this fine Saturday morning in September? Well, it's morning. Yeah, it's morning everywhere, right? For most, not everywhere. That was really, really unintelligent. Anyways, good morning. I'm glad everybody's here. I know that there's some people here already this morning. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. We're going to kick things off pretty quickly. We have a really packed day, surprisingly, 12 hours to fill. We're going to be reacting to all of the purchases that you guys made in the pre-live items. We're going to do some US UK comparisons because that's basically, I just can't help myself. I compare everything to the US, don't I? And later on, we're actually going to have a special guest dropping by. So make sure you want to stick around for that. That's going to be a lot of fun. Don't forget to send in some super chats while you're here and comments to add to the donation total and also just to keep Mandy going. Keep me encouraged and all that kind of stuff. And if you are so inclined and you want to add to the mix, you can go to hicksondiaries.com/fundraiser. And that will, you can make a purchase as we go as well. Or just throw your suggestion with your super chat in the chat and we'll do our best to get to it. As I said, we do have a lot of stuff going on, but I always manage to try to find time. So before we kick off everything, I do have an announcement that I would like to make. Because I was surprised at this, but when I was doing all of the prepping last night, this came across and I just thought this would be a good way to kick off this marathon, if you will. So take a look. Yes, we've already surpassed our goal of 100K for 2025 with all of the pre-live purchases, all of the super chats you guys have been sending in, all that stuff. We are now officially over the 1K mark for 2025. We're actually at the exact number is 1,153 pounds as of last night. So, wow. Thank you all so much. I thought this was a really difficult number to hit. I thought we were going to struggle a lot, hence the reason for the 12-hour live. But it turns out you guys came through and you guys are just as dedicated to this cause as I am. And that's fantastic. And I love it. And thank you. It is a wonderful, wonderful thing for me to have, after all the work that I've been putting into this, for me to go to sleep knowing that last night. It kind of took some pressure off today. So now we can have a lot more fun and we don't have to worry so much on the fundraising part. Obviously, we're going to still contribute. We're still going to do our monthly contribution from the channel, all that kind of stuff. And every I was going to say every dime, but you guys don't have dimes here. Every pence, every pence and pound that you guys donate for today's stream, and any money that this stream makes will definitely can go directly to the goal as we originally intended anyway. Now I'm kind of in a mode where I want to see how much we can raise. Anyways, thank you all so much for that. I really appreciate it. What a way to start off this marathon. And yeah, let's keep it going. I want to start real quick. We're going to get to Neil's, who is a member and made a couple purchases. We're going to get to his requests. But first, I want to take a moment in this moment of pride, as it is that we've made this contribution. I want to read a small excerpt and remind everybody of why we do this and why we're actually raising money and why the Royal British Legion is so important. I'm really proud of this achievement. I am proud to be that the channel is a partner with the Royal British Legion, and I'm always proud to make that donation every month. But it's not just about numbers. It's about giving back to people who've sacrificed and served for all of us. So today from the Royal British Legion magazine, I'm going to share Kieran Bradley's story real quick. I was fascinated by aircraft as a child, especially the Harrier, and my father and uncle were in the RAF. So when it was time to think about my career, I went for it, joining the RAF in 1991. I was posted to a specialist unit that operated Harrier, Tornado, and Jaguar aircrafts, and I became an engineer on those, a dream job in every sense. I loved every minute, but following promotion and a new posting, my career fell off a cliff edge. I was diagnosed with a serious illness in 1999 and was told not to expect to survive beyond 5 years. Unfortunately, I was medically discharged 2 weeks before 9/11 or 11. I don't know if that's November 9th or September 11th. I read it as 9/11 because I'm American. So my apologies. I watched my friends go to war, but I was left behind in civilian life. It wasn't easy. However, I decided it was a case of flight or die. Today, 26 years since diagnosis, I'm still here. I moved to Germany in 2005 and carved out a completely new career path. Around 8 years ago, I came across Hanover branch via Facebook. It's a superb branch within the RBL's district of Germany, which supports the delivery of welfare services and member and fundraising activities across the country. When I joined, the branch was young but growing, and we're very successful now. We have had a lot of hardworking members, and together we are achieving great things. I'm lucky to be in a position where I can dedicate more time to the organization of our branch, and a few years ago took over the branch community support role. I knew nothing about it, but with around 180,000 Brits living in Germany, an estimated 1% of those are veterans, it has a place. BCS revolves around supporting our beneficiaries, whether it's signposting or a quick chat on the phone. We have a network of people helping. The BCS team also assists the chairman and secretary with organizing events. By clever use of social media, we get a mix of people from different backgrounds and nationalities wanting to be a part of the branch, from serving German soldiers and UK veterans to local school teachers. They help us spread the message of remembrance. One of the District of Germany members started at Highland Games teams some years ago, and Hanover branch is now the driving force behind it. We had a successful event a few weeks ago, recruiting around 10 new members to the district itself and 7 for Hanover. All the branches in Germany are doing incredible things. There's a bit of friendly rivalry, but we support each other. I'm really proud of the district as a whole. I punished myself for many years because of my ongoing illness and the medical discharge process, and I felt really alone. It was only by meeting the guys at Hanover branch who've also had harrowing experiences that I was able to come to terms with mine. This is the branch's driving force. If we're here and we've been through it, there will be others struggling too. And if we can step in and help them through it, it makes our often dark experiences worthwhile. So Kieran Bradley, I know it's not customary here in Britain, but I want to say thank you for your service and your contribution and all of your continued services and contributions to the cause and your fellow veterans and human beings in general. Your sacrifice will never be forgotten, and I wish you all the wealth and happiness in the world. And I'm sorry, I said wealth. I wish you wealth, but I wish you health and happiness in all the world and your loved ones. And of course, that extends to all your brethren that you're working with. Those are the types of stories that keep me going. Those are the types of stories that keep me motivated to try to raise more money and keep this channel going. And you guys help with all of that. So thank you very much. And thank you for just everything. My nose is running and I didn't grab a tissue. That was not good planning. Excuse me. Anyways, let's do a little segue. Let's get this thing started now. So Neil Morrison is a member of our channel. Very lovely, supportive, active member, and he bought some take control time. So we are going to do a react. I'm going to catch up with your comments in a bit, but I know Neil is crunched on time, so I want to make sure I get into this. Actually, let's do a quick hello to everybody real quick, because we have a couple minutes. Neil's here. Yay! Glad to have you. Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning, Disco. Thank you for being here. Neil Morrison has been a member for a month. Yay! Thank you. We're so glad that you can do that for us. Appreciate it, and we're glad to have you. Good morning, Diane. Glad you can make it. Manny! Happy 12 hours live stream day. Yes. Same to you. Thank you for being here. Richard Wilmot's here. Yay. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Don't worry about it, Manny. I knew you had to work, so go ahead. Thank you for checking in, though. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day at work. Thank you so much for this generous super chat, Neil. I will add that to our total. Give me one moment. I'm going to try to do some of this as I go, guys, because it's 12 hours of footage I'd have to go back and try to figure out. So that brings our total to 1,155 pounds. Thank you, Neil. Good morning, Marja. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much, Neil. It's a little early to drink, but maybe later on in the show, we'll see. Thank you so much, Manny. So glad. Thank you for your support. Good morning, Diane. Thanks so much. Appreciate that. You guys deserve all of this praise as well, because you all have helped out along the way so much. So what do we have for breakfast? I had a pretty hearty breakfast. I had a couple eggs, some hash browns, a tomato, and a piece of toast with coffee. It's my second cup of coffee. So I'm going to start getting a little bit crazy, because I normally don't have a lot of coffee, but I know it's going to be a long day. So just, you guys might see me go a little nuts. Anyways. You haven't eaten breakfast yet, Diane? Weetabix. I'm not a fan of Weetabix. French toast. Yum. Porridge. Not a fan of porridge, sorry. Thank you, Disco. Thank you. I appreciate it. I know you've been watching for a long time, but I appreciate that you've been here the entire time. And as a member, you're a pound of your membership fee every month automatically gets allocated to the Royal British Legion fund that we raise. So being a channel member just gives that extra boost towards our fundraising goals. So I overwhelmingly appreciate all of the support, no matter how you give it. Good morning, Roy. Thank you for joining us. Ooh, Richard had pancakes. Yum. Is it National Pancake Day coming up here? I feel like it is. Oh, Diane, thank you so much for the lovely super chat. I appreciate it. That was very generous of you. Let's add that. Thank you so much. That brings our total to 1,165 pounds. Amazing. Thank you. Should we do a goal? National Pancake Day is February. Oh, my bad. I don't know why I thought it was September. Maybe we should try to do a goal for super chats. Think about it. If there's something you guys want me to hit, do something special if we hit a certain number. Okay, so as I was saying, Neil did purchase some control of the chat, control of the stream for a couple hours. So his request was that we do a react to this is the history chap. Okay. Kohima, Epitaph, Britain's Forgotten Battle that changed World War II. It all about General Bill Slim and Britain's Forgotten World War II battle. I've never heard of this, so I'm very, very much looking forward. I don't like this shot. Hold on. I like that one better. Okay. I'm very much looking forward to seeing this because I have not been able to catch this at all. I don't know anything about it. So Falco, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. All right. And I apologize if the sound is a little bit funky. I don't have my microphone plugged in because I was worried about the React situation. I haven't got it sorted out yet. So my apologies if it's a little echoey.
What is the Kohima Epitaph, and what's it got to do with Britain's forgotten battle that changed the Second World War? Well, those of you living in the UK and who attend Remembrance Sunday services will probably know the words, even if you don't know the story behind them. When you go home, tell them of us and say, for your tomorrow, we gave our today. The memorial that bears those powerful words stands in a cemetery containing the graves of over 1,400 British servicemen and memorials to over 900 Indian troops who died alongside them. They died in one of the bloodiest, toughest and grimmest battles of the Second World War, a battle sometimes called the Stalingrad of the East.
Okay, I have heard those words. I don't remember where, though. I feel like maybe during one of the tributes that we've watched. I know I've heard those words before because I remember it. I remember the what we gave today line specifically because that always sticks in my mind. The sacrifice, those who gave the ultimate sacrifice always sticks in my mind just from my being brought up by a veteran myself. But yeah, I definitely remember that. I wish I could remember exactly where I've heard it for the first time, though. But it's always good to have a reminder, definitely.
Outnumbered 6-1, and half of whom were non-combat units, the multinational British garrison stood their ground in bloody hand-to-hand fighting.
Non-combat excuse me. It's early. Got a long day ahead of me. Okay. Non-combat units, so that would include things like motor pools and medical staff and admin people, like people that are just on the base, not necessarily people who are, is that right? Please let me know in the chat if that's right, because I'm not sure 100%. But if so, I mean, that's pretty big. Like, that's pretty huge, right? Wow.
Refusing to retreat or surrender for 2 weeks until relieved. And even then, the battle continued for another vicious month. That stand stopped the Japanese invasion of India in its tracks and turned the tide of the war in Southeast Asia. Both for its ferocity and its turning point in the war, it's been called Britain's greatest battle. And yet it's almost completely forgotten, rather like the army that fought against the Japanese in Burma.
So this was a huge, like a huge specific battle that stopped the Japanese advancement, and it's not something that's especially considering the non-combat units that were a huge part of the battle, and it's not really revered as a major battle in World War II. That seems ridiculous. But there's also, I don't know if this is the same in Britain, but in America, there's a huge fall off of facts and history and studies after the victory in Europe and in World War II. it's really like they almost as if the war stopped once Germany surrendered, like there was no more war to fight, which is absolutely untrue. And there's so much more that happened afterwards. But we don't really get taught a lot of it in American history, but that could just be American school systems. But I'm curious if it's similar here. Like, do you see a drop of like recognition and acknowledgement and stuff when it comes to like the Japanese portion of the involvement? I know part of it is because of the German treatment of the Jewish population and all of the other people that were involved in the concentration camps and all of the horrific stories that come out of that. And I know that kind of understandably overshadows some things that might have happened after Germany surrendered, but I still feel like the Japanese portion gets overlooked a lot. I don't know if you guys agree or not, but let me know. Hi, Sean. Thank you for joining us. Good morning. Sean served in the 80s and fell into bad times in 2001, excuse me, and the Legion helped him out through the doctors and community care. Oh, thank you, Sean. Sean is a very active subscriber. I appreciate the story and all of the support. Hello, Virtual Trucker. Thank you for being here. Oh, I'm their favorite American. All right, let's get back. Okay, let's get back. I want to make sure I get through this.
So, as we near Remembrance Sunday, I think it's time to reveal the story of the Battle of Kohima in 1944. Following the attack on Pearl Harbor, the Japanese also launched an invasion of Southeast Asia, principally to secure raw materials for her war effort. In a series of lightning offensives, they secured the oil fields of the Dutch East Indies, now Indonesia, and captured the British colonies of Malaya and Singapore, not forgetting the American-controlled Philippines. They then turned their attention west to another British colony, Burma. Their successful invasion resulted in the longest retreat in the history of the British Army, over 1,000 miles, all the way back to the border with India. By 1943, the British were finally able to hold the all-conquering Japanese at bay with the creation of the multinational 14th Army, commanded by General William Bill Slim. The 14th Army not only included men from the British and Indian armies, but also smaller contingents from Nepal and Burma, as well as infantry divisions from West and East Africa too. Slim restored the morale of the Allied forces and started, tentatively, to push back. Firstly, the Chindit raids took the war to the Japanese, and then he launched a limited offensive in the Arakan area on the Burmese coast. By the end of the war, the 14th Army numbered over 1 million men.
Wow.
But away from the European theatre and the fight against the Nazis, these men fighting in the jungles of Burma, far away from newsreels, seemed, even at the time, to be forgotten by many people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the whole Asian portion of World War II just seems to always fall off the radar so quickly. And I know it's overshadowed by the atrocities that were committed by Germany because of it. There was so much coming out after Germany surrendered about what had actually happened and how people were treated and all that. And what the Nazi intent really was in taking over the world. But there's so many people who lost their lives and gave on the Asian front. And it's absolutely terrible that we don't give them the recognition they deserve. But that's why we do things like this, so that we can acknowledge it and talk about it and keep that conversation in the forefront of people's minds, right? But even at the time, it was being forgotten. So sad. But this General Slim seems to be like somebody that actually, created a turning point for the British Army. So it should definitely be something that's more well known, in my opinion.
People back home. And in that classic ironic humour of the British, they nicknamed themselves the Forgotten Army. And it was this...
Yeah, that is classic. Sorry. That is classic.
Forgotten Army who fought one of Britain's greatest but forgotten battles, Kohima. For over 2 months, they fought a bitter, bloody hand-to-hand battle with a numerically superior Japanese enemy. In March 1944, the Japanese, following the maxim that the best defence is attack, launched an ambitious offensive codenamed Yugo from Burma into northeastern India. The Japanese offensive by their 15th Army was principally a spoiling strategy to prevent the Allies launching their own offensives and also to seize the supply depot and airfields at Imphal, thus cutting an air supply route to the Chinese. However, the Japanese commander, Lieutenant General Mutaguchi, had bigger ambitions. He believed he was destined to command the Japanese in a decisive battle and topple British rule in India. Mutaguchi would indeed preside over a decisive battle, but it would not be quite the outcome he envisaged. Far from it. His 15th Army consisted of 3 whole divisions, plus a division from the Indian National Army, the latter principally recruited from Indian POWs who'd supported the cause of independence from the British Raj. General Sato's 31st Division, consisting of 12,000 men, advanced on the hilltop town of Kohima. Kohima is on a ridge running north to south alongside the road from Dimapur to Imphal. Surrounded by dense forests, it's about 400 yards or 400 metres wide and is broken by a series of gullies. It was the administrative centre of the Nagaland, and the British Deputy Commissioner's bungalow and tennis court sat effectively at its centre.
So, I'm just trying to get a lay of this land here. Like that does not look like something that, first of all, the British Deputy Commissioner has a tennis court. That's kind of weird, but okay. But that does not look like easy terrain to navigate in the best of circumstances. Wow, I couldn't imagine living there. That seems like it's really just scarce and isolating. But the British Commissioner can play tennis, so he can pass the time, so he's all right.
Commissioner's bungalow and tennis court sat effectively at its centre. By capturing Kohima, the Japanese would isolate Imphal from its main supply base at Dimapur. Indeed, the latter's massive supply dumps, covering an area 11 miles long by 1 mile wide, were also in General Mutaguchi's sights. Once General Sato had taken Kohima, his superior envisaged him splitting his 31st Division, with one half heading south to help finish off the besieged Imphal, and the other heading north to capture the supply dump. But General Mutaguchi was, to use the expression, counting his chickens before they hatched, as you're going to find out. Even as the Japanese advanced through the dense jungle, General Slim, who was aware of the size of the army coming his way, was airlifting reinforcements from the...
Okay, I know he's British, but he has a very, like, stereotypical American Midwest kind of look about him. Like, I wouldn't want to mess with him, that's for sure. He looks like a gun-toting cowboy to me.
15th Corps, fresh from the victory over the Japanese at the Battle of Admin Box in Arakan, to join the 4th Corps in Imphal. He was also moving 33 Corps, including the 161st Indian Brigade and the 2nd British Infantry Brigade, from South India up to the northeast corner to reinforce Kohima. Whilst General Slim's 14th Army didn't scare the Japanese, after all, their impression of the British and Commonwealth troops was that they either ran away or surrendered, General Mutaguchi was keen to move with speed. His desire for speed was to create a fatal flaw in his offensive. In a bid to seize Kohima swiftly, the Japanese decided to travel light. They carried just 20 days' food supplies through the jungles and over those hills towards the battle. They also advanced with only the barest of artillery support. Fundamentally, if it couldn't be manhandled, it was left behind.
Okay. I mean, I've never been in the military. I'm definitely not a military expert or strategist by any means. But that seems, I mean, this is a major world war. It just seems very short-sighted and very arrogant to not have enough not have backup in any way of whether it be supplies or artillery. That doesn't make any sense to me. It seems, I mean, even if you don't want to bring it, like do it in waves, right? Like the first wave light, but then have a second wave kind of coming with backup. I don't know. Maybe that's just me because I'm addicted to having contingency plans and safety nets. I don't know. Anyways.
Both of those would have critical implications. Before I go on, just a reminder to sign up for my free weekly newsletter so you don't miss my latest releases. Do it at the end. There's a link in the description. Anyway, back to the story. The terrain over which the Japanese intended to advance was riddled with hills and valleys, almost like spread out fingers on a hand, up and down, up and down. Amazingly, despite the sheer scale of these barriers and the fact that most of the route lay through dense jungle, Sato's division managed to reach Kohima in less than a month. By the 3rd of April 1944, they were probing the Allied defences. Meanwhile, to the south, Imphal had been surrounded. Just for the record, I'm going to leave the actual Battle of Imphal for another day, and likewise, I'm not going to mention every British regiment who fought at the 10-week Battle of Kohima, although I've listed them in the description. Against those advancing 12,000 Japanese, the British had a garrison of 2,500 men, commanded by former Chindit Colonel Hugh Richards.
Jesus.
And of them, only 1,500 were combat soldiers. The largest contingent...
Wow. Talk about underdogs. Holy shit. It's like they have 10% of the Japanese army. 15 maybe. I don't know. I'm doing the math in my head, so bear with me. But wow. It's insane. Wow.
Contingent were 420 men of the 4th Battalion, Queen's Own West Kent Regiment. They were positioned in the centre of the Kohima Ridge on a raised point called Garrison Hill. They were joined by a company of the Indian 7th Rajput Regiment. Both of these were the advance guard of the 161st Indian Brigade that was hurriedly being sent to Kohima by General William Slim. They were the only contingents to arrive before the Japanese slammed the door shut. The other combat units on the ridge were some companies from the Burma Regiment and also the 1st Assam Regiment and the Assam Rifles. Also present were a Raw Battalion recently arrived from Nepal, home of the Gurkhas. To augment his defence, Richards organised the non-com troops who'd been serving in various supply and communication capacities, as well as many convalescing troops as could walk, into a composite force. As the Japanese net closed around Kohima, the only support the defenders received was from more elements of the 161st Brigade, 2 miles away. Despite...
Okay, so now I'm like processing some of this a little bit. So I suppose from the Japanese general's point of view, if you outnumber your enemy so much and you're pretty sure you're used to them either retreating or being quickly defeated and surrendering. Yeah, I suppose there's an argument to be made for why you would just travel light and everything, but I still personally for me, I still think the risk is too high, and I would have still had a second wave of backup. But I mean, I guess I see the point. I don't know. From my perspective, I wouldn't have done that, but I guess I see his, especially if he thought he had this divine calling that he was going to free India. So I suppose that kind of belief system can be pretty powerful. So I guess I see it now.
Like themselves being surrounded, they were able to provide crucial artillery support to the besieged garrison on the ridge. For the next 2 weeks, the defenders at Kohima were subjected to a relentless assault by the Japanese. Throwing caution to the wind, the Japanese used their numerical advantage to try and simply steamroller the British and Indian defenders aside. For instance, during the night of the 9th, 10th of April, the Japanese 58th Regiment attacked every 30 minutes. Over time, the ridge started to resemble the Western Front in World War I. The Allies were pushed back into a smaller and smaller area where there was no safe ground. Even casualties waiting at the medical stations were hit by bullets as they lay on makeshift stretchers. Drinking water started to run low. Any attempts to reach the freshwater springs had to be made at night to avoid Japanese snipers. Eventually, Colonel Richards had to ration each soldier to 1 solitary pint of water per day. 1 pint of water, whilst fighting for your life in temperatures of around 30 degrees Celsius and humidity of over 70%.
See, we don't understand as civilians what people have to actually go through in combat. in these types of situations. It's so humbling and unbelievably humbling.
The heaviest fighting took place at the north end of the ridge around the Deputy Commissioner's house. Eventually, the Japanese captured the house and the British West Kent Regiment were forced back across the tennis court. And there they dug in at the western end, with the Japanese at the other side of the court. The aptly named Battle of the Tennis Court was almost like something out of the First World War. The two sides were so close that in a somewhat macabre and surreal alternative to a tennis match, they would take turns lobbing hand grenades into each other's trenches.
My God.
And over that,
you think, if like, picture that you're so close to your enemy nowadays, like we don't even have, like, we just send drones and robots to do a lot of the work, right? We don't even, we are in aircraft, not aircraft carriers. Well, we're in aircraft carriers, but we're in aircraft and dropping bombs and then flying away. Like, that's the modern day war for most countries. So you think about, you're this close, like basically from here to the end of my yard. His enemy's right there. That's so crazy when you picture it in your mind. I'm picturing a tennis court with like two sets of regiments. So insane. Wow.
That tiny space in between them, the Japanese continued to launch almost suicidal attacks. On the 12th of April, the attackers swapped their boots for sports plimsolls and silently crossed the tennis court, almost overrunning the British lines. And the fighting on both sides was brutal.
Would imagine.
Lance Corporal John Harmon of the Queen's Own West Kent Regiment was the 29-year-old son of a millionaire who owned Lundy Island in the Bristol Channel. Just a couple of days into the battle, he ran unaccompanied 35 yards to attack a Japanese machine gun nest. He pulled a pin out of the grenade with a 4-second fuse, calmly counted to 3, and then tossed it in. The following day, he single-handedly charged another machine gun nest. He killed all 4 occupants, shooting 3 and bayoneting the 4th. Afterwards, despite the urgings of his comrades, he calmly walked back towards the British lines without a care in the world. He'd almost reached safety when he was hit by a Japanese sniper. He died in his officer's arms with the words, "It was worth it. I got the lot."
Holy crap. That's a freaking story, man. You talk about heroism. Wow. Wow. Thank you for that.
Harmon was awarded the Victoria Cross.
Abso-freaking-lutely. Absolutely.
Across the whole ridge, the fighting was equally hard, close and grim. Apart from the artillery support from 2 miles away, only 2 things saved the defenders. Firstly, they received supplies including ammunition and water from airdrops. Supplying a cut-off army in the jungle by air had already been tested in Ord Wingate's Chindit raids during the previous 12 months, and more recently at the Battle of Admin Box. Now at Kohima and Imphal, it was ratcheted up to a level with over 400 tons of supplies being dropped every day. The second thing that saved the defenders at Kohima was sheer bloody-mindedness. The Japanese were fanatical in their attacks and famous for refusing to surrender. Indeed, that attitude shaped their horrific treatment of Allied POWs. And those stories of Japanese cruelty on such things as the Burma-Thailand Railway were well known to the defenders at Kohima. It's interesting to reflect that by treating Allied prisoners with contempt and cruelty, the Japanese had created a rod for their own backs here. The defenders were not minded to surrender. It was kill or be killed. Every inch of ground was fought for, and looked like it had been.
That's the thing, right? Like, there's just, when you know that capture is going to be more torturous than death, like, I mean, it's obviously it's a hard choice, but I don't know that I would make a choice to try to survive. I mean, wow. I mean, also the Imperial Empire of Japan had such a obsession with honor, and that this was like what they were supposed to do. This is, you know, the honorable thing to do for their country. It was to die for their country. And there was so much of that mentality drilled into all of the soldiers for Japan, excuse me, that yeah, they were, that almost made them, you know, unbeatable, and made them such a formidable force to fight against. But that just also exemplifies the bravery of the British troops and the Commonwealth troops at this time, because to fight against an army that basically, you know, went there to die for honor, it's a lot. Then you have those two forces basically pulling up against each other, right? The force of honor, and then the force of I'm not going to be captured. And hence the brutality of the battle. Jesus.
Finally, on the 18th of April, the 1st Punjab Regiment, advancing from Dimapur, broke through the Japanese lines to the besieged garrison, which was defending an area now of just 350 square metres. The siege had been lifted, but the Battle of Kohima was not over. It simply entered a new and equally vicious stage as the Japanese refused to back down and even tried to resume their offensive. The Punjabs arrived at the tennis court and were immediately under ferocious attack from the Japanese. Another grenade-tossing match entailed, during which Jemadar Mohammed Rafiq was to earn the military cross for leading a platoon to attack a Japanese bunker on the far side. It's a measure of the tenacity and ferociousness of the Japanese that the Punjabs were to suffer 120 casualties in the next 3 days. They were replaced by the 1st Battalion, the Royal Berkshire Regiment, who were to face nightly attacks by their enemy, which descended into vicious hand-to-hand fighting to cling on to their positions. Of the 100 men from B Company, the Royal Berkshires, who went in, only 60 came out. Still, the fighting went on. By now, the 4th Infantry Brigade, including the Royal Norfolk Regiment, had arrived and engaged in the battle. One of the officers of the Royal Norfolk Regiment was 26-year-old Captain John Randall. Randall had actually been born in India and had graduated from Oxford University. One of his best friends at university was Leonard Cheshire, who would be awarded the Victoria Cross during the war. On the 4th of May, whilst commanding B Company of the 2nd Battalion, he was wounded in the knee by a Japanese grenade. Despite his injury, he refused to be evacuated and instead went out into the narrow space of no man's land to fetch in wounded British soldiers. 2 days later, he led an attack on yet another Japanese machine gun. Hardly able to walk, let alone run, he somehow managed to outsprint his men and decided to buy time for them to reach the machine gun. He threw himself across the slit in the bunker. His body was riddled with bullets, but his selfless and brave act enabled his men to jump in and finish off the Japanese defenders. Captain Randall was awarded a posthumous Victoria Cross.
Jesus.
There was a 3rd VC awarded during the battles of Imphal and Kohima. 18-year-old Abdul Hafiz of the Indian Army received Britain's highest medal for valour at Imphal. Like Harman and Randall, his was a posthumous award, which is an indication of just how grim and nasty this battle was. By the 10th of May, the British were able to bring tanks into the battle, and by the 13th, most of the positions on the ridge had been retaken, with the 2nd Battalion Royal Dorset Regiment finally taking what remained of the Deputy Commissioner's bungalow. General Sato assessed the situation. His men were starving. They had no medical support. For the first time, Japanese soldiers were even starting to surrender, be it in very small numbers. Finally, in a break with tradition, he ordered his Japanese soldiers to withdraw on the 15th of May. The myth of the all-conquering Japanese soldiers in Southeast Asia was broken. It took a further month for the British 2nd Division, advancing from Kohima, to meet up with the 5th Indian Division coming north and open up the road to Imphal. The fact that it took 38 days to advance the 30 miles from Kohima indicates the unyielding opposition from the Japanese, even as they faced starvation and defeat.
Wow.
Nevertheless, with those units linking up on the 22nd of June, the battles of Kohima and Imphal officially came to a close. The Japanese 15th Army had advanced with 85,000 men. They lost 53,000.
Wow.
The vast majority to disease and starvation. Their own retreat into Burma was described by many as the Road of Bones for the numbers of dead and dying left along the route.
Jeez.
Only 12,000 made it back to Japan, an incredible 87% casualty figure. In comparison, the British, and I include Indians, Burmese, Nepalese, losses amounted to 12,500 killed or wounded at Imphal and a further 4,000 casualties at Kohima. The battles of Imphal and Kohima were the high watermark of the Japanese campaign in Southeast Asia. Their invasion of India had been defeated, and as General Slim told his victorious army, the Japanese would never come back. And they didn't. The material losses suffered by the Japanese seriously eroded their ability to even hold Burma. But equally importantly as the military victory for the Allies was its psychological impact. For the first time, the British and the British Indian armies had defeated the Japanese in a major battle. The image of Japan's soldiers as invincible was over. And that new confidence, together with growing air and land superiority, would turn the tide of the war in Southeast Asia. General Slim was to use the victory at Kohima as a springboard to go on the offensive. By May 1945, the Japanese had been pushed out of Burma. On the back of a poll in 2013, the National Army Museum in London announced that Kohima was Britain's greatest battle. Others have called it the Stalingrad in the East. And yet, for most people, it's a forgotten battle. In fact, if people recognise the name Kohima at all, it's in the Kohima Epitaph, which is included in most Remembrance Sunday services. Actually written to...
I actually think now that that's where I've heard this saying was in one of the Remembrance services. So I thought it was...
Towards the end of the First World War by John Maxwell Edmonds. Its words can be found on the memorial to the British 2nd Division at the Commonwealth War Cemetery at Kohima, on the site of the Deputy Commissioner's house, where the Battle of the Tennis Court was so bitterly fought, by 1,420 British soldiers at peace. A memorial also remembers the 900 plus Sikh and Hindu soldiers who were cremated in accordance with their religious rites. When you go home, tell them of us and say, "For your tomorrow, we gave our today." Well, thanks for joining me today, and please check out my other videos. And if you want to learn more about British history...
Yeah, that was the Kohima Epitaph, Britain's Forgotten Battle. It changed World War II from the History Chap YouTube channel. Wow. Wow. Moving and poignant and excellent way to open this 12-hour live for the RBL. I didn't know anything about that battle. Obviously, I had learned a little bit. I had heard the saying, and obviously I knew there were troops that fought in that area and stuff, but I didn't know any specifics or anything like that. That was a really incredible video to watch. And again, I know we talk about this a lot whenever we see these like remembrances or we see these types of videos that explain specific battles and all that. Nowadays, even more so, combat has become so disconnected from actual like hand-to-hand that we forget the cost of war, the real cost of war. The real cost of war is human lives on any side. And it's just, that's why it shouldn't be taken lightly. It should always be a last resort. And I don't understand the mentality of leaderships in the world that it's not, and people that are so quick to go to war. It's so just horrific in so many ways. That was amazing. And what a victory for the British forces and the Commonwealth forces. Wow. Okay, we do have more things that Neil wants us, would like us to get to. We have a little time, so I'm going to check in with the chat, see where we are. Richard Wilmot says, my father and grandfather were in the Middle East and Europe. Well, I appreciate their service, and thank you for sharing that. Sean MC says, my grandfather was airborne. He dropped in Arnhem. Is that Arnhem? The bridge too far. Okay, don't know that one, Sean. I'm gonna have to manually make notes because, like I said, this is a long this is a long stream and I won't be able to go back through. So just bear with me as I make notes as we go, because I don't want to be disrespectful to anyone who's sharing. I'll check that out. Thank you, Sean, for that. Richard Wilmot said his grandfather fought the French in Syria. Wow. Then Sean says, my brother went on to serve in the Paras and the Old Airborne for 22 years. Wow. Thank him for his service as well. Wow. That is true. The British, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a sense of community in the UK, and I feel like throughout the British Commonwealth, but I could be wrong because I'm not, I don't have a ton of experience with it all. But I just feel like even though there's a sense of underlying pride and commitment when you call yourself British, I know there's political, pieces that don't necessarily always align. And I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about overall in times like this, in times of crisis and stuff, there's just this like overall pride of being a part of that huge culture. And it extends into these types of battles. And just like it's honorable for the Japanese at the time for them to be suicidal, in their cause, it's just as honorable for you to say, I'm not going to back down, And I think that camaraderie and that commitment to that greater purpose, that community, just extends in these horrific moments. And it becomes, because it's instinctive anyway, as part of the culture, I think it just creates this, sense of just working together in community in those moments. And it just comes out in those moments when you don't expect, like you don't, I don't know, from an American point of view, we don't really have anything like that. So it's just hard to imagine. But that's one of the things I love the most about being here, is that I'm part of a culture that, when push comes to shove, they're going to do everything they can to fight and defend for the things they believe in. We might not always agree with those beliefs or the solutions to any of the problems, but at least we're going to fight for it. Sean seconds Richard's comment that if our island is under threat, we will fight for it. Absolutely, as evident in all the Battle of Britain and everything. Yes, Sean, today is a 12-hour live, and we are raising money for the Royal British Legion. We've been able to raise, £1,165 so far for 2025. So we're trying to see if we can raise a lot more. Well, thanks for being here. We defend the country, and as you should, I just feel like America right now, especially, but it's been like this for several years, it's just so disconnected, and we don't really have a sense of continuity of being American at first. You know what I mean? Like, it's very, we have an identity crisis, I feel like, in the United States, where we just don't have that we don't feel that commonality with our fellow Americans. We're either Republican or we're liberal, we're left or we're right, we're an immigrant or we're a native, we're, white or black or Hispanic, like we're this religion or that religion. We're not Americans first. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you can have those differences and you can have those conversations, and sometimes those arguments will get heated, and that's life. We're all human beings. There's too many of us on this planet for that not to be a thing. But there's no like, for the UK and for Britain, it feels like you can fall back on that, hey, we're British, or we have this commonality under this history, at the very least, even if you don't agree with the flag or the Commonwealth at the moment, right? The history. So we just don't have that in America. So it's so baffling every time I see it. I would say I see examples of it and everything. Anyway, Sorry. There's going to be a lot of tangents today. But we're an hour in already, so it might be better than I think. I am worried that people are going to get super bored. I'm obviously no one's going to stay for the whole 12 hours like I am, but I think people are going to get bored. I'm going to start talking to myself for several hours. Anyways, Sean said, I sold my first poppy for the Legion in 1977 to Americans in Britain in Leicester. I was 14 in Ericanes. Oh, wow. I remember selling poppies with my dad when I was young. I was probably like 10 or 11, and we were with him selling poppies. This is when he took a hiatus from being part of the Veterans Association for a while, and that was right when he got back into it. He was really, really proud. I remember he was proud throughout that entire time, but I remember when he got back into the organization and he started to actually like do things for the organization, like sell poppies and participate in the club and become, an official member and all that kind of stuff, marching and things like that. He just, as my partner says, and I'm always reminded of this, he was definitely a couple of inches taller anytime he put on that uniform or that hat or did anything for the organization. It was just such a point of pride for him. It's the thing I'll always remember about him, that and his loyalty to his family. Neil says, a tennis court sounds funny until you learned what happened here. Yeah, now I feel kind of bad for laughing at it at first. Obviously, it was pointed out because of because it was significant in the battle later, which I didn't think about because I was in the moment. But yeah, it's just funny though. But you think like you're in the middle of a war and you're worried about tennis. Like there's probably more important things that money and resources and time can be spent on. Everybody needs a break, especially under those kinds of pressure situations. But it just seemed excessive to me. But wow, what a moment. Richard says, our family has been fighting for almost 400 years. Wow, it's longer than my fucking country's been alive. We missed the American War of Independence, but made up for it in the War of 1812. You guys won that one, so we're not going to talk about it. Just kidding. Hi, TJ. Good morning. Thank you for joining. TJ says, I think the European part of World War II was on our doorstep and affected us more, like a Brit TV soap. We can relate more. And the Asian part was not in the center of thoughts unless there was a family member there. I understand that. I agree with you. That makes totally sense, especially at that time, right? Like at that time, obviously, Europe's victory was really important to the European countries for obvious reasons. And I'm not like taking that away. I'm really more talking about it now, like years and years later, like that we forget. I'm speaking from my personal experience. My education in America about this isn't, we don't know as much about the Asian portion of World War II. We're just not taught it. And I don't really know why, because it's not like American troops were not included in the Asian. And from an American perspective, you would think that the battles against the Japanese would be more important because that was, they were the ones who attacked us specifically. So it is weird. It is strange. Anyways, Marcia, that probably was an Australian hat, but it looked like a little bit like a cowboy hat. He just had this like very cowboy, I'm standing in front of a saloon rolling a cigarette kind of vibe in that picture anyway. Sean also served as a medic in the 80s. Wow, thank you for that. I bet you've seen some things. So Neil says that was a jungle hat early in the war. British troops wore shorts and pith helmets in the jungle. Marge's dad also served as a medic. That's fantastic. Thank him for his service. Yeah, I agree, Marja. That was a really good video. I'm not familiar with his chat, with the history chat. So I appreciate you introducing it to me, Neil. And I'm definitely going to check some of his stuff out more and learn some more about these battles and stuff. Maybe we'll do some more reacts and stuff as time goes on as well. Disco says the Japanese like to do banzai charges. I don't know what banzai charges are, but my presumption is just kind of charge and go, right? And just kind of try to cut through the line. But let me know if that's wrong. Sean says, what country in the world, 900-mile long, 150 miles wide, can go up against the invaders and defend our island except the British people? Marja says, I think an island people have a different mentality than a landlocked country would. You're probably right. I mean, I think as Sean points out also here in the comments that the English channel was a really, really important factor, I think, in your victory and saving your island from invasion. I mean, you were so close. I mean, the Germans were so close. I know when we went to Dover Castle and we were standing at the top where Churchill stood and all that kind of stuff, and you can see France, and I'm like, yep, they're right there. You can literally see like what they're doing on the shores. That's scary when you're that close, and that's kind of what what the British people were encountering on the tennis court, right? Was that they're like really right in front of you. Anyways, scary. TJ, thank you for the generous super chat. And now I have to eat a cheese and jam buddy. I guess that's my lunch. Forget the poll, guys. All right. I shall do that. We'll add your contribution to our total here. Thank you for the generosity, TJ. That brings us up to 1,175 pounds, you guys. We are doing fantastic. Sean says we also had the Gurkhas, and they have won 8 Victoria Crosses. From what I understand, the Gurkhas were no joke, right? Like, you guys have told me that many times. Marge is having toasted mushroom and tomato. I don't like mushroom that much. Yes, Disco, you did send me that amongst many others. I have a whole list of videos that Disco suggested that we haven't gotten to yet. That's a very true statement, Marja. Technology is supposed to make life easier, but it does end up making life more complicated in most aspects. So I'm just organizing myself a little bit here because I want to make sure I get that second video in for Neil. Sean says through 2 World Wars, TJ stayed in a hotel where they have had all the medals on display and the history. I took photos. Wonderful hotel run by Nepalese. Was it in Nepal? Can you let me know the name of the hotel, Sean? Because that would be something that would be on my bucket list to see something like that. That would be wonderful if you don't mind. Or you can email it to me at hicksondiaries@gmail.com. That would be wonderful. Thank you. I missed something. Sorry, I missed something. Okay. I have photos of the cabinet with the medals and the honors. The hotel is in the UK. Oh, then it's definitely on my list. Sean said my bad. Sean said my bad. I just want to point that out because a lot of people get mad at me for saying my bad because it's an American thing and British people, it rubs British people the wrong way for some reason. I've gotten many comments about that. All right, Neil sent another super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. We're going to add this to the list. Wow, you guys are so generous. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 1,180 pounds, guys. Woo! You guys are awesome. Best community in the world. The Gurkhas had a kukri. Is that a kukri? Is it kukri or kukri? Knife if drawn blood has to be spilled. In other words, they can't, if they're going to draw their knife, they're going to hurt somebody, right? Wow. Badasses. Whew. Wow. My wife's uncle wrote a book about his experience on D-Day and after called 3 Cheers for the Next Man to Die. Wow. I'm going to write that down so I would read that. Sean says, what I'm most proud of, these guys and girls went through hell, came back, went to work normal jobs, and never spoke about it. My grandfather never did. Yeah. That's the British thing. Like there's that, just we're going to just carry on now and move on. My dad never really talked about the war that much. Once we got older, we were adults, he opened up a little bit more and we would ask questions when it would come up in conversation, but he never like sat down and talked about his personal emotional experiences or what he had to go through in battle either. I think and a lot of the people that he, the veterans that he was friends with and were part of his organization didn't really either. I think that's a camaraderie thing of anyone who's fought or seen battle. Like you talk about it amongst yourselves maybe, or amongst, your group, but it's so personal and it's so hard for anyone to understand that's not been through similar circumstances that I think sometimes the gravity of it gets lost when you speak to civilians, even people of your family and stuff like that. It just becomes more burdensome almost to share it. It seemed that way anyway with my interaction with my dad. He almost was like, I don't want you to know how devastating and difficult it was. And he did see a couple attacks and stuff, but he was in the support area. He was in the motor pool, so it wasn't like he wasn't on the front lines or anything, but he still had some horrific stories, obviously because of the trauma I saw him go through and everything. But I do feel like that's an underlined camaraderie amongst people who have served. Just another day with a person who's forever changed, right? You are, Disco. You know a lot. I rely on you very heavily for things like that. It was a brilliant documentary, Marja. I agree. It was really well done. I'm so grateful to Neil for introducing me to that channel. I'm definitely gonna do some more stuff. And maybe we can get him on, maybe we can, I don't know. I'm sorry, my mind's wandering. Disco says he's spoken to a British vet that was captured by the Japanese. Wow. I bet there's a story there. Oh, that's so sweet of you, Sean. Thank you. First, I'm focused on my permanent residency, which I have another couple years of temporary status to achieve, but I appreciate that. Thank you, Sean. I love history too, Marja. I feel like history is so important, not just to make sure we appreciate sacrifices and recognize people who have been through hell, but also just because you learn from it. And I feel like because we don't pay attention to history as a whole, as a race, is why we keep repeating the same mistakes that we're having, and we just don't freaking pay attention. It's really bad. We get so caught up and consumed in our own lives as a whole. I'm not talking about anyone in particular, but as a whole, as a race. Same here, Diane. I mean, it was sad, of course, but look, anything that you whenever you talk about war or battles or any of those types of circumstances, there's always going to be an element of sadness and grief that comes with it because the circumstances are horrific. But I mean, overall, it's a really good documentary. I'm really glad that we got to watch it. Bridge Too Far is a movie, huh? Okay. I will definitely see if I can take that out. Maybe we can have a watch party with our members to watch something like that. What did you guys think? Let me know about that. Yes, that's right, Richard. I have to live here and contribute with taxes and obviously not do anything illegal. And nothing against the crown. Not illegal and nothing against the crown in order to stay. And then I can apply for my permanent residency. And then I can apply for citizenship. So we'll see. Yeah, that's basically the British way, Neil. That's kind of what I was getting at. And you were much more succinct in explaining it. Much better. And as Marja said, you all stick together, even though you might have differences. The film and Bridge Too Far involved 2 American airborne divisions, 82nd and 101st, and a British parachute regiment plus other units in British 30 Corps. Sounds interesting. The recorded history, yeah, I agree, Marcia. The actual footage of recorded history and the pictures and all that, they say a lot, don't they? Just said if you live here long enough, you just become British. I bought my dad the last poppy the year he died. Oh. My dad, that was such a huge thing for my dad to be able to do that. He would be in uniform. Well, even if he wasn't in full uniform, he would have his hat. He always wore POW shirts. That was huge for him. He had a bracelet of someone who never came back from Vietnam that he wore. And I actually have that bracelet. And he had like endless POW shirts, right, to support prisoners of war and those who were still missing. And he always had his Vietnam veterans hat, a version of his Vietnam veterans hat. But when he would only take his hat off if he was home, or if he was putting his uniform hat on. And selling the poppies was so huge for him. He would always put a couple aside. He always put a couple bucks in there for us, for the kids, even when we were little, to sell, to put on our, to put on our backpacks. And then when we were older, we put them in our cars and all that, brought them with. We always had them. So I agree that the poppy is such a huge symbol of anyone who's served, known someone who's served, or has the capacity to understand the gravity of service for your country. Bister. I have a problem with pronunciation of pronunciation of British towns. Yeah, we were next. We had U-boats on the coast of California and U-boats like near Florida in the southeast. Like we were really close to being attacked by the Nazis. Really, really close. Wow. It's funny to say. It's just funny to say now in like this in this setting, right? It sounds funny. Obviously, in that setting, it's completely different. Go do your washing up, Richard. All good. I'll be here for a while. I'm English now. I don't like Tiki Marsala. You did send me a video on the Gurkhas. I may have watched it on my own, but I'll definitely do it with the channel as well. Cheddar is best, not a lot of jam, and white bread is better unless you have digestive biggies. No, I don't have digestives, but I have white bread. I have a little bit of jam, and I think we have some cheese as well. Okay, that's with there's another tough sandwich coming up. Oh, good call. Thank you, TJ. I will look that up. Let me make a quick note. Okay. I definitely want to get to the rest of your comments. And I have to give a shout out to Virtual Trucker for your generous donation. Thank you so much. Let's add that real quick. I can spell chat. Okay. That brings us up to 1,200 pounds, guys. Wow, you guys are amazing. You know which video comes next, Neil. You asked for it. Marcia said her granddad was Finnish and fought the Germans and the Russians. Wow, yeah, that area definitely saw some activity. Oof. Yeah, exactly. That's why I think that's probably why when it was mentioned, Neil, in the documentary, that I was like, damn, like I was picturing, my dad suiting up and oh. I haven't yet. I can't apply for UK citizenship until I've had permanent residency, and I still have 2 years left on my temporary residency before I can apply. But I will have to take the British life test or whatever that's called for my permanent residency. So I'm going to have to start practicing that. Not just yet, though. I might have a little bit of time. It's actually tough. I'm British. My mother traced my family history to 1430, and I struggled with the test. Just passed. Oh, that's great. Great. Thanks. Yes, I have seen The Great Dictator. Charlie Chaplin is one of my favorite comedians of all time. So absolutely. And that's a fantastic film. Hi, John. Thanks for joining us. France uses the cornflower rather than the poppy. Interesting. I didn't know that. British town names were fixed, and then there was a great vowel shift. Oh, okay. Let's watch the next video that Neil has suggested. It's a little bit lighter, so let's just cheer ourselves up a little bit here. I just need to find it because I have a bunch queued, so bear with me. It's gonna be a long day. Where are you at? Where are you at? Oh, here we go. It is from our girl Kaylin from Girl Gone London. And it is why I love Scotland and Scottish people are the best. I wonder why Neil chose this one. But anyway, Girl Gone London, she's awesome. We've reacted to stuff from her before. She's fantastic. I'm sure it's going to be a great video. And I'm going to just put it out there now. I love Scotland too. I think it's great. And I love Scottish people, but I also love British people. I haven't made a distinction between the two yet as far as my affection for each group. But I do love Scotland. I think it's a brilliant place. It's gorgeous. I had tons of fun there, and I can't wait to go back. So let's see what she says.
Whoa, deep fried pizza. Never heard of this. Hey guys, welcome back to the Girl Gone London channel. If you're new here, my name is Kaylin. I'm a dual UK and American citizen, and today I am telling you why Scotland is my favorite place to visit in the UK. So I do live in England, and there's quite a few places in England that I would recommend visitors go and that I enjoy going myself. But if I had to choose between Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England, and I have been to them all, I would say that my favorite always comes out as Scotland. Now, on the topic of Scotland, before I jump in...
Okay. Just as far as I'm basing it totally on scenery and Edinburgh. I have to spend more time in Scotland to really make a full assessment, and I definitely need to spend more time in Wales, not been in Northern Ireland. So take it with a grain of salt. It's from a very small little control group, but Scotland is fantastic.
Into the video, I just wanted to let you know that I have about 4 spaces left available on a really amazing adventure in the Scottish Highlands that I'm running from September 4th to September 10th of 2022 this year. I'll put a link to the full itinerary in the description below so you can check it out, but it's going to be a total of 16 people, including myself and my husband, and we're going to be starting in Edinburgh, heading up to Inverness, the Isle of Skye, finishing back down towards Oban, and heading back to Edinburgh to finish off the trip. Along the way, we'll take a distillery tour, see castle ruins, take a ride on the Jacobite steam train for some amazing scenery, see the Highland cattle, and even follow along the shores of Loch Ness. The price per person, which I'll put up on the screen now, includes all accommodation for 6 nights, all transportation for 7 days, including the ferry to the Isle of Skye, the Jacobite steam train, and a very comfortable coach that we'll be traveling in. It includes all breakfast, 2 group dinners, the expert driver / tour guide, in addition to me, who I will be also on the tour, but we will also have an expert on Scotland. Entrance to Edinburgh Castle, an Edinburgh walking tour, a distillery tour and tasting, as well as the Armadale Castle and Gardens entry on the Isle of Skye. We've currently got a good mix of solo travelers. And
that sounds like an amazing trip. Seriously, I'm wow.
And couples and people who are traveling as a pair of friends. It's really open to all ages and to any nationality. So whether you're a Brit who wants to explore more in your own backyard, whether you're an American who wants to explore more of the UK that you wouldn't get to on your own, wherever you're from in the world, you are invited. And like I said, my husband and I will be on this tour. So you'll be traveling with us and 2 of us plus 14 people from around the world. Like I said, I do have around 4 spaces left. The deadline to decide if you're coming is going to be relatively soon because the accommodation in the Scottish Highlands is booking up. Again, it's beautiful. There's a pent-up demand for travel. September is going to be an amazing month to be there. So if you do want more information, want to sign up, are interested, want to learn more, want to chat about it, definitely make sure to leave a comment below. I will make sure to check all the comments on this video to make sure I don't miss anybody. Alternatively, and probably easier for you and for me, is to email me at girlgonelondon@gmail.com. So you can email me directly if this is something that you're interested in. Like I said, we would love to have you no matter who you are, no matter where you're from, no matter whether you're a solo traveler traveling with someone else or there's a group of you. I will have a wait list as well. So definitely get in touch if this sounds exciting to you, and onto the video. Okay, so I made a list of the 5 main things I love about Scotland because every time I go to Scotland, I have an amazing time and I always look forward to going. I have never been to Scotland and not had an amazing time. And I think it's down to these 5 reasons. I know Scottish people, there are a lot more than 5 reasons to love Scotland, but these are my reasons. The first one, friendly people. So I have noticed that in general, the Scottish tend to be much more outgoing than their English counterparts, particularly in the South. So in the north of England, it is more of an outgoing culture, but where I'm from,
yeah, I'm from the South too, and Scottish people do tend to be a little bit more friendly, but I always put it up to people in like Scotland, Wales, and the north of England don't have as many. It's not as compact. There's a lot more space between you, so you have breathing room. So you're not as like tense. I feel like that's my perspective anyway.
I guess I'm not from here, but where I live is going to be a little bit more subdued and less outgoing. When I go to Scotland from here, I always feel like I'm around people with a more American sensibility of outgoingness, if that's a word. People in Scotland have just consistently been so welcoming, so friendly, so ready to talk, to get to know you, even if you're strangers. And I just really feel that the culture in Scotland and how they relate to each other is definitely more similar to how I'm used to in the States, and that level of being outgoing and warm and welcoming. So that is always really nice when I go there. I know I start up conversations with people, random people, and it's always kind of met with an equal enthusiasm to talk. And that's really, really nice. So number one, friendly people is one of my favorite things about Scotland. Number two, the scenery.
100.
Scotland is, I mean, it might be the most beautiful place in the world.
100%. I remember when I first moved here, so many people were telling me that Scotland was incredible. The scenery is incredible. You're never going to see anything like it. It's you know, like it's some of the best stuff in the world. Everyone was desperate for me to go and visit Scotland. When I finally went and visited, I was like, oh, I get it. I thought it was going to be overhyped. Like I thought it was going to be a letdown after so many people talked it up. It definitely wasn't. And I was still impressed, even with all of that hype that I was going into it with. So I agree. Scotland is definitely one of the most beautiful places I've ever been.
Whether you're driving through it or when we're just staying there, or you're next to a loch, which is a lake, or a mountain, or just driving down a road, it all just looks, for the most part, particularly in the more rural areas, in the Highlands, and outside of the cities, it just looks like a postcard. Now, I've spent a lot of time in Perthshire, near a town called Crieff, if you're familiar. So I'll insert some pictures here of that area. That's the first area that I fell in love with in Scotland, but also nearby are the Trossachs. And we went there a couple of years ago for the very first time and explored things like Loch Katrine, which if I could buy a house on Loch Katrine right now and sell my house in Southeast England, I would absolutely do it. So, so, so beautiful. And it only increases the further north you go. You've got the Isles where you can look at these pictures that were taken in the summer months, and it genuinely looks like you're standing on a Caribbean beach, but it's in Scotland. Just the mass amount of beautiful natural scenery.
That's the thing, is it's so untouched still in Scotland in a lot of the areas. And what is touched was touched hundreds of years ago. So there's just it's just gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. And it's just very well maintained. And I mean, it's a pain in the ass to get to a lot of it. The driving takes, when we drove, and it was a lot, it was long. We had a lot of long trips in between the spots that we stopped in as well. But I went to the Isle of Skye as well, and it's amazing. And actually, one of the wallpaper on my phone is a picture of my partner and my daughter, like sitting on the edge of the Isle of Skye. It's the lighthouse. I can't remember the name of it, but it's the thing that has the really strong long jetty with the lighthouse at the end. Oh, I can't remember, but I have a picture of that because it's absolutely gorgeous. It's like perfect. I remember like walking, like wading around in the lochs and stuff. It's amazing. I love it.
In Scotland, I fully believe it's probably the most beautiful place in the UK and one of the most beautiful places in the world. The third reason I love Scotland is deep fried pizza. So I had never tried deep fried pizza, and I didn't realize it was a thing until we went to a fish and chip shop when we were in Perthshire one time, and we ordered fish and chips, but then I saw pizza on the menu, and I'm a big pizza fan. So
I wonder if she has the same thought process about pizza here in the UK as as compared to the United States, as I do when it comes to pizza. She really likes pizza, and I've never heard of deep fried pizza either. So now I want to go back to Scotland just to try it.
I was looking at the options, and it was saying like battered pizza or deep fried pizza. So I was like, whoa, deep fried pizza, never heard of this. So I start talking with the guy running the shop, and he's showing me how they're taking these basically miniature individual pizzas and either just deep frying them or battering them and then deep frying them. Oh my God. Obviously, I had to try one because when in Scotland, and also I love deep fried things because I'm American and pizza, it was amazing. I have not found a deep fried pizza in a fish and chips place down in England. Maybe they're closer. I don't know where the cutoff is of where this stops being a cultural thing, but I would highly recommend anybody who's ever in Scotland. They also do like deep fried Mars bars and other deep fried things because they're amazing, but deep fried pizza.
I do draw the line at deep fried chocolate and like deep fried sweets. I remember growing up on this deep fried, it was called funnel cake, but it's basically like deep fried dough with powdered sugar on it. And they used to have them at like the fairs and the carnivals and stuff. And my mom used to get it all the time because she loved it. And I remember thinking it's way too sweet. But they have like deep fried Snickers bars and Mars bars, which are Milky Ways, I think here. They have deep fried pickles at a lot of fairs. They deep fry everything in America. But I don't remember ever having deep fried pizza or seeing deep fried pizza. So that is definitely one up on me. And I'm very interested, although my heart probably said it's not going to like it.
Pizza. So good. It's the joy of pizza times 10. You won't regret it. So that's third on my list. Deep fried pizza in Scotland is heaven. Now, the fourth reason I love Scotland, and something that I didn't know existed until I visited Scotland for the first time, is something called ceilidh dancing. Now, if you had written down the word ceilidh and then asked me to say it, I certainly wouldn't be pronouncing it correctly like I am now because it doesn't look like ceilidh, but that is how it's spelled. And it's basically a social dance with Gaelic folk music and different patterns of dance that they teach the people there to kind of all do together. So if you're American, think of it like a barn dance. So you've got somebody who's the caller, and they're going to be basically teaching everybody these dance moves. And they're not necessarily like you're on your own boogieing.
Oh my God. So it's like square dancing in America. We actually had to learn that in school. Grab your partner by the hand, do-si-do around the band, something like that. That's what it looks like, though. Obviously, it's a similar version. It's obviously a Scottish version. That's funny. Oh my gosh, that's funny. I wonder how. I mean, obviously, the immigrants brought it with them, right, and modified it or whatever. But oh, that's hilarious.
It's like a group dance or paired up. So the caller teaches you the different dances that you do, the different steps for every song. Everybody does it together. Often people mess up and it's funny. Sometimes you'll have more professional people who actually know the dances and it's really fun to watch them. But this is a really popular thing to do like at a Scottish wedding, often maybe at like a leisure resort or a Scottish hotel or something. That might be the entertainment on the weekend or in the evenings would be a ceilidh dance. It's really fun. You don't have to have you don't have to know how to dance. I certainly can't dance. But as long as you just follow the instructions and work with your partners and, you know, half the time you find yourself just like holding hands, running around in circles. It's really fun. And it's definitely something cultural that I love about Scotland. And I really look forward to doing when we head up that way. So the fifth.
That's so funny. I haven't even thought about that kind of dancing in so long. And I think it's probably like a tribute to our roots of the UK roots, right? The British roots as Americans. That's funny that she enjoyed it so much. I wonder, I'd like to try it again because I haven't done it in a long time. And obviously this is a completely different version. I wonder how that would go.
The thing I love about Scotland is there is a Scottish pride that more closely resembles what I'm used to in an American sense of patriotism. And I'm not comparing the Scottish and the Americans in any way, but saying having a pride in your country and where you're from is definitely prevalent in Scotland. Culturally, Scottish people love that they're Scottish. They want to share.
Very true. And they always want to make sure that people know they're Scottish over British. And I get a lot of comments where like, not everything is in Scotland is the same as it is in the rest of the UK, those kinds of things. They want to make sure they know that I know there's a distinction. So I agree with that.
Share things with you about Scotland. They want to tell you why they're proud to be Scottish. And there's a national pride that doesn't exist in England. It doesn't exist in the same way. That's a whole different video. And to me, I really enjoy that. I think it's completely fine and appropriate to be proud of your country, to have pride in who you are and your history and what you have to offer. And so you'll see a lot of like Scottish flags and just people in general who are very proud to be Scottish. I find it's a very positive atmosphere, and because people are so proud to be Scottish, like I said, they're really willing to teach you and to tell you stories and to help you get to know the country. I've even noticed this with my Scottish viewers here on YouTube and in my Patreon. You Scots just really love to share about Scotland and all the reasons why it's wonderful, and I think that that is a really great thing about Scotland. Now, I did write a bonus down. So number 6, the bonus. Reasons why I love Scotland, the Scottish accent. Now, depending on where you are in Scotland.
Well, I don't know that I've ever met an American that said they love the Scottish accent, because it's one of the accents that's the hardest to understand from my personal experience, as well as many Americans anyway, that I've spoken to that have the experience. That's funny. Oh, interesting.
I might have no idea what you're saying, particularly the Glaswegian accent can go straight over my head.
She totally hit the nail on the head. Okay. I should have given it another second. Yeah, I often don't know what Scottish people are saying to me. It's really hard.
But in general, the Scottish accent, I mean, who doesn't love a Scottish accent? It's a lot of the Scottish accents will feel very sing-songy, fun, friendly, warm, fun to try and imitate, fun to listen to. The Scottish accent is just a really pleasant one to my ears. So I'll go ahead and do that as my bonus, the Scottish accent. Now, I know there are many more reasons to love Scotland, so comment below, let me know your reasons why you love Scotland or why you'd like to go. Again, if you would like to join us or are thinking about joining us and want more information on the Scottish Highlands tour from September 4th.
That was good. She's so much fun. Like, she really is. She's so good at her videos. She's one of the first people that I found when we were researching for this move, and she's been unbelievably helpful. Her videos have been unbelievably helpful. She's fantastic. So thank you for suggesting that, Neil. That was good. Totally feel her on the Scottish accent. I don't know if it's like something I absolutely love. I mean, I've never really thought about it, but it is definitely, I agree with her. It is one of the hardest ones to understand. A lot of times I don't understand it either. Totally agree with her about the scenery, hands down. Never knew about the Kaylee dancing, so I'm definitely going to look that up next time. And the deep fried pizza, excited actually to try that. I hope you guys enjoyed that. And it lightened the mood a little bit, right? Kaylin's husband was an extra in the Harry Potter films as a boy. Really? Cool. You guys are having a whole conversation with yourself, so I'm not going to impede by far. Yeah, she mentioned the deep fried Mars bars. I'm not a fan of deep fried chocolate. Have you had it, Disco? Was it good? Do you like it? You guys are giving some specifics about your locations. Just be safe about it. The whole family went up there and we were all properly fitted out and I wore a kilt properly. All right then. I do think that the Scottish culture has a lot of pride in their heritage and they're definitely not afraid to show it or embrace it and impart it on either foreigners or just anyone that'll listen, really. You don't like Mars bars now. I forgot. What are Mars bars again in American? I don't remember. Jesus. Milky Way. That's what it is. My mom really liked Milky Ways. That's cool, as long as you guys are being safe, Sean. I didn't want to say anything out loud just in case. I think we're going to change locations because we have a few minutes until the next segment. I mean, we're not really on a time schedule or anything like that for the most part. But I do need a quick little break and I need something else to drink. So and I'm just trying to think now if I wrote down the sandwich that you told me to have. I didn't, TJ. Can I do a search in the comments, TJ? Or is it cheese, jam, and butter? Yeah, cheese, jam, and butter. Ugh. All right. We're going to move locations, guys. One moment. I'll get myself together here. I need to bring my phone. Where's my pocket? What the hell's up in my pocket? There is, I don't know if you guys will be able to see it out my window. Do you see the fox? You see him? You see him chilling in the sun? How do we get a fox? Like, I have to pick up fox poop all the time. I moved to Britain and we said, we're not going to get a pet because I didn't want to deal with this. I didn't want to deal with picking up poop in the yard anymore. Loved my dog in America, don't get me wrong. But I didn't want to deal with cleaning fish tanks, picking up poop in the yard. I didn't want to deal with any of that. We have a random stray fox that likes to hang out in our yard and we pick up fox poop all the time. I miss my flat. Can I just say, I wish we never moved out of the flat. I know that it had its problems and it was time to move. It seemingly was time to move at that point, but I miss not having yard work to do. I miss the simplicity of just having a few rooms, no stairs, only carpet in the bedrooms, and no animal life to take care of. Anyways, moving along. scene change. You get to see a little bit of my home, which probably is an invasion of some sort. But I have to use the bathroom. I know you guys don't like that word, but I'm going to, but it is me. So I am going to put, the difference between the US and the UK Ebola news coverage. So I'm going to put this on for you all while I take a moment. I take a quick break. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Make sure I'm sharing it. I wasn't.
What's been
Yeah, that was funny. Okay. Cheese and jam and butter sandwich. Gross. Just pointing it out. Butter and cheese are my favorites. Thanks, TJ. But I also have a challenge I had a challenge like an idiot. I put this out there and I shouldn't have. So it is my own fault. I put a challenge to have Marmite on toast for a 25-pound donation. And because I have such a loving and very stereotypical British partner, he bought it. Number one, to see me eat Marmite because he knows how much I hate it. And number two, so he could have the rest of the Marmite. So I'm sorry you're getting an error disco. I don't know what that is. But I'll keep a look at it. Is anyone else having an error? Yeah, I definitely can't wait. Anyways, I am just so overjoyed with the cheese and jam buddy. So I'm trying to figure out, guys, should I I've lost my scroll bar for the comments. Should I have the Marmite first because I'm pretty sure it's going to make me throw up or at least make me vomit or want to vomit, and then have the cheese and jam? It'll be less. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do because I think it'll be less forceful. And I'm only going to have half a cheese and jam because I honestly don't like cheese. And I can't eat too much of it because of my system. So let's get the bread. I do have white bread. Let's toast up the Marmite for the Marmite. And then I probably won't have any lunch. The things I do for charity, you guys. I don't know what happened to my scroll bar here. It's not like... There it is. I was trying to catch up with y'all. Good. I'm glad you guys are being safe. Don't you said you don't like Mars bars, but you like Milky Ways. They're the same thing. Although your Milky Ways here might be different. They might have, I think that's one of the ones they switched out, right? Anyway. Mick said, hi, Mick. Thank you for joining. I think it's the first time that we've heard from you. It's like the so-called British accent. There is no one Scottish accent. I'm in Glasgow. I can travel 10 miles out of the city and the accent has changed. Yeah, that's really lovely for people like me who are trying to figure it out. It's not a cat. It's definitely not a cat. It's definitely a fox. Oh, Jesus. I think my toaster is going. I gotta flip it. All right. Let's make this damn sandwich. And I will give proof that I'm doing it properly. So is it butter, then jam, then cheese? Or butter, then cheese, then jam? What is up with the scroll bar in the comments? So I apologize if I missed something. Marmite is not God's own food, Marja. I don't know what you're doing. Yes, I realize that, Diane. I am definitely going to. I'm not going to put. I'm going to put. You want me to have one sandwich with all of it on it, Sean? TJ, since this is your my partner's not here, so you get to have the say. Should I do it all in one or should I do two separate? Cheese and Worcestershire sauce with some tea? No. That's not gonna happen. Sorry. Oh, I burnt it. Can't make it taste any worse. Burnt might cover up some of the Marmite taste. So just so you know, cheese and jam and the Marmite. So you know I'm buttering it. I'm not being cheating in any way. Full disclosure on this channel. Full transparency. Separate. Then the jam. Separate. Marmite first, then the jam. Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, so you guys can see that I am not cheating. Ugh, God, it even smells awful. Ugh, fuck me. Excuse my language, sorry. That's enough. Ugh, God. I don't know if you can see it on there because of the burnt part, but it is on there, I promise. Jam. Okay. I'll get you a different knife. Cheese. We're cutting very, very thin slices as well. Oh wait, I have to put the jelly on first, don't I? Way too much butter on that bread. Jesus. I'm gonna have to use all of. Ugh, gross! It's mixing in. You guys, this is disgusting. Oh, TJ, I don't know if this is worth the donation. Blech. I'm putting a lot of jam on though because I want to make sure I get rid of that Marmite taste as quickly as possible and help digest the cheese down for me. That is a lot of jelly. I normally never have that much jelly on my sandwich, but very thin slices of cheese though. But it is cheese. It's almost non-existent slices. You can make fun of me all you want, but I have many hours to go on this thing and I don't want to get sick halfway through. It's not a dietary thing. It's just that I can't have a lot of cheese in my old age kind of thing. I don't have any like real aversion to it. It's just that I don't like it that much and it doesn't always sit well. Depends on how it's, cooked and added. But I don't normally have cheese on sandwiches like this, so I'm not sure how my stomach will handle it mostly. Okay, so here's my cheese sandwich. And my Marmite on toast, which I'm definitely going to eat as a sandwich as well to help. I hate you guys. Is it extra mature? I have no idea. It is. Oh, God. It's our strongest cheddar. God damn it. I was going to do this in the dining room, but now I'm going to do it in here just in case I have to spit it out. If I spit it out, it's not on me. I'm trying, okay? Excuse me. All right. Oh. Excuse me. Okay. Okay. Here's the Marmite. Oh my God, it's so not good. I'm trying to swallow it. Oh. Oh my God. Marmite is so disgusting. portion isn't that bad because it has the crust. My partner bought Marmite crisps the other day, Sean. A couple weeks ago, he found them. He said he hadn't seen them in a while either. All right. I can't eat the last bit. I'm sorry. I can't finish this either. Oh. Oh. That was not good. And I'm gonna get that bastard back. I'm gonna make him eat something so gross and American someday. Like peanut butter. Oh, God. I think this one will be easier. It is a lot of jelly. Jesus, it's a lot of jelly. It's like seeping out the side. But I gotta cover up that Marmite taste. Okay. Here you go, TJ. It's definitely better than Marmite. Still taste the butter and cheese, though. Oh my God, that Marmite was gross. This cheese is really bad. They put a jar of what? Marmite? Is it a jar of Marmite, Sean? With you 1,000% on that, Disco. I don't like this cheese at all. I'm only going to be able to eat half of this one too, guys. Thank you, Mick. Whew. That's so weird. Is it for the mothers? It's probably for the mothers and not the kids, right? Oh. I need a bit of palate cleanse. Thank you, Marcia. Gross. Go, so shout out to TJ for that. Appreciate it. Thanks, and shout out to the partner. Appreciate it. Thanks for making me almost throw up. That's real love right there. I had make lunch next on the agenda, but like I'm really not. I have no appetite right now. We'll definitely put that on the back burner. Let's see. We had another thing, so let's find a sitting location. Let's fill up that drink. I'm gonna need more of that. Whew. Oh, thank you, Diane. Thank you, TJ. Whew. Lemon. I don't have any lemon. I wish I did. I don't have any orange. I don't have any citrus. All I can taste is butter and cheese and Marmite. And it is not a good combination at all. Anyways, let's chill here for a bit. This is my dining room. I'm trying to contemplate. I should probably go get my mouse. One moment. Also got a piece of plain bread to try to get that taste out of my mouth. Milky Way or Three Musketeers? That might be right. Three Musketeers are different than Milky Ways. I like Three Musketeers better than Milky Ways myself. So embarrassing eating on camera. In general. Disco says, I tried some ranch dressing the other day. It was okay, a little spicy. I probably won't have it that often, depends on my mood. I don't get the obsession that Americans have with ranch dressing. I don't really like it. Okay. I need a little reset. Okay. So someone did purchase a 15-minute slot and wanted to remain anonymous, which is totally fine, of course. But I forgot what they picked to put in that spot. Oh, they wanted me to do a Kjordy reaction. So Kjordy is a fellow American that lives in London and does lots of stuff on his channel as well. I think we've reacted to a couple of his things as well. I Where is it? There it is. So I found at a stage. There we are. Carnival in Notting Hill, which I didn't even know was a thing. So I thought it would be interesting to watch. So yeah, let's see what happens.
What is going on, beautiful people? Today is a very special day. This is going to be my first time ever experiencing Notting Hill Carnival. It's a huge Caribbean and art celebration in Notting Hill, and it's just vibes. People come out, they wear their Caribbean flags, a lot of Jamaicans. Very happy to film this and share this with you guys. We've got a big group coming, so hopefully it's going to be a good time. It'll be one day after seeing this, you might want to come to Carnival. It's going to be good vibes. Yeah, so let's get it. Let me show you what we're rocking today. So today I got the Nike TNs. My go-tos, absolutely love them. I don't know if y'all can see that, but I got the jorts, this oversized t-shirt. Man, I went for comfortability. I know it's not the most drippy fit, but you gotta be comfortable on things like this, man.
Don't do too much. I'm very mindful while I'm at work.
Right now I'm
He talks really fast. Do I talk that fast?
at the store. I'm at Sainsbury's, and the vibe is just high right now. Like, I can't describe it. Like, the air is buzzing. People are buzzing. Everyone seems so happy, bro. I don't know, man. This is huge. This is huge. I feel like this is bringing London together, man. Tube is lit. People are already getting ready, man. This is actually crazy. They are actually ready. You ready? Coffee. Just going up, see K and the boys. Bro, we are ready. The gang is assembling. So a couple more people, then we'll check back in. Baby. Apparently, the tubes are packed. Pray for us, man. He's so weak. I'm genuinely so weak. Also, I'm Kobe. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, sir.
Sean. No.
Don.
He's American.
Yes.
American. His name is Sean. You see my name on Instagram?
I did, but I thought it was
Okay.
Yeah.
We're on the way. We'll take the central line. I'm excited. Let's get it. Are y'all ready for Carnival?
Listen, we're ready, man. We're ready.
This is my first Carnival, bro. So what should I do?
Listen, have a good time.
Have a good time?
Have a good time.
Hey, catch the wine. I'm going.
Catch a wine. Wait.
That's it.
Hold up. Catch a wine. Have a good time. I mean, I like that was their first one. So catch a wine is Jamaican patois for wind when a shorty says booty shaking in a slow and provocative way. Oh, okay.
That's it.
Secure that wine.
Don't be the guy who sends a message after saying, yo, it's me from Carnival.
Oh no, really?
Don't be that guy.
That's a red flag.
Don't do that, man. They won't remember your tour, man.
Okay, you know what? If you like that, bro. Yes, brother.
He's just, oh my god.
This is crazy.
It's not even that packed for football games, is it? I suppose with football games, they're kind of spread out throughout London. They're going to different areas in London, right? So, I remember when we went to, we were going into London to see a show, but there was the same day as the Pride Parade, and it was packed, but it wasn't that packed. Jesus.
Not for the I
actually have no words.
God. There is too much chaos.
This is what the road looks like.
Oh my God. This is magic.
It's scary though, going on the tube when it's that packed. Like, I remember we did it at a separate time. The tube was pretty packed like that because it was stopping at one of the West Ham. It was stopping near where the West Ham plays in West Ham, but near the stadium, and it was so packed. I remember some guy's ass was like in the small of my back. I couldn't move though. It was so packed, and people were screaming because they couldn't get off the train, and people had to like get off in order to let those people get off, and then they had to get back on. It was chaos. It's crazy.
Every single race packed on the train together with no racial problem, no racial tension, no problems. Peace. And that's what we call upon the world. Peace. World peace. All the stores that we need is right there. Get this in the vlog. Get this in the vlog.
No, that's all good. Thank you though. But your outfit's crazy. I love it. Where'd you get that from? Ooh, okay. Oh my.
Dang.
Apparently, this is just the beginning, so we haven't even got to the heat of the festival yet, bro. This is crazy, bro. Into the thick of it. Into the thick of it. Ooh.
We all the dirt and everything. All the garbage. You guys ever been to anything like this? Is this like typical, or is this unique to this festival? I'm just curious. I don't know.
Hours later.
We're here at Carnival. We're London's finest. So apparently we haven't even got to the entrance yet. But this shit was kind of mad. I can't lie to you, but this shit is wild. Yes, brother. Yeah. Yeah, this shit is crazy, bro. Ain't no way they got. Hold on. They got, bro, metal detectors? Metal detectors? Yes. How are you enjoying Cardi so far? How are you enjoying it?
I think it's kind of funny that he's baffled that there's metal detectors. Like, it's a safety issue, bro. Duh. Come on.
1 out of 10. 8. I was like that,
It's
bro.
working. That's why he's not enjoying himself.
Yes, sir. Listen, how you enjoying it, my man?
Oh, my first time at Cardi.
Hey, me too.
It's an experience.
You like it?
Oh, mate, it's different. It's nice, man. Everyone's dancing. I'm enjoying myself.
Bro, it's good vibes, man. Nice meeting you, bro. Hey. This is crazy.
Okay, I love the thought of going to something like this, but honestly, the crowd and the garbage would drive me insane. I don't like when it's really, really dirty like that. I expect the crowd. I suppose if I can go into it expecting the crowd, I'd be okay. But I don't know. I hate when it's really dirty and like there's garbage everywhere like that. It really creeps me out. Makes me uncomfortable.
So far, vibes are good. 10 out of 10. Everyone's free, everyone's carefree, everyone's dancing, everyone's having a good time. This is the first time I've ever seen London like come together. All cultures, all races. It's amazing. Okay, so apparently where we were just at isn't even like, my bad, sorry. Wasn't even like the proper carnival. This is the proper carnival where all the people are at. And I can tell this is about to get packed. Ain't no way they got a floating alcohol dispensary. A floating alcohol dispensary, bro. The gates have been released. We are going in. There are so many people. I have a feeling we're going to get lost, but which is look.
First of all, that alcohol dispensary thing is brilliant. What a good idea. I love it. Love it.
Okay, look how many people there are. This is actually mad. How are you enjoying Carnival so far?
Very much.
You like it?
Thank you. Yes.
No problem, brother. Yeah, bro. You had people from all ethnicities.
Do people don't know the fist pump thing, right? That we do in America. Y'all don't know that, right? And then my partner saying the first time someone did that to him, he was like, am I supposed to slap it? What am I supposed to do?
People from different cultures all coming together. And this is the best part about Carnival, bro. Stay tuned for the next part. I'm getting kind of hungry, but we'll see. So Emma got locked out. Trying to use the toilet. Yes, Emma, yes. That's all it took.
Okay, easy. Thank you.
You're a real one, bro.
Fantastic. I would totally do that myself, though.
There we go. Oh my God. There's too many people. This is crazy. Sorry. Oh my goodness gracious. Fuck it out, bro.
I have to give him credit for even attempting to video at this point on a consistent basis throughout the day, because especially when it's wall-to-wall people like that, I always get really uncomfortable in general, like in that kind of crowd. So I would have to have all my wits about me. I don't think I could film in that kind of crowd either. Maybe for like a couple, like a minute or two, just to kind of show the crowd. But it definitely wouldn't be an overall vlog like this. I give him credit. That takes a lot of effort and a lot of dedication.
I can't even walk. Okay, this is actually crazy, bro. Baby, calm down.
Stop, they're not trying to get the camera.
The police have entered. Ain't no way. I can't believe my eyes. They have the lit police at Carnival. The lit police on Carnival. Every night. We'll be together.
3 hours later.
I'm going on timeout. Why you taking me on timeout, bro? That is crazy, bro. I don't want to go to the front, bro. I don't want to.
It looks like reminds me of my daughter whenever we're out and I'm vlogging. She's like, could you just act like you don't know me, please? Because I don't want to be seen with you.
Be in timeout.
He's too fucking slow. He's there fighting with people, bro. I'm just an axe.
That is crazy, bro.
Let's stay right here with you.
Outside, bully. You don't know.
I want to stay with the cool kids. Bro, Rush has been putting me on timeout. He says, quote, I walk too slow and I'm still in the back. But sometimes, bro, you gotta chill. You gotta chill. You know, walk in the back a little bit. We outside.
You outside? You already
Are you outside, though?
I'm outside.
Hey, shout yourself out, man. What's your name?
My name is Danae Sade.
Yes, I am
with
with
me.
you, bro.
Straight from
Yes, bro.
America.
Nice to meet you, brother.
Nice to meet you, too.
Nice to meet you, little bro.
She is so American. Oh my gosh. She is so American. Oh. Trying to get right on camera and trying to play it up and everything. Very American. A little piece of home.
Are you out? What's your name, though? That's a real question.
Danae Sade from America. Okay, Texas, Dallas.
Oh, wait,
Tap in.
what part of Texas?
Dallas.
Dallas.
Yes, come tap in. We outside.
Hey, but we
London, Cardi.
But we all know Maryland Maryland's the best state. Maryland is the best state. Talking about Maryland. Outside.
Fully outside. Don't fuck around.
Yeah, outside. Oh, we're trying to get in line, and she's running to the trash can.
Coming.
It is time for some food. But if it's not coleslaw, I'm gonna be upset. So we'll see how this proper Jamaican food is, bro. What are you gonna get?
I think a patty and maybe like rice and peas on the side.
Oh, I love jerk chicken. Oh, it's one of my favorite things. And I love jerk. I can't make it, so I have to rely on going out. Oh, I love jerk chicken. Oh, it makes me want jerk chicken. Oh, good.
This jerk chicken is looking heavenly.
It's heavenly. Oh, that's disappointing as hell. It's good though. Jerk chicken, if you get it made right, is fucking banging, you guys. I don't know if you guys had that. Let me know.
Never in my life. What?
I see something like this. Man, there's a fire at the side. Oh.
All that trash though. Come on, guys. Do we just need like more trash cans or what? It seems like poor city planning, in my opinion.
First Black Australian I ever met in my entire life.
Why would you say that to her? Oh, come on now. That wasn't right.
Look, I'm technically not Australian. I'm actually New Zealand.
Oh, isn't that like a pain point for Aussies and Kiwis?
He's from New Zealand. Shout out New Zealand. Okay. Why is there so much trash?
I'm singing.
Chick-fil-A, top fucking tier, my bro.
Better than Morley's.
No, Chick-fil-A sucks. I don't know the hype about it. Chick-fil-A sucks ass. If you go to America and you have I encourage you to try it and make your own opinion, obviously, but there are lines around the building to get to Chick-fil-A to get like on a Saturday. I never understood it. Not that good. Not worth it.
Oh, 100%.
How dare you, sir? How dare you, sir? Chick-fil-A is banging, but you have to realize British chicken here, American chicken here, Popeyes.
Excuse me, bro. How do you call Chick-fil-A better than Morley's? American chicken is worse than British chicken.
You don't put seasoning on your chicken if it's under $15. You don't put seasoning on your chicken if it's under $15. I've been to New York. I'll go viral on this.
One more time. What?
I'll go viral on this.
We don't
you
put
don't
chicken
put seasoning on your chicken under $15. And I'm offended.
No, I don't agree with my man.
Right?
It's like, I don't even know him.
It's not being European and you are American.
How was that a roast?
You're British like me. Why are you saying no?
Yo, that was pretty much it. I hope y'all really enjoyed seeing that. I know it was kind of hectic, very, very wild, but we might call it a day soon and kind of just like regroup and say goodbye. Hope Rush enjoyed it. That was generally a very, very good first Carnival. Very hectic with a lot of people. Carnival 2024. That's a wrap. Well, I'm going to see y'all later. And as always, peace and love.
Oh, I love him like just as a person. I think he's just genuine and he's real, and I like that a lot. Yeah, that was interesting. I am with Kjordy about Chick-fil-A being crap, and I don't understand it. But Chick-fil-A, for those of you who don't know, is like a fast food. It's like a fast food McDonald's, but they do chicken instead of hamburgers, and it's owned by someone who is very devout Christian. So like they're not open on Sundays, and they're very strict in their hiring process and stuff. So like they don't hire people who are on the LGBTQ plus spectrum or anything like that. So I personally remember I tried it because I was out with my daughter and with them, and they had Chick-fil-A, and I tried it, but we boycotted it basically based on our politics, but because we just didn't agree with the politics of it. But it wasn't, even the little bit that I tried wasn't good. I don't get it. I don't get it. So what are your thoughts on Carnival? Have you guys ever been, or is that normal or what? Because it seems pretty crazy and hectic. The friggin' garbage though. It seemed like it seemed like he enjoyed it, but it didn't. I mean, I'm just speaking for him I don't mean to speak for him, I should say. This is just based on my perception of the ending. But it seemed like he was like, oh, it was okay, but I don't know if I'd do it again kind of vibe. Disco used to work Carnival. Did you work? Was it security or something like that? Oh, I'll cue that up, Sean, and if we can get to it today, I'll try to get to it, okay? I'm going to cue it up right now while I'm thinking of it. Shady Shay. I don't have permission. I don't know him. I don't know if he would be I try to be respectful to other creators because I know some of them don't like when people just do reactions to their content. So, but I'll try and see if I can get that in for you, Sean. It looks interesting. Italian says, I don't think my anxiety would cope with a packed tube. And Marja says she didn't like crowds either. Yeah, I can tolerate it if I go into the mindset of like when we went to the England game at Wembley. I was like, I know it's going to be crowded. I know it's going to be lots and lots of people. I know that the trains and the tubes are going to be really busy. Like if I can go into that mindset and my child's okay, then I'm good. Like I can, as long as I ahead of time know. If I get caught in a crowd, I get a little bit anxious, a little bit more anxious. But I don't know. I mean, I don't hate crowds, but I definitely hate all that trash and stuff. That would make me more uncomfortable than the crowds. But I don't know how long I could stand in, like if it was jam-packed with people over a long period of time, yeah, that might get to me. But if it was just for a train ride, like obviously an hour-long train ride, that's a long train ride. But if it's just like a 15, 20-minute tube ride or something, I could deal with it. If we were just packed on the street to the point we couldn't walk for like 20 minutes or something, I could definitely deal with it. If it was for hours on end, I might at the end, after a couple hours, be like, okay, I got it. I'm done. I need space to breathe. It is tough. It is especially when you got people who are on, drinking and other stuff, and you get caught up in the vibe and everything. So I think it just depends. I grew up going to like concerts and stuff, and clubs and dance halls and stuff. So like it was always really crowded. It was always a lot of people. So I might have gotten a little bit of immunity, but in my older age, I've noticed that it's harder and harder for me to stand for longer periods of time. Disco says, I've never gone to Carnival by tube, only driven because of working. I had to, yeah, you had parking lots. So you're working with the police. That makes sense. Here's the thing, like, I feel like also this might have something to do with me being able to handle crowds. Here in the UK, it's easier for me. I think because there's not that anxiety of potential gunplay, or even in America, it is very common for any large groups to have armed police in there. I mean, I know they had police. I don't know if they were armed or not. I know you have special forces that are armed here in the UK for special instances. I don't know if that would apply. But, and of course you would have police in any kind of large group of people, right? For safety and everything. But I don't have to worry about some rando bumping into me with a firearm. You know what I mean? So I think that also takes a little bit of anxiety off of me, because now I don't have to worry about that anymore. Whereas when you're with your kid and you have that as well on top of you, it's kind of fresh. It's kind of overwhelming. Don't ever be sorry to take care of your family, Neil, by any means. Lord, most important thing in life. I apologize to you guys because you know, I set up expectation for you, but I don't have any expectations for you guys. So you take care of your family. That is the most important thing. But in the end, as much as I love doing this and everything, if something happened and I had to go take care of my kid, I'd shut this down in a minute. So sorry. That's the truth. I don't mean any offense by it, but my child's the most important thing in my life. So then the partner used to be second, but now it might have dropped a little bit since the Marmite incident. Richard says, I've never had to worry about anything. I look like trouble. That's the thing. I think if you have a don't mess with me kind of vibe, people will just move along. I agree, Sean. It's always lovely to see when all different cultures, ethnicities, and all that, religions and stuff like that can come together to celebrate something. That's always good. That is a true statement. That is true. And it being 6'6", like, you just have to put your hand up, really, right? You don't even have to actually have like a selfie stick or anything. And he probably has that don't fuck with me vibe just because of his size. TJ also says that she wouldn't go there if she was paid to. It's too much. Sean agrees. Don't be sorry. Take your phone call. Just go. Is it HR? It was me calling you saying, don't. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I agree. Like that, I feel like that whole, there's no way garbage should have been lined on multiple streets like that over and over again. That is definitely a city management issue. They should have, you're right, they shouldn't have had like regular garbage. Obviously, you always have the regular garbage cans anyway, or trash bins. But yeah, they should have had like just dumpsters or whatever. You guys call them skips, yeah. You can get jerk chicken seasoning in Morrison's. What? I have to write that down. There's a Morrison's near my mother-in-law. I wonder if they have it. They won't have bins because of 7-7. What is that? What does that mean? What's that story? Why would you take bins away? That doesn't make any sense. In a big city like London? That's stupid. It's disgraceful is what it is. It took 2 days and nights to clean up city center after Liverpool parade. Animals are cleaner. It is not, I mean, I don't, you have a point. Like there is a certain level of personal responsibility for litter, obviously. But if you're like have one garbage can and it's overflowing and litter's on the floor, like it also creates an atmosphere where people don't care. Like it's not conducive to people actually doing the right thing either. I'm not taking the personal responsibility away because I would never throw it on the floor. I would do my best to find an empty one or like push it in or whatever. But like there, you also have to make sure that the facilities are accessible when you have a big event like that too. I was there when the bombings happened, less bins for the simple reason. Is it because of, you mean, does that have to do with IRA bombings, you mean? I don't know what July 7th is. Maybe I should. I apologize if it's something that I should. I'm looking it up, guys, so that I can be a lot more versed. Oh, the London bombings of 2005. 4 bombs exploded across London at Aldgate Station, Edgware Road, King's Cross, Russell Square, and Tavistock Square, taking 52 lives and injuring many more. 2025 marks the 20th anniversary of the bombings. Oh, shit. What did they put the bombs in trash bins? Was that the situation? Four coordinated suicide attacks carried out by Islamist terrorists that targeted commuters traveling on London's public transport during the morning rush hour. 3 terrorists separately detonated 3 homemade bombs in quick succession aboard London Underground trains in inner London. Later, a 4th terrorist detonated another bomb on a double-decker bus in Tavistock Square. The train bombings occurred on the Circle Line near Aldgate and Edgware Road, and on the Piccadilly Line near Russell Square. All 4 explosions were caused by improvised explosive devices made from concentrated hydrogen peroxide and pepper packed into backpack. But why does... Perhaps I'm missing the connection, though. I'm sorry, but the way you write that, Disco, my apologies for laughing after such a serious previous statement, but I haven't worked at Carnival for probably 15 years, but always got fed and watered. Liverpool has plenty of bins. Look, I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm just saying, like the videos we watched, it looked like there wasn't enough bins, but I don't know. But even so, I mean, so if Liverpool has plenty of bins and they're just not using them, yes, obviously that's a valid point. I don't know. But I do think that there's always people in mass gatherings that are not going to have any respect. And I do think it is disgraceful. I agree with you on that level. But I do think sometimes that they're not, there's just the cities don't put enough money into being adequately equipped for events like that. I've seen it happen in America tons and tons of times. And I still think it's disgraceful. Don't get me wrong. I agree with you. Again, I'm not taking the human responsibility portion out of it, but I think I can pull my way through with my stroller. I did that in New York once. We were in Manhattan with some family, and I had my daughter in a stroller, and I did use it as kind of a weapon. I was like, get out of my way. I'm not like taking any prisoners, just get out of my way. Really? I've never found that, Sean. I've been able to find garbage cans most of the time. Isn't it illegal to carry firearms? Depends on where you are. And sometimes you can get a license to do it. But firearms are so easy to get. It just depends on the area that you're in and the circumstances. Music doesn't stop even during the night. That must be hell to if you live in that area. That must be a pain in the ass. Kind of, I don't know. It's kind of a cool thing to. I mean, I get it. It's kind of a pain in the ass. Like if you're trying to get kids down and music's playing a lot, like that's shit. But or if you have to work and stuff. But it's kind of a cool, unique experience to be able to live with that on your doorstep as well. Yeah. Yeah, I'm always very aware of how many substances I have in my body when I'm at big events like that, Marsha, for the pure reason of I don't want to get my pure reason is I don't want to do, in America, I don't want to do something stupid and get shot or arrested. And my dad always said he was very overprotective, but I realized that at a certain age he didn't have any control anymore. And I was definitely the wild one of the bunch. And he used to say, I don't want to find you pictures of you on the internet or in the newspaper. So other than that, just be safe. That's what he used to tell me. I used to go out in New York and stuff all the time. So I mean, I guess I've just gotten, like I said, I developed an immunity to crowds somewhat. Oh, okay. If you feel like it's okay, Sean, I mean, I'm happy to do it. No worries at all. Don't usually have armed police at carnivals or concerts. Okay, that makes sense, Disco. I don't know where the line is drawn here in the UK, but I do know you have them for certain things. Richard, I got so high there I could dance. I once had a magnet that said, "Have more beer, making white men dance since 1962," or something like that. So Neil says the no bins actually goes back to when the IRA were, I think you mean bombing the UK in the 70s and 80s. Okay. Oh my God, that sounds delicious, Marja. That sounds amazing. Oh, that immediately puts me on a Caribbean beach under a palm tree. Oh, I love it. Mick reaffirms that the bins were used by the IRA for bombs. Got it. Billy Connolly talking about when terrorists attacked Glasgow airport. I'll cue it up, guys. If we have time, I'm happy to do it. All right, let me see where we are. New Year's Eve in Sydney, there is acres of rubbish. Yeah, Times Square in New York gets like that on New Year's as well. Just because he just slept through the music, even though he was being. I would imagine drink would and heat would help in that situation. Sean, I haven't visited the States since I've moved here. Actually, we want to try to plan a visit for 2027. There's an event, a family event happening. I just don't know if we'll be able to. Depends on my status and stuff. So we're saving up for it in case, but I don't know. Well, I haven't been back yet. My late wife had to walk across London to get her train home. The mobile network went down, so I didn't know she was safe until later. Oh, jeez. That reminds me of the 9/11 attacks in New York and DC and Pennsylvania. It took forever to get people to know if people were safe. Phones went crazy. I would think. John says that he suspects that there probably are armed police on the premises, but just not visible. That might be. Just kind of hang out in the background in case. It could be. See, this is the thing. The ratio is 70% of police only have pepper spray and a baton. 20% carry a taser, that's growing, and 10% are armed response. Here's the thing, though, right? In America, almost every police officer that I have known of or heard about, almost everyone, so at least I'm going to go 95%, have pepper spray, have a baton, have a taser, and are armed. It seems excessive. And some of them are like riding around in tanks and stuff. It's stupid. Yeah, that's what I would have done too, Richard. I would have just been like, I'm just going to sit here and wait and hope for the best. Mac and his family went back to visit. He is black and pulled over twice in the same day. Oh, I think I saw a video about that. Was there a video about that? Yeah, it's bad. I've been in the car when that's happened with people who are African American. And they, one was driving and they got pulled over and they were given a hard time, a really hard time. I witnessed it. It was really, really disgusting. I was like, we weren't even drunk or like, we weren't even drinking or anything. I think we were just driving around trying to find a sandwich or something. Like we'd either were on our way to get something to eat or we're trying to find something to eat. I can't remember exactly. But yeah, they were giving him a real hard time. And I just remember sitting there I think there was two of us that were white. There was one that was Hispanic and then he was black. And there's another black person in the car. And I was like, what the fuck is happening right now? Like, I don't even, like, is this real life? It was really terrible. And I was like 20. It was early in my life. I remember being, what the hell is this? This is awful. It's like that in America, though. It is, especially in the South. And they try to say, like, racism doesn't exist anymore in America. But it does. It's not any different from a lot of the stories that I've heard in, like, the 60s and 70s. In all fairness, that was my only personal experience with it. But I did date a black guy for a while, and I definitely got some racist shit thrown at me for that from people that you wouldn't think probably. And I've experienced it through stories and other people sharing their experiences with me and seeing, being aware of news and stuff like that. It is alive and well in America. It's growing rapidly too. Huh. There are very few bins where I live, especially along the canal, which gets very busy. Almost no rubbish. My theory is that if the bins overflow, then you get rubbish and people add to it. Yeah. West Virginia. Oh my God, I went to school in West Virginia, Marja. It's beautiful, but it is mountain country. Moonshine is definitely prevalent. Ugh, that's awful. Is that, I assume that's here in the UK, Sean? I would assume so. All right, I gotta check in on my schedule just to see where we are here. I'm not hungry yet, so we're definitely gonna push lunch back again. That's totally cool. Oh, Manny's not here, I don't think. Manny's next up on the list, but he's not here yet. So, what time is it? It's 1 o'clock. Oof. Let's do Disco's thing. Disco is out there as well. So this is from Disco. The Legless Ace, true story of Douglas Bader, famous RAF pilot. And I believe, because the name sounds familiar, I believe this is the one, yeah, obviously the Legless Ace. This is the one that didn't have any legs. That was an RAF pilot. Hello, right there in front of me. Okay. Yeah, I do see that happen, Marja. It's really weird to me. Why would you do that? It doesn't make any freaking sense. Just leave it on the side. Like, I mean, I don't like that either, but it's better than throwing it in the canal. I checked the other day, and police in the UK killed 17 people over a 10-year period. At the same time, Colorado police killed 375, and they have a tenth of the population. Yeah. That's just one state. There's 49 other states. Disco. Oh, Disco. Alrighty. Let's see what's going on here. Richard, I have not had any encounter with the UK police directly, to be honest. So, but I would probably get super nervous around police in America. Excuse me. I always got super nervous around police in America because of some of the experiences I told you about, obviously. Plus, there's a whole lot of other stuff. Anyways, so I would definitely have a certain level of anxiety talking to a policeman here, but I would probably assume they're being serious based on their position. So they would probably have a lot of fun at my expense. If it ever happens, I'll be sure to do a little bit about it and let you know. Let's all right, this is from TJ3 History.
Coming up, the legendary aces of World War II were certainly some of the most incredible men in the history of modern warfare. But one man in particular outshines the others due to the incredible adversity that he was forced to overcome. After losing his legs in a flight accident, Douglas Bader would become one of the most famous pilots in the history of the Royal Air Force. In this video, we will dive into the famous story of the man who, despite his disability, shot down over 20 German aircraft and became an icon among his fellow RAF pilots. In addition, we will relive his final mission where his Spitfire was cut in half, forcing him to bail out over German territory and the unusual experience as a POW that would follow. Enjoy.
Holy crap. Okay, I remember hearing a little bit about him when we went to the Battle of Britain Memorial, excuse me. They do have a little museum that's attached to the memorial. But I didn't know, I don't remember him. They might have said that he was a POW, but I don't remember like his plane splitting in half and all that. Jesus.
Sir Douglas Bader was born in London in 1910. He would join the RAF at the Royal Air Force College and in 1929 was commissioned as a pilot officer in the 23 Squadron of the RAF in Kinley. He began to earn a reputation as a daredevil during his training, typically flying biplanes that were fast for the time, but had directional stability problems for the kind of stunts that Bavlar would perform. The higher-ups enforced strict rules that...
So clearly, he was somebody that didn't have any problems taking risks and didn't have any problems just like going for it. Clearly, based on the legend.
Forbade unauthorized aerobatics of any kind below 2,000 feet, which he frequently ignored. Bavlar's early years as a pilot were marked with success. He defended his unit's title for the Hendon Air Show Pairs event and won the 1931 title with Harry Day. Eager to win it again the following year, he began to train for the next show, but tragedy would soon strike. On December 14th of 1931, he attempted a low-flying move, allegedly on a dare. As his plane dove to the ground for an aerobatic maneuver, the tip of the left wing teetered too close and made contact with the earth. The plane violently crashed and Bavlar received severe and horrible injuries.
Oh my God. That... Oh. It made my legs jelly. Ugh.
He was rushed to the Royal Berkshire Hospital, where both of his legs were amputated. The next few months of his recovery were excruciating and painful for Bavlar, as he pushed through, determined to regain the abilities that he had before the accident. He was fitted with prosthetic legs, and after being transferred to a new hospital, he continued to work hard at his recovery, eventually being able to drive a modified car, play golf, and even dance. Months later, after hard work and training, Bavlar believed that he was ready to fly again.
That's fantastic. Like that. See, it's all about will, guys. It's all about like mindset. We have the power to overcome a lot as human beings. What an extraordinary person. I'm already a huge fan.
Proving his fitness for the air, he hoped to be allowed back to the RAF as a service pilot. But to his dismay, he was rejected due to his physical disability. When tensions in Europe began to rise in the late 1930s, the need for fighter pilots was becoming more and more clear. After a personal endorsement from Air Vice Marshal Holohan, Bavlar was eventually invited to report for flying tests on October 14th of 1939. His grit and willpower pushed him to succeed so that in November, nearly 8 years after his accident, he flew solo again and even turned the biplane upside down at only 600 feet in the air. He continued on through his courses, advancing to the final stage before he'd be permitted to fly Spitfires and Hurricanes. The following January, Bavlar was posted to No. 19 Squadron at RAF Duxford near Cambridge. Although he was a bit older than the other pilots in his unit, he experienced a stunning amount of success that was actually credited to his legs being amputated. When pilots experienced the high G-forces of aerial combat, the blood was believed to drain away from the brain and other parts of the body, usually causing them to pass out. Since he did not have legs, it was thought that he was able to remain conscious longer and thus have an edge over his able-bodied opponents.
Is that true? Like, is that, I mean, I know the G-force thing part is true, but do you think that that's like an actual, like that the fact that he had the amputated legs actually did? Like, I wonder if that's a scientific thing. Like, I wonder if that's actually true and real, or if it's just a theory.
Over the next few months, Bavlar practiced flying in formation and other air tactics, often performing patrols over convoys at sea. He was eventually appointed to a flight commander in the 222nd Squadron of the RAF and experienced his first combat shortly after. On June of 1940, Bavlar was patrolling near the coast of Dunkirk, around 3,000 feet in the air, where he discovered a Messerschmitt Bf-109 going in the same direction. Bavlar destroyed the plane by launching several bursts of gunfire, shooting it down for his first aerial victory. He suspected that it was a novice pilot due to the fact that it did little to maneuver, even though it was being fired upon. On his next patrol, just 4 days later, he also received credit for damaging an HE-111. After the operations in Dunkirk were over, Bavlar was moved to No. 242 Squadron of the RAF as their squadron leader, now flying Hawker Hurricanes. The primarily Canadian squadron resisted him as their leader, due in part to the low morale that they were experiencing after suffering high casualties in the Battle of France. But Bada eventually wore them down with his attitude and tenacity, and soon after, the squadron was back in top shape, becoming fully operational on July 9th of 1940, the day before the Battle of Britain began.
Wow.
Bada and his squadron received their first victory on July 11th after gunning down a twin-engine German plane. He spotted the aircraft from about 600 yards away in dense clouds and closed the gap to 250 yards, firing 2 bursts into the aircraft and sending it crashing into the sea. On August 17th, Bada replicated the battle with another German aircraft, this time sending it into the waters near Great Yarmouth. Both casualties were confirmed by Royal Observer Corps on the ground, and neither of the enemy's planes had any survivors. Later that month, he scored 2 more victories after besting Messerschmitt Bf-110s. Bada's squadron was eventually moved to Duxford again on August 30th, right to where the fighting was heavy. There, the squadron claimed 10 more enemy aircraft victories, Bada taking 2 for himself against 110s and becoming an ace. A week later, on September 7th, he was nearly forced to bail out of his plane after he was badly hit.
What does it mean becoming an ace? Like you obviously that's an achievement, but what exactly do you have to do to get that achievement or that title? Does anyone know?
Hit by a Messerschmitt Bf-109, but he was able to maintain control and recover the Hurricane. Over the next few weeks, he and his team claimed multiple victories, and he was even awarded the Distinguished Service Order for his combat leadership. Throughout the Battle of Britain, Bada earned around 11 victories in his Hawker Hurricane. He was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross for his services, and his squadron claimed 62 victories in total. He was promoted to acting wing commander and wing leader on March 18th of 1941. Over the course of summer of that year, Bada flew 62 fighter sweeps over German-occupied France. On August 9th, Bada flew a Spitfire Mark V on an offensive patrol over the French coast, alone as his trusted wingman Alan Smith was sick with a head cold. During the course of this mission, he was separated from the fighter group that he was with. He was deciding whether or not to return to base when he spotted 3 pairs of German Bf-109s a few miles ahead of him. Never one to turn away from action, he dropped in on the group, letting loose a burst of deadly gunfire on the aircraft. He took down one of the German 109s on his initial dive for what would actually be his final aerial victory. He turned and was considering if he should attack another when he saw 2 of them turning towards him on his left. He was outnumbered and it was time to go home. He started to bank away from them when suddenly his fuselage, tail, and fin seemed to vanish in an instant.
Holy shit.
Most historians believe that he collided with a German aircraft. His plane began falling at a rapid rate, later estimated to be around 400 miles an hour, in a slow death spiral. He opened the cockpit's canopy and released the harness pin but could not break free. His right prosthetic leg was trapped inside. In a last-ditch effort, he pulled the tab on his parachute and was launched into the air, causing his right leg's straps to be snapped from the force. He was promptly captured.
Oh, Jesus. Like, that's a lot to take in. Give me a sec. Like, my leg, I know obviously there's prosthetic, but it still must have hurt. Like, there still must have been pain involved from the...
by German forces, who treated the RAF pilot with a shocking amount of respect. After arriving at a hospital, Bada was invited to visit an airfield by Adolf Galland, a prominent German air ace who had also been involved in the Battle of Britain. Still missing one leg, he was treated with great respect by Galland and was even allowed to sit in the cockpit of his personal 109. Bada cheekily asked him if there was any chance of him taking the plane for a spin, but unsurprisingly, Galland politely refused his request. He formed a friendly relationship with Adolf Galland, who notified the British forces about Bada's leg. He would also ensure a safe passage to drop a new prosthetic leg by parachute over a nearby base in France. The two would not cross paths again until later in 1945, when Galland, Gunther Rahl, and Hans Rudel were taken to RAF Tangmere as POWs. According to one of the pilots there, Bada ensured that Rudel, a fellow amputee, was given an artificial leg. Despite their kindness, Bada was not one to accept being a prisoner. Throughout the rest of his time as a prisoner, he tried to escape so many times that the Germans threatened to take away his legs. After several more escape attempts, on August 18th of 19...
I'm not taking anything away from his tenacity or anything, but just think about that statement and it's on its own. He tried to escape so many times that the Germans wanted to take away his legs. It just sounds funny. It just sounds funny. I understand the position on both sides, but it just sounds funny.
1942, he was placed in Colditz Castle, a location that was believed to be escape-proof. He would remain here until it was liberated on April 15th of 1945 by the 1st United States Army. Once Bada returned to Britain, he eventually retired on July 21st of 1946 with the rank of group captain. For the rest of his life, he would campaign for people with disabilities and shared his own story to prove that a disability did not mean the end. A biography called Reach for the Sky was released in 1954 with great success and would later go on to be a film. In June of 1976, Bada was knighted for his services to disabled people at the Queen's Birthday Honors that year. Over the course of his life, he had a total of 5,744 hours of recorded flight time. Douglas Bada's legacy as a pilot is only outshined by the work and advocacy he did for disabled people everywhere, which is still honored to this day. Instead of promoting my Patreon like I normally would here, I'm going to be asking you guys to support the Douglas Bada Foundation, which is a charity set up by his family to help people with disabilities just like his. There will be a link down below in the description if you want to check that out.
That is fantastic, and props to the creator for doing that. That's amazing. That's a cool story. I mean, I remember hearing a bit, like I said, I heard a bit about it, and I thought it was really cool, but I didn't know any details. What an ordeal, but what a hero. What a hero. I'm gonna read that book, definitely. I should definitely put it on the list. I'm in the middle of reading Mandy Hickson, it's so funny to say that out loud, talking about somebody else, but the female RAF pilot. I'm in the middle of reading her book, and it's really, really good. It's really good. Wow. Very much a badass. 1000% agree. Oh, God. No, not going to happen. You can send them, but I ain't eating it. Thanks, Sean. No worries. Go take care of your stuff. Thanks for hanging out with us for the morning and in the early afternoon. It's a good question, Marja. It would be really nice if we could just stop. Ew! Oh! I think you guys are determined to make me never eat anything ever again. He used to spit out their skulls. Oh, thank you so much for sharing. Oh. Yes, Marja. Okay, we went out to dinner with a group of people. They ordered fried whiting fish as an appetizer for the table. It's a couple people wanted it, and I was grossed out. I'm like, you can see they eat it whole, and you can see its eyes and everything in it. It is true. The whole G-force thing that makes sense. I mean, it really does. A modern G suit has things to stop blood going into your leg. That is amazing. I wonder if it's based on those types of those types of experiences overall. Probably not his specifically, but a few different kinds of those types of experience. That's fantastic. Red Arrows, the Hawker. I know the red arrows. I don't know what the hawk is. That the I don't know what the hawker is. You have to have 5 kills to become an ace. Oh, okay. It's a little more morbid than I thought it would be, but okay. My father would take me with him to the local British Legion. I would get a bottle of pop and a bag of crisps. I would listen to the people there. There's a Spitfire pilot who was one of the few. Oh, how amazing would that encounter have been? He had some tales to tell, like having to listen to his friends screaming as his airplane burnt all the way to the ground. Jeez. Yeah, look, the few were heroic in ways that I can't even express. It's incredible. You sent me Reach for the Sky? It's quite possible. Oh, Mandy's back. Good to have you. Definitely want to read the book, and I will watch the movie as well. Virtual asks, I imagine you had bangers and mash with peas, a little bit pea juice on the top with a fried egg. I've had bangers and mash with peas, absolutely. Pea juice always, seeps in. I haven't had the fried egg on top. But bangers and mash is a staple in our home. We have it a lot because it's easy, it's cheap, and it's a family satisfier. Everybody's always excited to have it. We'll eat it all. Never leftovers on that one. I'm with you, Manny. Not gonna happen. I'm not tasting that shit, and I'm not gonna spit out its skull. Sorry, Marcia. Nothing personal against your father, but oh. Richard says, just having to do what was needed. My grandfather said that to do the job as we hated it, so better than giving it to people who enjoy it. That's fair. Mick. Yes, I'm with you guys. Yes. John, I'm not sure what this is. Love Eddie Izzard, by the way. But is this the no flag, no country thing? All right, Marcia with the dad joke. Oh, Toad in the Hole, another one that's really good. You're absolutely right. I'm with you. That's right. All right, you guys, I need another break, just a little 2-minute break or so. Let me see if I got something for you. That's only a couple minutes. I don't. That's only a couple minutes. Guys, I do have one, but I was told that I'm supposed to watch it too, so now I'm concerned. Anyway, speak amongst yourselves for 1 minute. Thanks. I'm back. I don't even think that was a whole minute. How lucky you guys are. Shepherd's pie, very good, but I use minced turkey because I don't eat red meat. Toad in the hole with a pork chop. Never had that, but I'm not sure. Should I put music on? Sorry. Why? Can you hear it? All right, Manny, yes, we should update the total. I don't know if you've heard, but we've reached the 1,200 pound mark. We've officially hit 1,200 pounds total for 2025. Today's total was 312 pounds. Wow, it's amazing, you guys. It's freaking amazing. 312 pounds just for this live event and 1,200 pounds overall. I'm impressed and overwhelmed with gratefulness. You guys are awesome. You really are. What time is it again? 1:30. Okay, I have plenty of time for the guest between now and the guest. So let's do Manny's stuff before he leaves me. I was going to change locations again, but I think I'm going to stay here for a minute because I can tell I'm going to get hungry soon. So we'll just stay here. Okay. So, well, thank you, Manny. You're such an amazing cheerleader. Thank you so much. Oh, I think I found myself. I said that all. No, never mind. I was going to sing a song, but I just the beat was terribly off. Okay. Manny asked me to talk about my 12 favorite things about British culture. So I did think about this last night. And I did come up with a list. So the first thing has to be all right, let's just do a little segue. My 10 favorite British things. Sorry, that's not right. My 10 favorite things about British culture, as per request by our community. History around every corner is definitely number one for me. Not just like walking on cobblestone streets, which, by the way, I have a random question. Like, how do you wear heels here? Random question. But cobblestone streets in itself are pretty cool and everything. And being able to see these cathedrals and churches that have been around for hundreds, longer than my country's been around, but being able to see, just driving into a town and seeing a castle or the ruins of a castle, seeing random things like when we stumbled upon the Battle of Britain Memorial and being able to just stop and do that. When you go to places like, is it Broadstairs? But there's still like Victorian, like gates and stuff up, and you can see when you go to Folkestone, you can see like the arch. I think it's an arch, it's a sculpture thing at the end of the promenade. It's just you can see the streets that people have walked down for thousands of years. You go into a pub, and pubs are definitely on the list as well. Every pub has its own story. Every pub has its own, little mark in the community and the history of it, and the whole history thing here is just such a draw, and it's so satisfying for someone like me who adores history and really enjoys just learning about it and just talking to people, learning about the experience, and the sense of pride that comes out of people when they start talking about these either specific castles, the specific structure itself, or when they're talking about, oh yeah, so-and-so stayed at this pub, we had kings stay here, all that kind of stuff. You just get a real sense of what, the British culture and British people are really like. in those instances. And that's definitely my favorite thing about the UK. One of my favorite things. The second one is the NHS. I know a lot of people are probably tired of hearing Americans talk about it and tired of hearing me talk about it, but you can't not. From my perspective, it's such a gem. And I know there's national health services, like other versions of national health services in the world, and probably, you know, ones that work a little bit better in some circumstances than the NHS. But this is my only experience of national health other than what my father got in America because he was a veteran. So in my experience, it's a fantastic system. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Does it need some revamping and some infrastructure rebuilding and some resources put into it? By far, absolutely. But coming from a country where you do not have access, the average person anyway doesn't have access to any kind of social care, and it is a really, really heavy burden put on the individual. It's such a relief to know that if something happens to me or my partner or my child, that we won't go bankrupt, that we don't have to worry, that's the last thing on our mind. You know, finances are the last thing on our mind. That everyone's going to get the care they need. Everyone's going to get the care they deserve. And hopefully will be treated with respect. From what my personal experience, which has been very slight, I've never had any issues with the NHS personally. And a lot of the people in my circle that have had serious illnesses or serious situations also have had really good experiences. So I've been lucky in that respect. I know that's not always the case. I know there definitely are people that have had bad experiences with it, but that has never been the case for me. And I think it's great. And it is definitely something I love about British culture. So next up is definitely humor. British humor. I mean, you guys, I've mentioned this before as well. I mean, the British humor is something that is so unique and special and specific to, I think, the British sensibility and what you've come through what, over 1,000 years of the current modern day England anyway. You just have this perseverance and this community vibe that's, you know, that the collective is more valuable than the individual, and it just spills into your humor, and you are really quick to make fun of yourselves and make sure that someone's not getting, you know, overzealous or too big for their boots or anything like that. So I really enjoy British humor, and there's very few things that are off limits in British humor as well, which I also think is great from an artistic standpoint and just from a freedom of speech standpoint and stuff. I think it's a huge asset to British culture. Next on the list, I have public transport, and more personally for me, not having to drive. I love that there's public transport actually pretty much accessible in most areas in the UK. I love that I can get around without having to have a car or drive. And I love that I don't have that stress or anxiety of driving, or the pressure or the extra commute times and parking and all that stuff that comes along with driving. I know the public transport is a little bit expensive in some areas for certain things, and sometimes the access can be limited, or you kind of have to go like out of your way to get to where you have to go because there's not a direct train or a direct bus from there, or sometimes you have to do the bus to the train to the bus kind of commute. But it's still, in my eyes, much better than having to rely on a car. It's not that I have anything really against driving. I love driving, and I think it's a huge sense of freedom. I loved when I got my license and I was able to have, you know, some access to the rest of the world outside of my home that I grew up in. But I think it's just for me, it's safe, it's convenient, it's easy to understand and navigate, And I've never had a negative experience with it, really. So, and I love the fact that I don't have to rely on a car. Next, I have long summer days. Now, your winters here are really brutal, in my opinion. Not brutal in the sense of like specific weather-wise, but it's a very long, dark time frame, and it can be extremely depressing, and it's difficult, especially when, you know, most people are working during the day and you don't get to see a lot of sunlight, and it's dark when you get up and go to work, and it's dark when you come home, and it's, you know, you have the chilly months, and it's usually a wet season, which makes it even chillier. And it's cloudy and dark and gray, and that is rough. So when the long summer days come, I totally get now why British people go a little bit crazy in the spring, like that cabin fever takes over, because it is a long winter in Britain. And yeah, I'm not used to it by far. And like I've said this in several videos, but even in the winter in America, the sun like is out, you know, like it's not cloudy and gray for long periods of time. And the sun reflects, even if it's snowy or something or icy, snow reflects off of that. The sun reflects off of that, and it actually brightens up the day and everything. It's just, you still wear your sunglasses, you know what I mean? Which you guys know I love. So, so for me, the long summer days are really, really, really the best part. My child was talking to me the other day about how they were really excited that the like autumn fall season was coming, because it's our favorite time of year. And same thing with my partner. And I was just like, very British. You all love that stuff. Me, I'm very sad that the long days are getting shorter and shorter and shorter. I also had to put these on the list. If anyone who's been here for longer than 5 minutes knows my obsession with 2 foods here in Britain: Yorkshire pudding and dairy milk. I had to put them on the list. You just don't, I mean, you can make them in America, Yorkshires, but I never made them right. And they're very, very special. And I love the ones that are as big as a plate and you can put everything in it, and and Yorkshire wraps. They're my favorite. Excuse me. And dairy milk. I just had a conversation with someone the other day. Someone in the office brought in like a bag of Hershey like mini bars, and I was like, who brought this shit in? I'm the only American in the office, and they all looked at me like I was crazy. I was like, no, this is crap, you guys. You need to stick with your Cadbury. It's just terrible. Now I can't eat it at all now. And to be fair, the bag did sit there for a couple weeks. The next one is no guns. I mean, this is obviously a little bit more serious in tone, but it has to be said. The fact that I don't have to worry so much about gunplay, especially when it comes to schools. Of course, I don't have to worry about my kid getting shot. There are a lot of people that don't understand it because you've never lived in that society where it's so rampant, and I completely understand. I'm not judging it at all. But when people put in the comments of some of my videos, or like, you made a mistake and what did you come to the UK for, and some other superlatives to describe it, or they say things like, you should go back, it's the best country, you're, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what, they ask me what would make me move to this S-hole. And I'm like, my kid doesn't have to get shot. I don't have to worry about my kid getting shot at school. I mean, you can't argue with that. That's the only reason ever that I could ever land on to move to live here in the UK. It would be that. Yes, I know that there are people who get shot here. And I know that knife crime is it's very important. It is high, it's rising. And I'm not saying that you don't have to be vigilant. Of course you do. There's crime everywhere. You're never going to be completely crime free. But to not I can't ever express to anyone who hasn't lived through it how difficult it is to put your kid on a bus to go to school every single day, knowing there is a and even if it's a small possibility, there is still a real possibility that they might not come back, or they're going to come back injured, or at the very least, if they are involved in some kind of shooting and they survive, one of the lucky ones, that they are not changed and traumatized for the rest of their lives. There are people in America, like kids or people who are of college age, who have gone through 2 or 3, like survived 2 or 3 shootings in schools throughout their lives. They're only in college. That's like in their 20s, early 20s, guys. It's so rampant in America. So for me, that is one of the biggest pluses of being here. On a lighter note, travel options. There's so many things to do and see. And of course, this kind of touches on the public transport part. Is there a lot of them are really accessible, and that yes, you might have to kind of go around the houses a little bit to get there, but you can get there without having a car, and they're not nearly as expensive. And because your country is so much smaller than the United States, you can see it more you see more often. You have more access to get to them because it doesn't take as much time to get there. So you're not wasting half the day, for example, getting somewhere, unless of course you're going to like Scotland and that kind of stuff. And also it's not nearly as expensive. And when you talk about your proximity to Europe, another huge plus for me anyway. And I hope that I get to explore more of the UK and Europe and beyond. I hope someday in the future, because that is another thing I love about being here. The next is, and I talk about this a lot, is the sense of community. And also, I heard somebody put it this way, and I really liked it. The British sense of fair play, which I think is connected to that British sense of community. That there's a concerted effort for an even playing field for the majority, at least. You know, you make accommodations for people with disabilities, like the video that we just watched. You make accommodations for people who have economic issues. And you, as a country, you overall want to take care of the masses. And when the masses aren't taken care of, something like COVID, you pitch in and try to do what you can as individuals and rally the community in order to take care of those individuals that aren't able to take care of and don't have what they need. I think that's really amazing. We have pockets of it in America, but it's not nearly a universal trait. And I think that is an unbelievably incredible quality of being British, and it extends to the Commonwealth countries and stuff too, that you have. And we were talking about earlier on the stream how, you know, people who are Scottish might argue with people who are English and be like, no, I'm Scottish, or I'm Scottish first, not British, something like that. But when it comes down to it and you need to come together in order to, you know, defend yourselves or something like that, participate in some kind of defense, you do. And you're, you know, that camaraderie comes through and that community comes through. And it's just not something we have in America. It's really sad, but it's just not. And I think it's based on, you know, all the years of history and all the things you guys have been through as community, as a whole, from the British Empire to the UK and all the Commonwealth and all of that. Last, I think that the biggest thing for me is all of the opportunities it affords my child of being here in the UK. I, for the past 2.5 years, have seen my daughter blossom and grow in ways that were never, ever, ever possible in the United States. She is embracing learning. She's exposed to so many different avenues of learning. She's got options to study art, avenues of art, which are not something that is part of the standard curriculum in most areas in America. You have access to it on like an extracurricular level, but not as part of your curriculum. There's so much diversity, and there's so much history to learn from at her fingertips. She's gone abroad on her own, which she was never been able to do in America. She has just when she's at the stage where she's doing her mock GCSEs, and she's, when I listen to her talk about what she wants to do with her life and the plans that she's making for herself and the path she's trying to map to get there, she's so inspired and she's so excited. And she was never, ever like that in the US. And not just that she'd be able to get a good job and a good education and all of that, which of course I'm very grateful for as her mother, but also just the fact that she's safe overall, right? She's connecting with family members that really give back to her. She's creating friendships that are really solid and important to her and valuable to her. And she's becoming a well-rounded, open-minded, and culturally accepting person. And how can you possibly put any kind of value on that? So if only for her to experience all of that and have that at her fingertips, it was totally worth the move. So got a little bit emotional at the end there, but those are the 10 things I like the most about British culture. Because if it wasn't for the British culture, none of those things would have been possible, especially all of the opportunities that my daughter has. And that is ultimately the most important thing in my life. So there you go, TJ. Oh, excuse me, not TJ. Manny did that one. Sorry. My bad. Oh. Anyways, I'm trying to catch up with you guys. Oh, I'm all the way back to the Marmite. Let's blow right past that because we don't want to relive that. Jesus. I think it was all around eating the fish with the eyes and the eels with the skulls. Bangers and mash and peas, we got it. Yeah, this is about the jellied eels moving forward. I might never eat again, you guys. UK theater, you know what, Marja? I don't have that on the list, but it's definitely like a bonus one. I love the theater here. It's so much more accessible and so much more versatile. I mean, you have the regular like West End, London equivalent. I don't want to say equivalent to Broadway because obviously West End was first, but like the big ones, right? The big of the moment kind of plays and stuff. But you have so many other little theaters around that do a lot of local stuff, and I enjoy going to those too. And it's much less expensive to go to a show here, so I've gotten to see a lot more. So that is a big thing for me. And actually, we're planning. I'm planning a trip with my niece because it was her birthday and she wanted to go see a show for her birthday. So I'm planning a trip for all of us to go into London and see a show for her. And I was phrasing it out, and I was like, "All right, I think the tickets to get into London are going to be more expensive than the tickets to see this damn show." But it's no worries. But yeah, theater is definitely on the list. Thank you for reminding me, Marja. Disco, thank you so much for the additional super chat. So now we are up to 1,202 pounds. Lovely. Thank you so much. Very generous. Healthcare, strict gun laws, queuing, having a good cup of tea to solve everyday problems, getting used to being good old British weather. Well, you got a couple of them, Manny. Well, I am in the South, virtual, to be fair. It's not that the weather is bad. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. By all accounts, winter weather in the US is much more severe as far as like actual precipitation and accumulation and all that kind of stuff. And it's colder and you get more freezing temperatures. But and then again, I'm in the south of England, so I understand it's different in other parts of the UK. But the long gray winter, that's really what gets me. I can deal with all the other stuff. I don't like snow and ice, but I can deal with it because I've been dealing with it my whole life. Excuse me. And rain doesn't really affect me that much. I've gotten very used to it. And I actually started enjoying walking in the rain a bit more. But I can't do the long winters. They're really hard on me. That might be the Marmite and the cheese. That's coming back. 100%. I think, is this comic history of angles? Is that like a thing? Those gray rainy days sparks imagination. See, here's the thing, Marja, is for me, especially in the beginning when I was still adjusting so much, it kind of affects my mental health. And it makes me I just start to get really down and stuff. So I have learned, at least the first year was really hard for me. Plus I had homesickness and adjustment all in the mix. Last year, I kept myself busy. I was working, which helped because it got me out of the house and got my mind off of things. And then also I made sure on the weekends that I would get out when it was, when the sun was out, or at least when it wasn't, terrible. I would get out in the middle of the day. And that was helping a lot as well. So I think I just have to make sure that I'm like active. If I can get myself out of the house on a regular basis this year, I think I'll be okay. It'll be hard this year though, because I am working from home now. So it is going to be a lot harder. I'm going to have to force it and make a plan. So, and the thing is, when you have those types of like depressive tendencies and stuff, I don't know if any of you have ever dealt with these types of mental health issues, but when you are battling them, and I don't necessarily have depression, I battle, that kind of thing sometimes from other experiences in my life. So I have to be really aware of it. And I did suffer from depression at one point. So I just have to be aware of it. But when you're in that state, you don't always realize it. Like you think, oh, you're just tired or you're just having a bad day or something. So it's really up to other people in your life to kind of see it too and snap you out of it. Not like it's their responsibility, just like at least make you aware of it, because you can't always tell that that's what it is, especially if it's ongoing for a couple of days. I've become a little bit better at recognizing it myself, but I do rely on my partner a lot to bring me through sometimes, because I'm like, I didn't even realize I was in that funk until I get out of the funk like a week later, and I'm like, shit, yeah, I'm really glad that he said something. So unfortunately, that is something with like depression and anxiety that comes with the territory. So I'm lucky that I have people around me that get it. I definitely don't want to fall into depression again, because that is not a fun state to be in on a long-term basis. I was really, really struggling for a while. Yes, Disco, you're 100%. It's because you're closer to Canada, because you're further north than I'm used to. I'm sure people like from Maine would probably be fine with British weather. They probably would be happy to have more rain than snow. Oh, here we go. Combined History and Humor, Comic History of England by Gilbert Beckett. He was founder of Punch Magazine book and illustrated by John Leach. The author loved puns. Oh, okay. Comic history of England. I'm writing this stuff down. Apparently I can't spell England. How you like that? There's no bad weather, only bad clothing. Yeah, that's what I heard. I've heard that somewhere. Yes, exactly. Mick says, I was employed in the public transport industry for over 40 years, 36 as a bus driver. I remember you mentioning that. And I loved driving buses, picking up passengers I didn't like. I think you've mentioned that part too. Cars are good for medium length travel. I don't know. I love road trips, but I kind of grew up on road trips because my dad didn't fly. So I don't really mind road trips and driving cars for long periods of time if it's not traffic. I think really like the commute and the expense and all of that. I really just enjoy not having all of that stress and pressure on me of owning a car. Luckily, I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, sometimes that's what winters are like with me as well, Richard, here. But it's getting a little bit better because now I'm learning how to handle them better. And I'm very lucky. My mother-in-law as well is like, she's aware that I was struggling the first couple of years, so she's vowed to me this year that she would help out a little bit more, and as far as like just checking in and getting me out of the house to do stuff for her, things like that. I'm with you on that, Manny. We Brits banned a lot of guns after the first school mass shooting. Yeah, I did a reaction to the Dunblane massacre, and I still get comments from people on it. Hello, Stephen Kelly. Thank you for joining. Are you not cream crackered yet? Not quite yet. I'm gonna get some food in a minute, so that'll help. Glad to have you here, though. I like the thick cake-like Yorkshire puddings, not the airy ones. I didn't even know they had thick cake-like ones. I've only had the airy ones that I can think of anyway. Interesting. Perhaps you can have Yorkshire puddings with dairy milk chocolate. Like some dairy milk drizzled on it. Oh, Richard, that sounds incredible. Love it. Some Liverpool fans don't consider themselves as English. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. If I say Britain in your New Jersey way, I'll super chat you £5. Do I not already say it? Don't I say it the New Jersey way? It's got a D, right? I've been to Liverpool and survived as well, Richard. If you can give me more detail as to what the New Jersey way is, I'm happy to say it for £5. Britain. That's probably what you're looking for. I don't know what this is. I don't want to say it just in case it's derogatory. TJ survives Liverpool. Liverpoolians, Glaswegians. Oh, thank you, Virtual. Thank you so much for stopping by and spending so much time with us. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend and be safe, okay? Why not drive and park near to me and get the 2 into London? May work out cheaper. Yeah, I think you mentioned that once or twice to me, Disco, in private or in passing. I don't necessarily have a problem doing that, except that we are at a hub to a London line, and part of the reason we moved here was so we could just jump on the train and get to London. It's if we go off peak, it's actually not that expensive for us. We found like ways around it. It's gotten to be a little bit better. We also, when we first got here, we went to London a lot because I was really excited about having access to London. So now that life has settled in a little bit, we don't go nearly as much. So we've budgeted for it now. It's a little bit better, but we might try that at some point. We did that when we went to Oxford. We parked outside of Oxford and then took like the bus ride in to Oxford, like town center and stuff. So that, because it was cheaper than parking in Oxford itself. So I'm definitely open to looking at that next time. But the I don't have a license yet, and the driver is not going to be going with us this time when we go to London, so it's going to have to be the train. Try the Scottish Mountains 12 seasons in one day. I'm sure that's very true. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Marja says she loves driving in the countryside. You and my partner both thinks it's a freaking Formula One racetrack. It's terrifying. Steven, thank you so much for the super chat. Very generous of you. I appreciate it. That is 319 pounds for the day and 1,207 pounds overall for the year so far. You guys are so generous. Thank you. The best coat for rainy days, Australian dry as a bone. Got it. Took me a minute. Dry as a bone. I might need some food. Dry as a bone riding coat. It's like wearing a tent. Oh, great. I always love wearing tents. Looking like I'm wearing a tent. Mandy, the best thing I found to kick sad or is known as winter blues, is to invest in a sad lamp. I have one of those and it goes some way to help in the winter. I don't know what a sad lamp is. I've never heard of that. Is that like a sun lamp type thing? I would assume. Steven says everyone needs to look after their mental health. Mine went south when I lost my girl, but doing fine now. Yeah, look, my condolences for your loss, and I've known people that have lost their spouse, and I've seen them. I've known 2 people to have lost their spouse, and you're never the same. And I don't want to talk. It makes me, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to imagine, isn't it? I'm glad you're doing better now, though, Stephen. And obviously, if there's anything we can do to help, or there's anything that you need that we can help with, let us know. Manny works for Mind, and I have some connections with Better Health. So let me know if there's anything you need. Oh, that's a good idea, Richard. There is a local library, and I can walk to it, actually. So I might do that every once in a while. And I did make a promise to the child because she got used to like no one being home when she gets home from school. And she got used to doing some things for herself that she doesn't want to do in front of other people because she's at that age. So I did make a deal with her that like 2 or 3 times I would get out of the house in the afternoon so that she had like an hour or so to herself. So like I said, I just have to be mindful of it, right? And not get into a rut. The problem is you get in, like you skip it once or twice and then you start getting into a rut, and then you're in that routine, and then you don't realize that it's a destructive pattern, right? So you gotta, like, someone has to kind of pull you out. So I'm trying to get better at realizing that the 1 or 2 skips are not good. I've noticed though that doing this channel and doing some more stuff behind the scenes with this channel has actually helped, because I found myself when I'm like scrolling on my phone, either on social media or YouTube or something like that, there are times when I'm actually like, what am I doing? Like, why am I reading this crap? Like, I could be doing this, or I could be doing that. So I am getting there, but it takes a while, and it's very easy to fall into bad patterns. That's the problem with depression and bad mental health. I usually start using mine. I think this is about your lamp, right? When we start using mine, we revert the clocks back at the end of October until late January. I found it helps. Taking vitamin D. I know I have been more conscious of taking vitamin D as well. That does help. How do I type so fast? It's scary but cool. Well, I grew up typing. I actually learned on a typewriter when I was 12, and then moved to a computer when I was 14, and I've been typing on both. I was typing on both in high school, and then obviously moved to just a computer throughout college and throughout my corporate life. So it's just something I picked up really early, and I just keep going with. But I actually get a lot of people asking me. I didn't realize it was that fast. I really didn't. And even I remember I took a typing test once or twice for like a job or a resume revamp or something like that. And I remember them saying they were impressed with my typing speed at the time, but I didn't pay attention. I'm like, oh, okay. It's only gets me a job. Like, that was the mentality I had in those moments. But at my most recent job, a couple of people had mentioned that I type like extremely fast. And I was like, I don't feel like I do. But I guess it's anything else, right? When you're used to it, you don't think about it until someone else points it out to you. And then you're like, oh yeah, okay, I guess it is kind of fast. Then I started to be really conscious of other people in the office when they were typing. And I was like, I've noticed there's a few different typos. There's people who type like me that type like they're on a computer and they do like a regular. And then there's people that do the one finger typing, like an old school typewriter typing, right? Like that. And then there's people that do the angry typing. Like, they might use all their fingers, but they're like, as they hit the keys. And I'm like, Jesus, you're gonna break it. And then I know people that do like the 2-finger typing. They're like this when they type. And I'm like, how do you even do that? That's so weird. With 1 finger, I understand, because that feels natural, just like a natural positioning of your hands and stuff. But the 2-finger feels unnatural. So I'm like, how do you do that? It feels so weird. Anyways. Oh, different strokes, right? So small libraries are closing down. There's a lot of public services in general that are not getting the proper funding here in the UK, and it really is pissing me off because it's almost like it's following a US model, and you guys see where that takes you. But again, it's the fault of leadership not fucking paying attention to anything but their own egos. Anyways, we're not going to get involved in politics if at all possible today. Unfortunately, Scotland will be playing England in the Rugby World Cup. Oh, that'll be a game, though. I actually like rugby. It's freaking brutal, but I like it. Oh, look at you, Richard. That's awesome. Yes, I have seen that around, especially in villages. You can drop books off and pick them up. Actually, I have a bunch of books that I'm going to drop off at my mother-in-law's village in the next week or so when I go visit, because we're not reading, we're done with them, and just thought they'd be good reading for other people. Except my daughter doesn't do that. She's a bookworm, and she keeps every one of her books, and she has like 4 bookshelves full of books, and she's like, I think I might need more. There's not many more that'll fit in your bedroom, so you got to figure something else out. She won't get rid of them, though. She will not part ways with them at all. ScotRail that run the trains up here have just done away with peak time fares. Is that true? So there's just the same fare throughout the day? That's fantastic. We go for holidays in wintertime to places like Canary Islands, etc. Yeah, we talked about doing that this year, but both of us started new jobs this year, so we were like, we don't want to do a big vacation because we did a big vacation last year. Plus, a couple things came up for the kid that we want to save up for. So we're kind of like, no, we'll just do some local stuff this year. But we have thought about that, like having a Greek holiday or Italian holiday or something during the winter to help break it up. I'm glad to hear your mental health is doing fine now, Stephen. Oh, I thought this was for me. My apologies, Stephen. It's personal. Can you touch type? Meaning like just this? Or is it, I don't know what touch type is. Richard. All 10 fingers to type without having, yeah, that's how I type, Richard. Sorry, I didn't know what it meant. Yeah, that's how I type. I usually don't look at the keys at all. I look at, usually look at what I'm typing. Make sure it makes sense. I was originally taught on the typewriter to type like this, right? Because it's usually you're copying something or you're typing something out. Whatever. Very well said. Thank you, Marcia, for putting that out there. Mick MacArthur being super generous with 10 quids towards our 10 quid towards our goals. You guys are awesome. Thank you, Mick. £329, 1,217 overall for 2025. You guys are awesome. The bus from where you are to Oxford is once every half hour. That's good to know. Thanks, Richard. Oxford is beautiful, man. Oof, loved it. There you go. There you go, Disco. Disco was spamming me yesterday, right? I was at work and I kept getting all of these emails, and Disco was sending me links to videos and stuff to watch. And I was like, "Are you bored?" Because it's been a while since you've spammed me like that before. My daughter will do that with reels from Instagram. She'll just send me like 10 at once. I'm like, Jesus, give me a break. Oh, it always helps because it does. It just takes you out of your mind for a second, right? You concentrate on something else. Diane says, for the last hour, I've been painting my hallway and listening to you talk about multitasking. Stopped for a break now. That's awesome. I usually do that. I usually have a podcast or something on in the background while I'm doing a task like that, or music. I like having music on when I'm doing a task like that because I hate, especially something like yard work, which I have to tackle tomorrow. I love just having music playing, my playlist, just put on play and shuffle and just get down and start singing and stuff while I'm doing it. I need something to keep me motivated when it comes to manual labor like that. That's a fair point, Richard. And umbrellas are pretty much useless most of the time here because of the wind. Comedy is a good tool for the blues. Mandy says, I lost my dad back in October 24, and for a while my mental health wasn't good, but in March I became an uncle for the first time when my sister gave birth to a lovely boy. He has given us a new purpose in life. Yeah, kids do that. I'm sorry for your loss, Manny, and I completely understand. I've lost my father as well. It's a difficult one. It's a very difficult one. I wish you the best. Let me know if there's anything I can do. I do the answering the phone at the same time typing, like this. Oh, thank you so much for calling. I appreciate the call. What can I do to help you? That kind of thing. Yep. Totally done that 1,000 times in my lifetime. Oh, that would take me a while, Steven. That would definitely take me a while because I don't know. I guess I could try it. Okay, ready? Someone set a timer. Are you ready? I have to put it on my phone so I could actually read it because I don't know. Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Is that 4 L's? Done. I don't know how long that was. How long was it? Anyone? Greece is wonderful. I love Greece. Wales is lovely. Oxford's lovely. England women's team for football. I assume you're talking about. Amazing. Richard said I did my A-levels at a local college and I could do other courses, so I learned to type in shorthand, useful for university as I am dyslexic. Cool. I don't know shorthand, but I worked with someone who knew shorthand, and it came in very handy when we were in meetings with like vendors and clients so that she could write things down that we needed to do or whatever without them really understanding what it is we were writing, because you're in an open forum at an open desk. Oh, thank you so much, Mick. I appreciate that. I kind of have my own shorthand because I'm used to I was a personal assistant for a long time and stuff. So I'm used to having to take notes in the meeting. So I have my own shorthand, but most of the time I had a laptop, I didn't write it down. So because I can type, maybe that's how I learned how to type so fast. When I was in the personal assistant, I was taking notes from meeting notes and stuff, in order to get everything. I kind of had to catch it, but I do have a little bit of shorthand and abbreviations and stuff that I use for certain things so that it cuts the timing down. So I also can type faster than I can write. My penmanship is terrible because my mind goes so fast that I can't keep up. I want to kind of get it down and I'm afraid I'm going to forget it or something. I don't know, which is probably silly, and so my writing is really, really terrible because I'm trying to keep up with my mind and make sure I get it all out. Whereas typing, I can do it a lot faster. And you're right, it gets it out faster. Oh, thank you, Marsha. Was it that fast? I don't know. All right, I'm gonna get some lunch. You're gonna come with me. You're gonna come with me. I have to check the poll though. Do we have where are we on the poll? I don't know. I have to check it. Hold on. I watched this YouTuber. She's fabulous, but she's fabulous. She does her cleaning and all that kind of stuff. And she'll burst into song in the middle of her cleaning and everything, and it was hilarious. And I had her on the other day while I was cooking, and my daughter was like, "So I heard her singing Queen. That was hilarious." I forgot what she was singing though. Is the poll still up? I don't think it is. I can't find it, guys. Did anyone know? I can't find it. Why can't I find it? That's so weird. All right. I'm just gonna assume it was tomato, grilled cheese, and tomato. We're just gonna go with that because that's what I want. So. Come with me. Come with me, and you'll see a world of pure inebriation. Okay, so turn on the sandwich maker. What do you call them? You don't call it grilled, you call it a toasty, right? I think that's what it is. I think you call it a toasty. This is my cheese. Good American cheese. America. I'm so glad that Marmite tasted out of my mouth, man. Ugh. Disgusting. I don't know how you guys... I truly, truly do not know how y'all eat that on a regular basis. So weird. Has anyone been to Australia and or had Vegemite? I had Vegemite when I was in Australia, and it was even worse than Marmite. Some thinly sliced tomato, or tomato, as you all like to call it. Tomato and cheese toasty. I'm gonna make myself. Could just tilt this up. It's all TJ. I don't know that I've heard you sing, TJ. Maybe I know it's been out there, but I don't think it's something I've been privy to. I'm gonna make myself a cucumber, tomato, mozzarella salad with the rest of the tomato. I adore tomato. I have it quite often. Not quite as good here as the tomatoes in New Jersey. I know I might get some hate for that, but it's the truth. They are good, but there is definitely a very much a richer flavor in New Jersey. Their tomatoes. And I also adore cucumber and have that as much as I possibly can as well. But I get dehydrated really easily, so I don't drink enough water. I'm working on it, but cucumbers supposedly help with that, which is great because I love them. So, oh, that's why I wanted to put this in a bowl. I knew I had a reason. So I'm gonna put some balsamic on it. I don't want that getting on my sandwich. my sandwich. Is this interesting? Is this compelling for a live stream? Watching me make my sandwich and my salad? Save some of this mozzarella for the child. She really likes mozzarella. Oh! Again, I could have just moved it. Tomato mozzarella salad. I normally do dishes as I go. So normally all of that would be washed up, but I don't think that's something you guys want to see. I think we're going to go back upstairs to my office. Get some water. And balsamic vinegar for my salad. And I will be making onion dip for my chips. So basically, you get onion soup. Lipton is the best. It's an American brand, but it is the best for this, if that's something you want to try. Lipton, it's expensive, though, because it's an American brand. I've tried a few, like, packet onion soups here. They're just not as good. But you could try it with a packet. It has to just be a packet onion soup. And the more onion bits in the soup, the better. And then you want sour cream. This is 300 ml. So, take your sour cream. I actually don't like sour cream except in this setting, which is very strange, but this is how it's the only way I eat sour cream. people in America, I don't know if they do it here, but on baked potatoes, like equivalent of jacket potatoes, they put sour cream on their potato. I've never liked that. I've always thought that was gross. Guys are getting some real life behind the scenes shit here. And you take your packet and you just dump that in. And as you can see, there's lots of pieces of onion and stuff and flavor and stuff in there. This is really dried onion. It's delicious. And you just mix it up. This is delicious with like fresh vegetables as a dip as well. Not just chips, but it's a little bit of a snacky day today. So, and I am having my salad, so I'm still good. I'm still within my diet limits. And I put a portion of chips on my plate rather than just the whole bag, because I have been known to sit and eat the entire bag of chips with an entire helping of these. So now I control my cravings. And that's it. And then the best part, take your chip, take your dip. Beautiful. Okay. Let's go upstairs for a bit. Well, I need a fork for my salad. Nah, we're gonna eat down here and then we'll go upstairs. I changed my mind. It's too much to carry. I use my laptop as a tray. This is so weird. I'm usually done by now with the live stream. I'm still going. This is strange. Thanks you guys for staying here and hanging out with me a bit. I know it's a long time for you guys too. But anyways, so I'm sorry I'm going to be eating on stream, but I'm hungry. You guys didn't mind it when I was eating the gross shit. There we go. My mouse was acting up. I would make you all some if I could, but it'd be a little difficult to get to you. Yes, go make yourself food if you want. Australians are a little strange. Definitely. But I suppose they would say that about Americans as well. Cheese and tomato is really good together if you get the right cheese. I mean, I know I probably don't have the right cheese, but like I said, I'm not a big cheese person. As I shove mozzarella in my mouth. Richard said, I used to type up my notes. I also use them to help and punish people. A girl had a family death, so I missed some lectures, so I copied my notes. A lazy bloke who never turned up asked for my notes, so I showed him my shorthand. It is plastics cheese. It's fine, Stephen. I totally understand it's processed, gross cheese. It's just, I can't really stomach a lot of other cheeses, to be honest. Everyone go check out TJ's singing. I'm not a huge fan of lamb chops, Marja. I know that's like blasphemous here because you guys are overrun with sheep in this country. But I'm not a huge fan of lamb chops. I've had ground lamb in some things, and that's not too bad. But I didn't see the big deal. My daughter loves it. My partner loves it. Richard said he's had Vegemite and liked it. All right. Well, you might like. Don't you like? Aren't you one of those that likes the Marmite? So that might be why. I haven't had German mustard, TJ, but I bet you I'd like it because I actually really like mustard. No, I'm not a crisp in the sandwich person. New Jersey tomatoes are better because of the chemical tag. No, New Jersey. I mean fresh tomatoes off the farm in New Jersey before they get to the chemical stage. I agree, TJ. Sour cream and chives is good. It's very different than this kind of onion dip, though. I like a sweet German mustard with proper pretzel. Oh my god, proper pretzels. We were talking about pretzels the other day because we live outside of Philadelphia. Philadelphia is known for pretzels in the States. We were getting very nostalgic over having real pretzels. They don't taste the same here at all. Definitely crisp out. Hashtag crisp out. Little does good pretzels. I don't know. I'll have to try it, I guess. Well done, Marcia. I'm with you, Richard. I just like that is one of the times that I do like butter is when it's on my potato. A little bit. I don't have salt, but I do put pepper on it. Thank you, Stephen, for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have I tried the American food from Lidl? No, we don't have the Lidl by us. The closest one by us is on the other side of town. Aldi's closer, so we just go to Aldi or Asda usually. So I haven't, but I can take a walk there in one day and see. Maybe I'll take you guys with me one day and we'll go and see what they got. I feel like I'm behind. Am I behind? Let's check the schedule. I have something else for Mandy that I gotta do. I'm not behind. Let me do a quick maintenance check with my guest. Make sure we're still on. Why the sound was up on that? That was weird. All good in the hood, bro. What? Oh, Manny. This live stream beats watching Gogglebox any day. Thank you, Manny. Let me add this to our list, and then I'm going to start talking about your stuff, your other question that you had for me. We are up to 334 pounds and 1,222 pounds overall. That's so cool. Okay, what was the other thing that you wanted me to do, Manny? The other question you had was, what are things you are finding that you're doing more now living here in the UK? I was thinking about this last night as well. The first and foremost would definitely have to be walking. As I said, I'm really relishing not having a car. So even though I might take public transport, I'm definitely have to walk to and fro, right? And that part is great. I embrace walking. I'm a walker anyway. I love it. Plus, now that I'll be working from home, I'll be doing some back to my like morning walks and stuff that I used to do all the time when I worked closer. So that'll be really fun. And I love going on like nature walks and, walks in the countryside and stuff. I'm really embracing that as well. That's the first thing by far. The next thing would be cooking. Because in America, eating out is so cheap. Like the unhealthy food here in the UK, let's start with this. Here in the UK, eating out is expensive. Eating junk food, crap food that's not healthy for you is expensive. And eating healthier food is less expensive. It's the reverse in America. The healthy food is really expensive, and the cheap, gross, takeout, unhealthy food is the least expensive. So unfortunately, we're in really bad practice that we would eat out a lot because it was cheap. It was at our disposal. We were both working a lot and it was easy. So we didn't always eat a lot of like fast food or anything like that, but we would eat from we would order from local restaurants and stuff and have it, delivered in and in front of the TV. And the portion sizes are so much bigger in America as well. So it's conducive to overeating and health issues, which leads to other things, right? But here in the UK, because it's so much more expensive, we're just cooking a lot more. And we find ourselves, if we're craving something or wanting something, like running to Asda, getting the ingredients and bringing it home and cooking it instead. And it ends up being a lot more tasty than what it would be eating out anyway, because you guys don't have all the additives and stuff in your food here, so it tastes different anyway. So for us, it's easier to do it, and it's cheaper and it's healthier. So cooking is definitely on the list. Traveling is definitely on the list, as I mentioned in the previous part, that traveling, it's just more accessible. It's a lot less expensive. You're compact, so you can get places a little bit easier. And just you have access, So that part's great because I love to travel. But you have more time off here, so you actually have more opportunity to travel. Watching more sports on TV. I'm not really a sports person, but in the United States, mostly the sports that are shown are baseball, basketball, American football, maybe soccer here and there, not a whole lot. And, maybe you'd get something obscure once in a while. If like the Olympics are on, like tennis, not as often. Maybe if the US Open was on, then we would, because it's in the US, but otherwise tennis is hard to find. But, once in a while, golf, something like that. I didn't really watch anything except tennis once in a while when it was on, and I was around when it was on. And obviously hockey I would watch, but that's not really on television that much either. Right here, I don't get to watch hockey as much, but tennis is on all the time. Plus, I've gotten really into darts and billiards. I like rugby a lot. Obviously, football is around a lot because of my partner. He likes racing as well, so that's always on. I've just found myself like stopping when I see it, stopping more often, just being, oh, what's happening here? And I might not watch the entire like game or match, but I still just find that I'm more interested in the sports that are on TV, and there's definitely a lot more to choose from to watch. So I like that. That's something I've been doing more since I've been here in the UK. The next is relaxing. Again, because you have a lot more time off and we don't have a lot of money. I mean, we have more money than we had in America, but still not a ton of money. You can't travel every time that you have time off. So having time to just relax, to just soak up the moment and that kind of stuff. I found myself really taking time to spend with my family, taking time to take care of myself, and taking time to just enjoy scenery, enjoy the moment, and laughing, just really taking when we're having a laugh fest or when somebody, you just get into that mode sometimes, especially when it's with my child, just really taking that in, just really soaking it in. So that's definitely something that I didn't have a whole lot of time to do in the US. I'm grateful for it. This one is definitely a lot more lately. Planning a future and exploring my dreams. So in the US, because there's propaganda and lifestyle just shoved down your throat from a very early age, you kind of get into this situation where this is the life that's planned for you and you just follow the path. I also had a very specific type of upbringing that enforced that. So I've really never had an opportunity to really chase my dreams or even think about like my dreams and things that made me happy and stuff. And because I'm able to relax more and able to take more time here and just focus more on the important stuff, I have more time to think about that stuff and to figure out where I want to be. And it's not as towards the end of our life in America, we were more intentional about making time for that kind of stuff. And that's how we came to some of the conclusions like moving abroad. But you kind of have to force it. You have to force yourself to do it. And you have to really be diligent about it because there's so many more distractions in the US. It's not a lifestyle in the US that a lot of people embrace. And I'm just able to take time here, and that's really, really awesome. And really think about what makes me happy, what makes me feel good, and I'm not just, always running until I'm out of fuel kind of situation. And the last thing I have on the list is being more honest. Being more honest with myself about the kinds of things I want out of life, and being more honest with what makes me happy, what I'm willing to tolerate, what I'm willing to stand up for, what I'm willing to put up with, and what I'm willing to do to get to those dreams and aspirations I have for myself and my family. Again, it comes with being able to take time to really think about it, think it through, develop, you know, realistic plans and goals, and being able to think about the execution of those and each step and stuff. And you just don't have that opportunity in America. So yeah, those are the things that I would do a lot more here in the UK. I don't know. And I also talk a lot more. I blame that on the YouTube channel, though. Dude. Oh, boy. All right. Let me eat the rest of my sandwich before it gets cold. London gin. My daughter has discovered gin. I'm happy about that. Not my favorite, though. I like the peanut flips, but they do them in a huge bag that lasts me a fortnight. Do you mean pretzel flips, Richard? Yes, Marja, ice hockey. Do you not know what that is? Or are you surprised? I don't like horse racing, Manny. I find it anticlimactic because you wait a really long time and the race is over in 5 seconds, and I find that annoying. I like tennis, but I can understand why you find it tedious because it is long. But so is golf. I find golf boring as fuck, especially on watching it. I don't particularly like playing it, but I dated a few people who were avid golfers and pros, youth pros. But so I played it a few times with them, but I used to get so bored, and I would just act silly and do stupid shit because I was bored, and they got annoyed with me because they took it so seriously, and it wasn't a good situation. Do you have the freezer space for batch cooking? I don't really, to be honest with you. I do miss having a big freezer. Because we used to do all kinds. I used to always cook extra portions and stuff and freeze them in America. We have a little bit of space. But it also came down to I haven't had a lot of time to cook a lot. So now that I'm going to be home a little bit more, I can have time to cook a little bit more, and I might be able to figure out how to like batch cook a little bit more. I would like to do that because I enjoyed it. I found it kind of cathartic, actually, like meal planning and stuff. I kind of find that stuff, I'm weird. I find things like meal planning and budgeting actually really relaxing. And most people hate it, but I actually find it really relaxing. I don't know what this is, Marja. I'm sorry. I want to participate, but I don't know what you're talking about. It's just too long for you, huh, Manny? I'm like that with Formula One. It's so long. And like the first few laps are exciting and the last few laps are exciting. And then the middle is just boring as fuck. What's the point? I've never done any horse race betting. My partner keeps saying that he'll take me, but I don't know how to bet or anything here. So, but we've never got around to it. Manny loves football, cricket, rugby union, darts, snooker, and athletics. What's athletics? That's like track and field, right? Like, running track and jumping, that kind of stuff, right? And what is groats, by the way, Marsha? I don't think golf is ridiculous because, I mean, like I said, I've had a few people in my life that took it really seriously, and they were, like, the way they explained it, it's kind of like you're constantly in competition with yourself. And it's not really athletic, but it is a little more athletic than it looks. But I don't know. I just find it boring. John says a good walk ruined golf. Pretty much. Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what? Disco, in all fairness, it is probably better that I don't bet that much, or I haven't done it because I have a slight addiction to gambling. I haven't done it in, wow, almost 2 decades now. Well before my daughter was born, so it's been a really long time. But I tend to just get into like that zone sometimes. Casinos were my thing, so if I stay out of a casino, I'm good. I don't know how I would react to horse betting, but when we went to Las Vegas, my husband and I went to casinos because we wanted to, have the experience of it. And I said to him, here's the money that we have allocated for this. You gamble, because he had never done anything like that in a casino like that before. So I'm like, you do it. I'm not going to get involved because I'm afraid I won't stop. I might get into that mode and I don't want to be stupid. Plus, he was with me, so he probably wouldn't, but I just wanted to play it safe. And it was the right thing to do because I was starting to get like about it. So, but it was fun. He had a good time, but he was like, I don't get the appeal of like doing it over and over and over again. And I was like, well, I don't get the appeal of running around on a football pitch for 90 minutes. So there we go. Money, you guys have so many names for the same thing here. It's so weird. Yeah, Vegas and Atlantic City are obviously towns that were built for you to lose most, if not all, of your money. So you do have to be careful. I was disappointed in Vegas, to be honest. And it wasn't necessarily just a gambling thing. It was so hyped up. It really wasn't that big deal. I liked old Vegas better. Off the strip, there was like the old original strip when the town was first established. And there was a lot of still original casinos there and stuff. That was a lot more fun because there was more stuff to do there. It wasn't glitz and glamour and big, 100-floor hotels and stuff in your face and stuff like that. That was more my vibe. And the strip itself is actually really small. Like, it looks like it's huge the way they film it on TV and movies and stuff, but it's actually really small. And I was disappointed. We were driving down the strip and I was like, that's it? I think we could probably leave now. Like, we don't even have to stay. Oh, that's smart. My parents had a huge chest freezer, and they used to buy hamburgers, like barbecue food. So barbecue food in America is like hamburgers, hot dogs, obviously. Also like spare ribs. She made sausage and peppers when we had barbecues. So the sausages, like chicken wings and stuff like that. Steaks. So whenever that stuff was on sale, she would all throw it in the freezer so that we would always have barbecue food. Because my dad loved grilling and barbecuing. So that was a staple in our house. Manny says, when I was a teen, I used to watch Formula One and then I went off of it, but now I'll watch it again. I love the Monaco Grand Prix and the British Grand Prix, of course. Belgian and Italian. I think my partner loves all those too. I don't really remember, to be honest. In one ear and out the other. What? USA! USA! It's kind of sad that it's that much, though. Weren't the Pawn Stars from there? From Vegas? It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Honestly, going down the strip, we were in the car. I don't even think we walked down the strip because we were so disappointed just driving down. But it felt seedy. Like, it felt like a place that it was like, bad stuff happens here. I don't know. I would expect that the Pawn Stars probably were from Vegas. There are pawn shops everywhere. Chapels everywhere. And buffet restaurants everywhere. Richard, is that why you're like scary? You get into like rugby mode when you're in a crowd? Okay, guys, we hit the 5-hour mark. That's pretty cool. Thank you all for staying with me for so long. 7 hours to go. When I'm done eating, we'll do another video. My chip broke. Now I'm like overwhelmed with dip. I actually knew a couple that got married in Vegas, and it wasn't like they were drunk or it was a shotgun wedding or anything. They had actually been living together for a while. They had a child, and they just decided one day they're going to get married, and they called their family and they're like, hey, this weekend we're going to Vegas. We want you guys to come. $4 basically. Honestly, I have to say thank God I came here after you guys got rid of like the shillings and all that stuff, because I don't know that I would have been able to figure it out. There's a lot. Just finishing up my salad. To think about it, I think I probably would have preferred to go to Vegas for my wedding. I had a beautiful wedding, don't get me wrong. But it was so much money. And we didn't even we didn't pay that much. We didn't spend a ton of money compared to what people spend on weddings. We didn't do anything really extravagant either. It was still like 10 grand though. And when I think about what I could have done with 10 grand. Let's get married at fucking City Hall, which is the local registry. We just the judge marries you, you exchange rings, you sign some paperwork, and you're out. It's like $100 or something, or $100. And then spend the rest of the money on a house or something like that. Much better way to go. My advice is to not spend money on a big wedding. I've told my daughter that, even though she's somehow convinced me to agree to let her get married at Hever Castle. People wonder why I have no money and I can't afford to do stuff. It's because of stuff like that. It's because having children robs you of everything. Your youth, your sanity, your energy, your money. Every resource you can think of. But I suppose she's worth it. 240 pennies in a pound? Really? It's a lot. Is that right? I mean, I'm sure I'm not like, I'm sure you're right, Mick, but not just, I mean, in America, it's not just sometimes, majority of the time. The majority of the time. I mean, I don't know if it would be now, because now, you know, house prices have skyrocketed, but it's enough to at least get you started. Yeah, I know. I did price it out a little bit so I knew like what my target was to save. And it's, you can have like a ceremony in the garden. It's not that much money. You still get to take pictures in front of the castle and stuff. So I think that might be the way we go. But it's still expensive, don't get me wrong. But that is the way to go. All right. Let me just clean myself up. And then we're gonna relocate and watch a video. One sec. Do on my knees, I'm here to pray. The mamas and the papas stuck in my head all of a sudden. Very strange. Charging. Oof. I'm really surprised that no one bought the clown wig and face painting. They were a little pricey though. I might have been overzealous. Oh. My apologies, everybody, for the epic noise, because I'm trying to sort myself out here. All right, before we go to the video, let me read another story for the Legion. After all, this is what it's all about. This is what we're here for. Today, this is not That's not the story that I thought I had earmarked. My apologies. My apologies. So I'm gonna have to look at that when I have a break. I don't know how that happened. Maybe it's because I was falling asleep when I was looking at it. Or just waking up, probably. 12 pennies is a shilling. 20 shillings is a pound. Yeah, okay. So 240 pennies. That makes sense. Except I'm coming from a point of view where 100 pennies is $1. And the pound and the dollar has fairly equal value comparatively. Definitely not that much of a disparagement. But yeah, okay. Marge asks, what weighs more, a pound of gold or a pound of feathers? They're the same. They're both a pound. She tried to catch me out. You have to try that joke in about 3 or 4 hours. You might get me actually thinking about it for a minute. With 240, I'm assuming that's pennies, in a pound, it meant you could have things like third of a pound, which was 6 shillings and 8 pence, or 6/8, or 80D. I'm already confused and overwhelmed. I'm pretty good with like fractions and stuff, but that's a little confusing for me. John says it's why we had to learn our times tables, that and distances, feet, yards, chains. Cricket wicket is on a chain, furlongs, weights, ones, pounds, stones, and bushels. Is gold weighed differently? There's still a pound though. Like a pound is a pound, no? Anyway, my point of view. Okay, what time is it? All right. Yeah, let me have time for this one, I think. So, a lot of people have suggested this one. And even in my private life have suggested that I watch this. I did try a couple times and I was having issues with it. So hopefully this will be good. I've heard this is a good version. I've did test it a little bit this morning. And if I can find it. There it is. It is The Incredible Stories of Britain's Bravest Soldiers, the Victoria Cross for Valour timeline. And this is Jeremy Clarkson narrating. So, again, I've heard this is phenomenal. So, hopefully all the sound and everything works out for this. Let me know if you're having any trouble in the chat, though.
One of the great privileges of working at History Hit and making films together with our team at Timeline is the access we get to extraordinary historical locations. Like this one, Stonehenge. I'm right in the middle of the stone circle now. It is an absolutely extraordinary place to visit. If you want to watch the documentary like the one we're producing here, go to History Hit TV. It's like Netflix for history. And if you use the code TIMELINE when you check out, you'll get a special introductory offer. See you there.
Tens of millions of soldiers in 150 years. I'm sorry, I have to do the math. Bear with me. Let's just do 10 million. Jesus, it's not even like a whole percent. That first, that in itself, that number is like insane when you think about it. I know there's 2 world wars, but Wow. Sorry. And then when you think about the tens of millions and only 3,000 people, 3,000-ish, I think you said 3,011. Yeah, that's, you know, I think I put too many zeros. Hold on, sorry. Yeah, that's still only like less than 1%. It's pretty amazing.
The chances of surviving a VC action are just 1 in 10, but if you do survive, the medal can never be taken away from you. You can get
1 in 10. What constitutes a VC action, though? Because 1 in 10 is a risk.
go to the gallows wearing it. And no matter how many letters you have after your name, VC always comes first.
Okay. There's a lot there, so I want to give it its due. Its due attention. He got wounded in the leg. It got blown off. This is in the beginning of his encounter. He moves the leg. Okay. Then maneuvers his vehicle despite being wounded in the other leg that's still attached. And he maneuvers his vehicle in a way where his rear gunner can actually fight all of the 7, and he ends up taking them all. I mean, any one of those by itself is extremely traumatic, and I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm reading the book Mandy Hickson has about her experience as an RAF pilot, and she constantly says it's, you know, you have to rely on your training to take over. You have to let the training kind of take over, the instinct of the training. And I suppose that's true, and that's part of, you know, what's an incident like that you would entail, right? You just focus on your job. You're not focused on anything else. It's so hard as a human being, though. And clearly, I am not somebody who can handle those types of situations, because my first thought is, you just moved your own leg out of the way. I mean, it's so, I'm not laughing at the situation. I'm laughing at the absurdity of that, just that statement when you take it completely out of context, obviously. But like, to me, in my mind, I just know I don't know that I have that kind of concentration and tenacity. It's brilliant quality.
Through sheer grit and determination, West then landed his plane safely, and although rapidly weakening and semi-conscious from the loss of blood, insisted on filing his report on the enemy.
That's incredible. That's incredible, you guys. That's absolutely incredible. That's what I'm trying to say. I adore and respect him, but I don't know that I could have been able to do anything close to that. I mean, I would have been like, oh my God, my leg. Like, that would have been my first instinct. I might have still tried to, you know, carry on as best as I could, but I definitely would have announced that my leg got blown off.
The story of the VC began 150 years ago, when Britain was in the thick of another empire-building dust-up, the Crimean War. There was huge bravery, but the system for rewarding this gallantry was a shambles. The medals that did exist were only for officers of a certain rank. There was nothing for the common man. Sometimes an ordinary soldier would be mentioned in dispatches, but that was no good, because army commanders tended to list everyone who'd taken part. It was a bit like passing your chartered accountancy exams today. You get your name in the paper, but so does everyone else. The Crimean conflict, however, saw the advent of a new weapon to fight the cause of the foot soldier, the war correspondent. One of them was William Howard Russell from the Times. His stories from the front line meant that for the first time, people back home could read accounts about the immense bravery of the bloke next door. One of the people who read these reports was Captain Thomas Scoble, an MP, who proposed a motion in the Commons on December the 19th, 1854, that the Queen should create some kind of medal, an order of merit, he said, for distinguished and prominent personal gallantry, to which every grade and individual, from the highest to the lowest, may be admissible. Unfortunately, the idea met with strong resistance from army commanders. They argued that the success of the British Army...
That's what makes it priceless, right? Is the story behind the Victoria Cross. That's what is lovely about the fact that it's simple and it's not even, you know, super valuable metal. It comes from a canyon that was captured in a very specific time for the Empire / Commonwealth. And so you have that history built into it, and the simplicity of the design and everything is just contributes to the fact that it's all about the person that received it and what they did to receive it that makes it valuable. I think that's brilliant. I love that. It's gorgeous. It means so much more from my perspective. It means so much more that it is that simple and it's not super gaudy or flashy, because, you know, it really does solidify that the story is about the story behind it is more valuable, and that it attributes the value to the cross. I love that. I think that's beautiful.
Many VCs are won in the heat of the moment, and undoubtedly the adrenaline gets going and inspires people, but their emotions will come up to the top, and anger is likely to be one of them, because it will they've been seeing their own people being killed. But I believe very firmly that a VC winner has complete focus on the job in hand, and he may have these emotions, but he's got them under control. Anger without being under control is a useless emotion to have, but anger controlled and directed towards defeating the enemy is a most effective weapon.
This man
1000%. That's not just like, I mean, obviously we're talking about moments of war and battle and life-threatening, you know, positions, but that's just true in life, right? If you can be angry and you can have an emotion, a very strong emotion about something, and controlling it is not about forgetting about it or not dealing with. Controlling it is about, you know, making sure that you use it constructively. So it's basically the same thing. Anyone that can, in those circumstances, in life-threatening circumstances, etc., that can exert that kind of control is incredible. Again, leading to that it's character and of the man and the person and their actions that matters in these cases.
Wasn't quite sure how I was going to get out, because I was still determined to get out the other side. And we sort of went full ahead on the engine and full of on the motor, sorry, full ahead on the motor, full of and we dug a trench in the seabed by going backwards and forwards, and eventually we came out from underneath it.
Holy wow! That's crazy. The ingenuity, man. Wow.
Crew did manage to blow up the cruiser and escape, and it's yet another amazing VC story. But he doesn't see it that way.
It always appeared to me that I was doing something that I'd been trained to do. I mean, I'd worked for months with this team of people that I had in the boat, 12 of them all together, only 4 in the boat at any one time. And we'd work for months on attacking ships, sticking limpet mines on things. Then you go and do it in an action. and they give you a VC for doing it. It all seemed, it always seems a bit odd to me.
I've never come across a Victoria Cross holder who said that they felt that they definitely did earn that award.
That is good, in my opinion. That means they're the right recipient, because someone who's gonna risk their life or risk other people's lives or do these types of deeds for any reason other than either it's what they thought they were trained to do, what they were supposed to do, or they were trying to rescue friends, family, save lives, that kind of thing, shouldn't get such a high recognition, in my opinion. If you're doing it for the glory, then that defeats the purpose of the medal.
Another common character.
Yeah, it's like what we were talking about earlier, I think, in second or third hour, about how when we were watching the documentary about with the tennis court battle, and how we were talking about how you just don't get that close. You don't have like hand-to-hand combat really anymore like that. It's incredible to think about how far technology has come, especially in warfare. And it's actually kind of scary when you think about it, because one person in I'm going to use American terms, of course, because that's my natural instinct. But you say one random person in a house in the middle of Washington, D.C. presses a button and millions of people could die on the other side of the world just by him pressing a button, basically. Like, it's really scary and really, really just uncomfortable when you think about it in the actual realistic terms.
I think it would be quite wrong to say that there will never be an opportunity for a Victoria Cross to be won in future warfare. There will be opportunities. There will always be personal braveries in an intensive operation, a long drawn-out operation, that deserves that reward.
So it would be such.
I agree. I think it's like the knighthood, right? It's just morphed into something different because there's different kinds of heroes, right? And there's different kinds of valor found, and knighthoods, and I still think it's still a knighthood when you do it to a woman, right? I believe so. But that whole like thought process and that whole honor becomes, it's turned into something else, right? It just isn't about specific knights in shining armor. It's about, acts of heroism and contributions to culture and that kind of stuff. So I think the Victoria Cross will probably still be obviously military based, but it will be a different kind of valor, I think, rather than hand-to-hand combat, which is still, realistically, it's still very possible that could be, just because the modern warfare, 90% of it is so far away. It doesn't mean there isn't a possibility of the one-on-one warfare, but I think it'll probably morph into something a little bit more modern, in my opinion.
Certainly plenty in this generation who would be
to our best ability. The effect that Major Robert Kane had on the men was obviously his leadership, and the fact that they were on the defensive, but he was moving, he was showing himself, he was rallying where there was the greatest danger. And that has the most huge impact upon people who have just got to stay there and endure and be brave. They need something to focus upon. He was that focus.
He led by example completely. I mean, I'm sure that whoever got back over that river of the South Staffords could owe that fact to Bob Kane. Nobody else, because it was his example that rallied them.
His bravery was suicidal and utterly selfless. His tank-killing antics rallied the troops, beat off the enemy, and helped keep the defences at Oosterbeek intact. These were the reasons why this man won a Victoria Cross.
And not just any VC either. According to his commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Derek McCarty, it was the finest Victoria Cross of the whole war.
After the Germans withdrew, the British, out of ammo, food and ideas, and knowing by this stage that the Second Army wasn't coming, silently crossed the river at night to safety. Kane knew they were retreating, but he didn't want to look beaten.
When they were in utter defeat by the river, withdrawing over the river.
Enough said.
Yeah. Wow. Absolutely incredible documentary. Definitely lived up to its hype. Wow. What a story, man. That man, woof. Wow. I mean, all of the stories were incredible. I've lost my place, sorry. All of the stories were incredible, but it's just what he said there at the end was our perception of heroism is different in the world because things evolve, but it's one of those heroes, one of those things we kind of throw around. But I do think that most people can understand the difference between David Beckham scoring a penalty and somebody that's done, you know, any of these acts that we just saw. I mean, most people, I think, can see the difference between the reason that one is more coveted and one, I would say more coveted, one is more, because they're not coveted really, based on what they said. One is more special and important. Oof. I think there's an American that's won a VC. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I agree. VC is beyond training. It's definitely something that's within you. You're probably right on that. Marja, you're right. It does kind of look like it's made of iron, doesn't it? Richard said, reading about some of my ancestors' exploits. They did things that would make your blood go cold. One stormed a town in Spain during the Napoleonic Wars. There's a scary thing to do when they had muskets. The policeman in the Call the Midwife in real life was at the Battle of Arnhem. Sorry. In her book, she said she was trapped, but he and 10 others escaped. She said he had a deep scar on his face. That's cool. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I got two stories mixed up here. My bad. Richard said, scary. They had muskets. Sorry. Cannon and bombs in the rubble. They did it at night, and it was a bloody fight to get in. Surviving that, he called a valiant stormer and got to put VS on his uniform. That's cool. Hello, Rodden. Thank you for joining us. So she said he had a deep scar on his face. Was there more to that story? Just because there's a comma there. I wasn't sure. I think that's what caught me out. Gotcha. There was a unit recruited from escaped American slaves called the Colonial Marines that fought at that battle. That's a cool story. I'd like to learn more about that. Sam K, how are you? Welcome. Controlled emotions. Yes, that's pretty much it. Being able to actually control your emotion and do what you're there to do, or do the job that you're supposed to do. That's a tough one. A bridge too far. Yeah, I'll have to put that one on the list too. Hold up. I might already have that one on the list actually. But is there. And Sam K, generous right out the box. You're gonna need plenty of coffee for these long streams. I used to mod a stream for 7 hours towards coffee. Yeah, I'm gonna actually take a coffee break in a minute just catching up with y'all. But thank you so much for the generous super chat. Let's check in on where we are. That's £339 for the day, for the event, and £1,227 for 2025 so far. Wow. That's so incredible. You guys are so fantastic. About to cook a margarita pizza while watching the stream. Sorry if it makes others hungry. Sorry. They've watched me eat a few things already today. All right, no problem, Diane. Thank you. Okay, guys, I do need to take a coffee break, get myself set, because in a half hour, so we're gonna have a guest. Join us. So I'm gonna play a Girl Gone London video for y'all while I take a little break, if you don't mind. Just to stretch and all that kind of stuff, get a coffee, etc.
In American culture, World War II occupies a near sacred space. In American culture, World War II occupies a near sacred space. It's remembered as a noble crusade in which the United States emerged as the heroic liberator of Europe and the Pacific. This narrative is comforting to millions of Americans, but I've done my research and it's wrong. While the United States undeniably played a major role in the Allied victory, its self-image as the decisive and virtuous force in World War II is a distortion that ignores critical realities. From underestimating the Soviet Union's central role to misrepresenting the use of the atomic bomb, America's memory of World War II is less about historical accuracy and more about national myth-making. In this video, we're debunking some of the myths of the American World War II narrative to explain what really happened. Now, perhaps one of the most glaring omissions to Americans is the scale of the Soviet Union's contribution and sacrifice in defeating Nazi Germany. In fact, many Americans likely wouldn't even know that the Soviet Union played such a major role. However, much of the war was fought along what is known as the Eastern Front. And one of the most important battles of the war was the Battle of Stalingrad, which allowed for the encirclement and destruction of the Germany's Sixth Army and let the Soviets move towards Berlin on behalf of the Allies. By the war's end, around 80% of all German military deaths occurred on the Eastern Front, and the Soviet Union lost over 27 million people, including civilians. It's often said that World War II was won with British intelligence, American steel, and Russian blood. But despite these staggering figures when it comes to the Soviets, American cultural memory really erases Soviet involvement. In part, this can be traced to Cold War propaganda, which sought to minimize Soviet accomplishments and cast the USSR as an adversary, not a wartime ally. Even today, American school textbooks and war films really rarely acknowledge the extent to which the Soviet Union helped win the war for the Allies. Number 2, America was not the reluctant savior. A foundational part of the American myth is the idea that the US was reluctantly dragged into the war by the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in December of 1941. President Franklin D. Roosevelt called it a date which will live in infamy, and the narrative of sudden, unprovoked aggression has been used to frame the US role as one of reactive justice rather than proactive ambition. In truth, America was already involved in the war long before Pearl Harbor, economically, diplomatically, and ideologically. Through the Lend-Lease Act of 1941, the United States provided over $50 billion, equivalent to around $750 billion today, in war supplies to the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union, China, and other allies. Roosevelt had long been preparing the country for war, even while publicly maintaining a stance of neutrality in order to navigate Congress and public opinion. Moreover, American sanctions and embargoes against Japan, particularly on oil, were deliberately designed to deter Japanese expansion in Asia. Historian Charles Beard, a prominent critic of Roosevelt's foreign policy, argued that the administration knowingly pursued policies that would force Japan's hand. While such claims remain controversial, they underscore this other idea that perhaps Pearl Harbor was the climax of escalating tensions between the US and Japan that the US had helped cultivate. The image of America as a reluctant participant erases the strategic calculations and growing global ambitions that motivated intervention. The war offered an opportunity to America to assert American influence and establish a post-war order aligned with US economic and political interests. Next up on my list has to do with the atomic bombs. American textbooks often assert that the atomic bombings of Nagasaki and Hiroshima were necessary to end the war and save lives, typically citing the estimated 500,000 American casualties that might have resulted from a land invasion of Japan. However, many senior military leaders at the time questioned the necessity of using nuclear weapons. General Dwight D. Eisenhower later wrote, "I voiced to him, speaking to the Secretary of War, my grave misgivings, first on the basis of my belief that Japan was already defeated and that dropping the bomb was completely unnecessary." Similarly, another admiral stated, "The use of this weapon was of no material assistance in our war against Japan." Japan had already been devastated by conventional firebombing campaigns, the destruction of infrastructure, and a tightening naval blockade. In July of 1945, the US intercepted messages indicating that Japanese leaders were seeking terms for surrender, primarily the preservation of the emperor. In early August, the Soviet Union declared war on Japan and launched a massive invasion, delivering a psychological and strategic blow that many historians consider the final push towards surrender. So, why use the bombs? Increasingly, scholars argue that the atomic bombs were at least partially intended to send a message to the Soviet Union. The US wanted to end the war swiftly and decisively, not just to save lives, but to control the post-war geopolitical landscape without Soviet interference in Japan. One historian wrote in his book, The Decision to Use the Atomic Bomb, that the bomb's use was the first act of the Cold War. Now let's talk about the myth of the American military as the decisive force. Hollywood, television, and national commemoration have helped create the impression in America that American soldiers were the principal liberators of Europe and the Pacific. While American troops absolutely did fight bravely and effectively across the warfront, the reality is that victory came through an enormous and often messy coalition effort. American military supremacy was neither automatic nor singularly decisive. The British Empire played a central role in resisting Axis aggression long before the United States entered the war. After the fall of France in 1940, Britain stood alone in Europe against Nazi Germany for more than a year, enduring relentless bombing during the Battle of Britain, the first significant defeat for Hitler's military. British pilots fought off the Germans in a campaign that Winston Churchill would later praise and say, "Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few." Britain also led numerous campaigns in North Africa, the Mediterranean, and Southeast Asia. The British 8th Army, under commanders like Montgomery, played a decisive role in the defeat of German and Italian forces in North Africa, particularly around 1942. This was what Churchill called the end of the beginning. Meanwhile, British and Commonwealth forces fought grueling jungle campaigns against the Japanese in Burma, often under harsh conditions and with little recognition in the American-dominated narrative. In Europe, the Royal Navy kept vital Atlantic supply lines open, while British intelligence services, including the codebreakers at Bletchley Park, made significant contributions to the Allied war effort, most famously by cracking the German Enigma code. And even after American forces arrived in large numbers, the war remained a joint effort. The D-Day invasion itself was a British-led operation. The overall commander of naval forces was a British admiral, and 2 of the 5 landing beaches, Gold and Sword, were taken by British forces. Canada took a third. British and Commonwealth troops continued fighting side by side with Americans throughout the campaigns across Europe. But by focusing exclusively on American heroism, popular culture in the States erases the efforts of Britain and its vast imperial forces, millions of soldiers from India, Africa, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the Caribbean, all of whom played indispensable roles in the Allied victory. Historian James Holland notes in The War in the West that the war in Europe and North Africa would have been completely unwinnable without British leadership and persistence, particularly in the early years when America was not yet in engaged. Even US technological and industrial prowess, while very impressive, we're not taking away from that, it tells only part of the story. Britain, under total wartime mobilization and subjected to daily bombing, produced tanks, aircraft, and warships in remarkable numbers. They innovated in radar, and they sustained a global navy. The Allied victory was not the work of one nation. It was the product of global cooperation, shared sacrifice, and overlapping strengths. The myth of America as this singular military force not only distorts history, but also disrespects the immense contributions of Britain and the broader Allies. And finally, the dominant American narrative frames World War II as a stark battle between good and evil, democracy versus fascism, which is very important in today's day and age. While the Axis powers undeniably committed horrific crimes, the Allies were far from morally flawless. The US military, for example, remained racially segregated during the war, and African American troops were often relegated to menial labor and non-combat roles. Japanese Americans were forcibly interned in camps on US soil, a blatant violation of constitutional rights later admitted to have been driven by racism and hysteria rather than military necessity. Meanwhile, Allied bombing campaigns, including the firebombing of Dresden and Tokyo, killed hundreds of thousands of civilians. As Roosevelt aligned with Joseph Stalin, the idea of a purely virtuous alliance breaks down. Yet, American memory tends to gloss over these contradictions in favor of a cleaner and more palatable story. The war's aftermath also complicates the narrative. Far from ushering in a new era of peace, the end of World War II immediately transitioned into the Cold War, with America asserting dominance through military alliances, covert interventions, and nuclear brinkmanship. In the book The Politics of War, historian Gabriel Kolko argues that US wartime policies were driven as much by the desire to shape the post-war world as by opposition to fascism. He says American leaders were never content with a victory over the Axis. They sought to shape the entire future of global power. Now that brings me to the end of this episode. I hope you learned something new about the history of World War II. I'm sure many of you have much more to comment below, so leave it in the comments. Thanks very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. In American culture,
Hey y'all. Yeah, Americans, just Americans using World War II for political prowess and, to strengthen our station in the world. What are you talking about? It's preposterous. I'm catching up with y'all in the chat. I'm not sure what's happening. Richard said that he was left behind at Crete and was officially declared missing. However, he gathered other lost soldiers and escaped the island. He got an official commendation, but never told us. Very British as well, but wow. He did say that he got the highest praise from Australian soldiers, "You'll do," and got salutes from them. Wow, what a good story. Thank you for sharing that. Oh, that's a shitty situation, Sam K. I'm sorry about that. Zeus Thundergun. He was mean to Sam. Let's all form a posse and round up. That's terrible, Sam. I'm really sorry that you had to deal with that. That's awful. Nick says that the Japanese were used as human guinea pigs by the USA Department of War. Doesn't surprise me. I don't know if you're talking about Japanese Americans or Japanese prisoners of war, but they were not. Neither population was treated well by Americans, as we still don't treat people well. Like, look at Guantanamo and all of it. There's legalized torture in certain American areas. That's just Everybody just looks away. It's awful. The more I learn about my country, the more I become so despondent with it. Marcia says, my dad was in the British Army. He went to Germany many years after he was given an Iron Cross by a retired veteran. My dad died and I have it. Strange. Must be a strange feeling. They're talking about changing the date of the start of World War II to 1937 when the Japanese invaded parts of China. I mean, I suppose there could be an argument for that. Yeah, it's just a random country. The UK. It's been around for over thousands of years. It had the biggest empire on the planet at one point. Yeah, that's just a random country. Yeah, I don't know. I guess Melissa couldn't make it, but it's a Saturday. It's a random time for us to have a live, so I understand. By the way, just a shameless promotion. If you're not already a channel member and you want to become a member, just hit that join button below. You're obviously a pound of your channel membership fee goes towards the Royal British Legion donations that we make monthly. Also, you get priority reply to comments, you get special behind the scenes footage and exclusive vlogs that aren't shown on the main channel and aren't available to everybody else. Plus, there's some new stuff coming just for members. And one of them is, I think, going to be really good. I'm really excited about it, but I'm not going to announce it. It's not quite ready yet, but there's more stuff coming down the pike that are going to be exclusive to members. And you also get exclusive discounts to merchandise. You get to know about special events and stuff first. So there's a lot of perks that come with membership if you can afford it. If you can't, I understand there's no obligation to it or anything. We're still going to do all the stuff that we normally do during the week. But it just helps out the channel. And of course, we donate part of the fee to the Royal British Legion as well. Thank you for all of our channel members. And thank you for anyone that's considering it. But if you can't do that, then that's totally fine. But make sure you subscribe, because that's a free way to support us. But it helps us out with the algorithm a lot. So the algorithm is the king at the moment. And just as we're at a stopping stage just for a minute before we move on to the next thing, I just want to say again, thank you all so much for all your donations and all your participation today during this live stream, obviously, but also just throughout the year and also from previous years. If you have been with us that long, it really means so much to me that we can give back to the veterans here in the UK. As I'm sure most of you already know by now, but it is something that's very dear to my heart, supporting veterans in general, because of my father being a veteran of the United States Army. So it is a partnership that I'm really, really proud of. And I really get proud of making that donation monthly as well. So thank you all for all of your contributions up to and including today. And let's keep it going. Let's see if we can raise even more. I don't know. I mean, I don't even know how high to raise the bar now, because I don't want to be crazy, but I thought 1,000 pounds was crazy and you guys have surpassed it already. So let's see. Let's see how far we can get. Watch the Battle of Bamber Bridge. Whoops. Will you help if I'm in the right thing? Is that a movie or is that a documentary? It's a movie, isn't it? I'm starting to hit a wall, you guys. So we're coming up on 5 o'clock in the UK. So it's been almost 7 hours live. So we've hit over the halfway mark. That's great. 5 hours left. Sam, we're in solidarity with you, brother. No one messes with our Sam. No, in all fairness, that I don't care what his reasoning was. If he had a problem with you, then it probably should have been something that you discussed. I mean, if you're moderating for him for a long time, it makes sense. But there's no reason to block somebody unless there's been something nefarious or you feel as though they're a threat in some way. I just don't get that. We only block people that we know are either bots or are, they come here with ill intent to harm or to stoke hate or something like that. So my father said he thought he could swear until he met Australians. That's funny. I didn't know that's what they were meant for, but that's hilarious. Mick said, sorry, I meant the ordinary people of Japan when the atom bombs were used, but 80 years on, the Japanese have never apologized for their part in World War II and the US for using nuclear bombs. The US using nuclear weapons was ridiculous because even the scientists that worked on it knew it was not something that should be used. They knew it was something that was not, it was more destructive and ridiculous and had more catastrophic effects than they had imagined and was not something to be taken lightly. But unfortunately, it seemed as though the president at the time, Truman, didn't really give a fuck. But as far as from what I know, he is kind of a racist prick and was kind of a racist prick. And anyway. Oh, Richard married an Australian. So does that mean that firsthand that they are quite, they're quite the swearers, or are you're not really disputing it, Richard, with that statement? Just FYI. She tries to be ladylike. I'm happy to look for this stuff, Disco. We have plenty of time. I'm just killing a little bit of time right this second because I'm just waiting. We have a special guest that's supposed to join us, so I don't want to shortchange their timing. And then we have another purchase that we have to address as well. Is it the one about the school children that you're talking about? I don't have your list that you sent me in front of me. Bear with me, Disco. I am trying. I'm a little tired, so just bear with me. It's taking me a few extra minutes to process, so a few extra seconds more. I also brought up my dairy milk for a little extra boost in a little bit. My throat hurts. I've been talking a lot. All right, let Let me see if I can find this while I'm on here. No, fairness, Disco, you sent me a lot yesterday. That's it. Sorry, just one more moment. All right.
Lots of schools have a logo. Not many have one as iconic as this. It commemorates a Spitfire pilot who steered his stricken aircraft away from this school in Hornchurch in 1943.
If it wasn't for him, our school wouldn't be here today and hundreds of kids' lives would have been lost.
I feel like it was incumbent on us to change the name back, like to celebrate him and to remember him each and every day.
So we took that second to end his own life in order to save others, which was very brave and courageous.
Raymond Sanders Draper was an American volunteer pilot for the RAF. His selfless act saved hundreds of pupils, including Tom Fitch. He was 13 years old then. He's 91 now.
Wouldn't be here today if he'd have gone into that, if he'd have smashed into that wall. You never know what the consequences could have resulted, could you? You know.
Sanders Draper was based at RAF Hornchurch. The school changed its name to Sanders Draper for many years, before dropping the Draper bit in 2014. It's all a bit confusing, but with the approval of Tom and his friends, it's being put right now.
So I quite agree with it. Yes, I think I can't understand why they've changed it in the first place back to Sutton School. You know, once they adapted to the change with the pilot's name, well, why change it back? And they're all got to be men now in their 90s, haven't they? Like this poor old devil.
For me, it's fitting, it's right that the name of the school is his name. And for me, it's fitting that in September we'll return to that. And rightfully so, it holds memories and it's the values that we then abide and live by.
It was one of countless heroic acts in the war. But what Raymond Sanders Draper did will never be forgotten in this corner of East London. Simon Viger, 5 News, Hornchurch.
That's amazing. So, I mean, the Yanks pretty much, you know, they're awesome. What can I say? We are awesome in our own way. That's like Johnson's Corner here near the village of Ham Street is an American. I actually did a video on it because we were driving by and we saw an American flag flying. I'm like, what the hell? It turns out that there's this whole story. He was an Allied pilot who was flying a carrier, and he ran into some German troops, and they took fire, and rather than abandon the plane with the rest of the crew. He kept the plane flying so that all the crew could safely abandon and land, and then he redirected the aircraft into the corner into a field to avoid it crashing into the village of Ham Street and killing innocent people and stuff. And so there's a memorial to him at the end of the village and stuff. And it's really, really cool. And that's actually where I go on Veterans Day, because I can't Veterans Day is Remembrance Day with you guys. It's the same day. So I can't honor my dad tangibly, obviously. So I put flowers at that grave or at that memorial on Veterans Day. For me, it's really important. So that's cool. Sanders Draper, Hornchurch isn't that far. Hornchurch is on the edge of London, right? Sanders Draper, it should be the full name. I mean, I suppose it's easier to just leave it as Sanders, but I think Sanders Draper is, if that's his name, that's the way it should be, especially if that's how it was named originally. That seems silly, right? Seems silly to me. Okay, somebody mentioned this. It's a short video as well. So we're going to get, I'm going to play this one real quick because someone, I can't remember who it was, and I don't know if I have it on my, hold on, let me check if I have it on my notes. D. Callan, oh, no, that's not it. Okay. I don't have it on my notes who suggested it. Somebody suggested watching this for a minute. So it's only a couple minutes. Let's see. Oh, our special guest is here. One moment. Here we go. Hello. FYI.
Am I sideways? Is this better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
Everybody, welcome Kara from the Magic Geekdom. Welcome to our 12-hour live stream, Kara.
Thanks for having me. How long have you been going so far?
7 hours and 3 minutes.
Wow, that's amazing. Have you ever live streamed this long before?
No.
Well, that's amazing. And you're doing it for charity. That's fantastic.
Yeah, we had a goal that we set at the beginning of the year to raise £1,000 because we only raised £500 last year. So it's like, okay, let's try to double that for this year because we were growing as a channel and everything. And I was like, oh, we'll do like a big live stream in the fall to, you know, I'm an idiot. I get myself worked. We didn't have to do 12 hours. I was even thinking about doing 24 hours because I'm an idiot. But I was like, we could have done like 6, could have done like 10, right? No, I picked 12. So I was like, oh, this way we can ensure we can hit that mark, right? And you know, we can do some stuff or whatever. And it turns out that we hit the mark before we even went live this morning. So we raised like £1,200 up until this point. I'm so excited and ecstatic. So I think I'm running on adrenaline more than anything at this point.
That's amazing though. Congratulations. And
thank you.
Congratulations to everyone who's pitched in. Yeah.
Yeah, we owe it all to the community. We have a fantastic community and a lot of veterans are part of the community as well. So, you know, obviously it touches a special part in their heart. And they're always really, really generous and loving and all that kind of stuff. So very excited to have you here though. I'm sorry we couldn't connect while you were here in the UK though.
I know. Next time. I mean, it was kind of a weird circumstance for me to be in Kent so long. But I was recovering from surgery, so it was kind of a weird timing, and next time we'll figure it out.
Yeah, not a problem. I understand. I mean, obviously your health is more important. How are you feeling?
A lot better. Yeah, I'm good. Doing pretty well.
So, you know, as an American, I have to ask, right? Like your experience with the NHS, you don't have to divulge any personal details, of course, or anything. But as a fellow American, I am curious what your take on the NHS's as compared to the American healthcare system. I don't know if there's anything special in Oregon as compared to the East Coast, but I always ask because I'm very curious, as everyone has different perspectives on it for some reason.
Yeah, so it's interesting because so I ended up in the hospital in Gibraltar. So I think it's the GIS, but it's basically the NHS, but it's Gibraltar's version of it. And I had a fantastic experience. I've never had surgery, or I've never personally been in a hospital before. I just can only, I only know experiences of family members and things like that. But I had a really, really good experience overall. I mean, I think that the financial portion shocked me because, like, for example, I had to take an ambulance, and the ambulance bill for me as a foreigner was 150 pounds, which, yeah, like you could pay $10,000 for that in the US.
I
Like,
know.
it's just, it was quite incredible. I felt like the timing, obviously you don't want to end up in the hospital somewhere when you're on your holiday, but I felt like the timing worked out for a reason because I think overall it saved me money.
Yeah, and obviously, you still continue to get good care and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I've only personally had like a minor situation where I just had a like stomach infection and I was able to get what I needed and move on. But I know people that have had like knee surgeries, heart attacks, and all that kind of stuff, similar to what you were saying, people in your family and your circle. And some of them even slag off the NHS and they're like, no, we should go private. But then the minute something happens, the NHS took care of them and continues to. And I'm just like, this is why you shouldn't go private. This is exactly why you don't want to follow the American system. It's just one of my pain points. Like I will argue till the depths of the earth to fight for the NHS. But anyways, yeah, I'm glad you're here. Bear with me because I'm hitting a little bit of a wall, so I'm having more coffee to try to get kept up through the next few hours. There's a bunch of people that are saying that they're subscribers to yours as well, so that's fantastic because I didn't really announce it or anything. Yeah. With the time difference, you couldn't make it or something like that. So I was like, yeah, we have a surprise guest supposed to be coming. And that's all I said. So awesome. I was like, I would assume they would have known you because your UK footage and all your UK content and everything, and you're much bigger than I am. So most people that are in my subscribers subscribe to most of the other bigger names and the bigger channels out there. But yeah, so I was gonna do one of our channel members actually submitted some sorry, bear with me. Can we guess the Cockney rhyme? Like what it means? And I thought that would be really, really fun for us to try to figure out if you're up for it.
Oh, that sounds fun. Yeah, I've heard a little bit of the Cockney rhyming, but I'm not very familiar, so this could be an exciting adventure.
All right. My partner's family is a bit Cockney, so I might have an advantage to you on this, but I'm gonna read it out as I'm losing my place because I have so many tabs open. I'm gonna leave it out. I'm gonna read it out and then you tell me what you think. I'll say what I think, and then we'll see if the chat can help us out to see if somebody's right and somebody's wrong.
Okay.
Okay, you cool?
Yep.
All right. I'm going up the apples and pears to have a giggle and laugh. Then I'm having a Rosie Lee before I go on the dog and bone.
I have no idea. I don't even have a guess.
So, okay, I'll give you a little bit of a clue. So a lot of the Cockney is like rhyming. So the word rhymes with the actual word. So, for example, I'll give you the last one. The dog and bone is phone.
Okay.
So the first part, so definitely before they got on the phone is the last part. I know that. I just know that because my partner uses it all the time.
Okay, so what was the first sentence of that?
I'm going up the apples and pears.
I don't know. What rhymes with, so it'd have to rhyme with pears.
Right.
I'm going up. I don't the stairs. Oh, the stairs.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
How do I get it now?
Yeah, I know what, like, you're kind of like, what? And then once it hits. To have a giggle and laugh.
No. To
I think it's to have a bath.
Oh, okay.
So they confirmed the stairs, so we're right on the stairs. I'm waiting for the chat to confirm. I think it's to have a bath.
Okay.
A giggle and laugh. That seems like it makes sense, and you would go upstairs to the bathroom, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm having a Rosie Lee.
So tea or
maybe
something
like a cup of tea, I guess.
Yeah.
Or maybe tea, you know, sometimes they say tea for like dinner or lunch or something.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you're right. It's probably tea. And then before I go on the dog and bone, which I know for sure is phone. Like I said, my British partner uses that. So I'm going upstairs to have a bath, a giggle and a bath. I feel like the giggle means something. But we'll just go with bath. And then I'm having a Rosie Lee. We'll say tea before I get on the phone. So let's see. We're going up the stairs. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, so could giggle in the bath be like a bubble bath, or is it not rhyming enough?
Yeah, smart. Is it a bubble bath, you guys? Yes, they're telling me bubble bath. Giggle and bath is bath, and Marja says bubble bath. Okay. And then I'm having tea, and then before we get on our phone.
Okay.
Well done.
Nailed it.
Teamwork on that one. All right. And now that you got the gist, let's see if we can get the next one. Okay. I'm a little bit more bored because the trouble and strife is here, not allowing me to my hobby at present. I feel like trouble and strife is the only part that's Cockney. I'm a little more bored because the trouble and strife is here, not allowing me to my hobby at present.
Is this somebody complaining that their wife is distracting them or something?
Oh, that's smart. I like that. You're pretty good at this, actually, for never knowing any Cockney. No, that makes sense, because I was trying to figure out what strife would be.
What was the beginning part again?
Maybe life. I'm a little more bored because the trouble and strife is here, not allowing me to my hobby at present. I think wife. I think you're right on wife.
What would the rest of it be?
Because if they're not allowing their hobby, so something or someone is there that is distracting them from doing their hobby, right?
Yeah.
So wife sounds like it sounds like a man complaining his wife is here, so he can't like put his feet on the table and open a beer and watch the game or something, right?
Yeah,
like
that's what it sounds like to me. Like, one of those like, oh, the old ball and chain.
Exactly, which is pretty British, right? So I'm gonna go with that. I think our final answer is wife as a team. All right. Yep. Wife. Well done.
Okay, awesome. Getting the hang of this.
All right. We have one more. Are you ready?
Okay.
Unless
yes.
chat has some more they want to put in there. Oh no, it's not another one. They just were like, oh, I misspelled something in the first one. Oh. My bad. I was going to pull up some more, but for some reason I thought it would be a little bit hard. Yeah, sorry about that. If you guys have more that you want us to try to guess, put them in the chat. So what's Oregon? What's it like being back in Oregon after being in the UK for so long?
It's different. I mean, it's good. I'm glad to be back with family and friends. But I miss the UK. I think one of the things that has been kind of blaringly obvious is I've been driving a lot more, which, you know, the US is set up so strange in an infrastructure sense where like you just really can't walk anywhere unless you're in a major city. That's tough to come back to after walking so much. And I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird to be back.
Yeah, I mean, it's really funny. I was just saying it earlier in an earlier segment. Someone was asking me what I do more here since I moved here. And I was saying walking. Like that was the first thing that I thought of, because I'm like, right now, I don't even own a car. Like my partner has a car. I'm still working on my license. And I'm like, I've been here 2.5 years. And I'm like, this is fantastic. I love not having a car. I don't have to worry about parking. I don't have to worry about all the maintenance. I don't have to worry about traffic. It's the same amount of time as the commute, and I don't really have to think about it. I just swipe my card and I go. Like, it's fantastic. I mean, I say all the time, people don't understand that because we have public transit in places like New York City or whatever, right? Like, that's where a lot of people go to be like, oh, it's easy, and you have it, and you don't get it. I'm like, it's not really like that in a lot of the areas. I don't know what it's like in the West Coast, but I grew up in New Jersey. And we have a train that takes us like to New York and Philadelphia and DC and stuff. But you have to drive to the train station. There's no like bus to get there, unless you're in the town that the train station's in. You basically have to drive to get there or get a ride or a taxi anyway. It's like, well, I might as well just drive to New York. Like, I'm already in the car. It's a waste of time. I don't think people, plus the US is so vast. I think people just don't understand. If we were trying to do that kind of infrastructure, it would be a huge undertaking, especially now, right?
Yeah.
I could imagine that it's something that I would miss if I went back to the US at this point too, because I've like I said, I haven't driven in 2.5 years really. So I don't know that I don't know that I'd be okay with it. What else? Anything else?
Yeah. You know, just to touch on that, yeah, the train, like here on the West Coast, there are less trains than even in the Northeast. And the same thing, if you can take a train between Seattle and Portland, but you have to drive there to get to the train station, and it's really expensive. A lot of my viewers complain about the prices of trains and public transport in the UK, but it's astronomical to take Amtrak in the US. I mean, if you want to go, you know, a 2-hour journey between Portland and Seattle, it can be $50 one way or more, depending on the ticket. It's just, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's the same. And well, I mean, we haven't done it in a while, obviously, but it's the same when we went from where, like I said, from New Jersey to New York City. It was like $50 like 5 years ago. So it's probably even more now, right? Especially with commuters and all that kind of stuff. And it was like $50 to park till overnight in New York City. So we're like, we'll just like drive, and the tolls. My mom paid the Easy Pass tolls, so that made it easier on us too. But so we're like, we'll just like drive in. It's easier. We don't have to worry about time constraints and stuff like that. Yeah, it's definitely something that I would miss by far. So Neil Morrison is a member of our channel, and he's given us a super chat. Thank you very much, Neil. And he asked me to ask you if you have a Pizza's Crunch. He's from Scotland.
Pizza Crunch? Oh, I have. Yeah, I think the first time I think that's the deep fried pizza, right? I think it's the Glaswegian thing. The first time that we went to Scotland, I did try Pizza Crunch, and it was good. I liked it, but it's a deep fried pizza, so.
We just watched another American that lives in the UK, Girl Gone London. We just watched one of her videos, and it was all the things she loved about Scotland. And she mentioned the deep fried pizza, and I didn't know anything about it. That was the first that I heard of it. And she was saying that it was to die for. And when we went to Scotland, I don't remember even seeing it or hearing about it. But now I'm like, feel like I'm missing out, and I need to go to Scotland just to try it. So is it worth trying?
I think it's worth trying. I mean, when in your life can you say that you've tried a deep fried pizza?
That's a fair point.
Yeah,
That's a very fair point.
I thought it was good. We went to, because yeah, I thought it was kind of hard to find. We went to a place I think called Blue Lagoon. It's a chain that's in at least Glasgow, and tried it there, and it was pretty tasty.
Because I have a problem with pizza here, in all fairness. I cannot find pizza I like here at all.
Well, being from New Jersey, I could understand that.
I do. It's really bad. I'm like kind of a pizza snob, and people get mad at me for it. But I'm like, the best pizza I've had since I've moved here is when we went to Italy.
Yeah,
and I can't every time I want pizza. So it makes me crazy because it was kind of one of my go-to things, like for in America for comfort and stuff. And I'm like, being a new resident, I need comfort, and then one thing I would go to, I can't do it.
Yeah.
So I was just
Yeah,
curious.
I think for me, that would be Mexican food. I think, and I've had some pretty good Mexican food in the UK, but it's not quite the same.
Yeah, they don't have the right spices or something, like, or the right mix of like the right amount or something. There is definitely. I make my own nachos at home now. I make my own pizza at home now, but we make our own tacos as well. And I try to find like the El Paso brand seasoning, so that I know it'll taste the same as yeah. I miss Mexican food as well, to be fair. But I fell in love with fish and chips and Yorkshire pudding and dairy milk. So they get me by. Those are my comforts now, yes.
Yeah, this morning, not the best breakfast, but I brought some stuff home with me. So I had a crumpet and some hula hoops for breakfast this morning, and that was pretty good.
You're funny. A crumpets and some hula hoops. That's hilarious. Well, I mean, it's better than the American crumpets, because American crumpets are those sweet cakes, right? So could have been worse.
Yeah, you can get Trader Joe's has crumpets, but they taste different. They're not the same texture, consistency.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think people have said that you can make them pretty easily, but I don't know. I'm not that adventurous, I guess.
Yeah, people tell me the same thing about Yorkshire, and every time I make them, I burn them or something. So I'm just like, yeah, I'm the same way. I mean, I don't know. I guess I could try it again now, but it's easier just to buy the frozen and heat them up. Like, like there's some really good convenience nowadays, so why not take advantage of them? I can have more Yorkshire in less time. I think that's a fair trade.
That's true, and I think my vision of a Yorkshire pudding is like the really big poofy ones, and I can't get that same. I just can't get them to do that. Even if you get the oil really hot, it just seems like no matter what I do, I just can't get them to poof up like that.
Yeah, you might get a little bit of muffin top, right? But that's kind of like, that's as far as I've gotten too. That's why I'm like, I'd rather just buy them. It'll be good. Have you had a Yorkshire wrap?
I have, yeah. Usually when I go to York, the place, there's a place there that I really like that I have had a few of them. Those are good. Those are really good.
Yeah, there's a stand in the outlet mall near us that does them at like this time. So like October to Christmas, for the Christmas, they do like a Christmas roast dinner in the wrap. And I always go around Thanksgiving and have one because it reminds me of Thanksgiving dinner. I'm like, pile all that shit in there. Have you ever had a deep fried Mars bar? Because that came up today too, and I thought that might be a little disgusting because it's sweet.
Yeah, I think I liked the pizza crunch better, but we did try the deep fried Mars bar as well. And it was pretty good. I think I'm not against deep frying things, but I think the pizza crunch was a little bit tastier.
I don't. That's what I don't know about, like chocolate, deep fried chocolate, like that. Something about that just rubs me the wrong way. I don't know. It feels wrong. It feels wrong, I guess, to me. So I can't really. I don't know. That might be one that I can't get. I might not be able to get down, but I have trouble anyway, like they made me eat a Marmite on toast today as part of my challenge, and that was pretty freaking gross. And then I had to, and I don't like butter either, so I had to have butter on the toast with the Marmite, and that was disgusting. And then I had butter with jam and cheese, and I don't really like cheese that much either. So they're so nice to me.
What kind of cheese? Jam and cheese?
Oh, it was Cathedral, like ultimate sharp or whatever, like the really, really, really
okay.
sharp ones. I was just like,
I couldn't finish. Kind of good, actually.
Really, with jam, with jelly and butter? That's you like that, huh?
Sometimes the cheese with the sweetness that can work. Yeah.
Well, apparently, because a lot of British people love it, and I'm like, what? And yeah, but I don't know. For me, it wasn't good. It didn't settle very well, especially with the Marmite toast. That didn't go over very well at all. Do you like Marmite?
Not so far.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I think I get using it in recipes and things and adding flavor to that, but maybe I've tried too much of it. I don't know. It has such a distinct, strong flavor that even the tiniest amount is a little too overpowering for me.
Yeah, I agree. I trust me, I put as little as possible on that toast because I've tried it before, a long time ago though. So I was like, all right, well, it's a challenge, and you donated money to do it, so I'll do it. And so I put a very, very thin layer on, and I could taste it the minute I put it to my mouth. I could taste it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyways, but I've also heard, since you like Yorkshire, I don't know if you tried this, Yorkshire with jam for breakfast, which I have tried, and it's delicious.
Okay. Gonna have to make a mental note of that for next time.
And Yorkshire with syrup.
Oh.
I haven't tried that one, but I've heard it's really good as well. But I would think that the jam one is pretty good, then the syrup one's probably pretty good.
Like a golden syrup?
Yeah. Like you would use in pancakes.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I think that probably would be good. So I have to try that one. Let me know if you ever try the one with the jam. That was surprisingly, I was like reluctant, but it was actually pretty good. I had it with my breakfast and it was good.
All right. Gonna have to remember that.
So then I wrote down a couple things I wanted to ask you, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
So I know you guys worked on your channel. You've had your channel for a while, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what made you start a channel about the UK? Like, I know it's not all of the content's about the UK, but a lot of it is. So what made you go in that direction to focus on the UK? Was it just that you kind of loved it, or like go ahead. Sorry,
No, I think we started it when we basically started filming our vacations, and initially the first one we took was going to Disney World. I mean, we went to Disney. That was kind of the place that we used to go a lot. And then eventually we moved to Florida, and so we just that was our channel initially. It was about Orlando and Disney World. And then during the pandemic, our friends Jason and Josh started traveling a lot more throughout the UK and just showing different places, in the Peak District and the Cotswolds. And I just remember thinking, oh, I really want to go here. I really want to go there. And so we finally just booked a trip, and then I don't know, that became, I guess, the new place that we liked going. And so we just kind of never looked back. And I think part of that also is before we ever went, our friends would bring us British things to try. And that was kind of one of the first videos that ever took off for us, was trying, different British treats and stuff. And so we just started trying more and more things and booking more trips, and I guess the rest is history.
It started to become the norm for you, huh?
Yeah.
That's so funny. I mean, I'm so grateful to channels like yours, because when we've been here for about 2.5 years. So it's like a long journey, right? So it's like a 5-year process to get in and out. So when we were starting, I was looking up a lot of channels of like what it was like in the UK and showing places and, you know, real comparisons and all that kind of stuff. And I was like really grateful to find channels like yours, because I had an idea, because my partner is British and obviously he's told me what it was like when he lived here and friends and family and stuff. But I was like, no, I need to see it from an American's perspective, because they, you know, you get it, right, a little bit differently, and you see it a little bit differently. So I was really, really excited to find your channel, and it made me want to travel around the UK a lot and see all of those things. I mean, I like traveling anyway, but I was like, these guys are doing it. It's like, we can do it. We're gonna be living there. It'll be fine. And we're so lucky that we're able to be able to find some stuff. But obviously, living here, we are a little bit more constrained because work and school and that kind of stuff. But I see some of your videos, and I'm like, yeah, that's next on my list. Yeah, that's next on my list. Yeah, I want to go back. I want to go back to Scotland and try that. But your video most recently, the one you did, what is it? Whitby?
Whitby.
Whitby. And you got the fish and chips in the newspaper and stuff, and I was like, no, I want to do that. I want fish and chips in the newspaper. So thank you so much for continuing to do the channel. I know you guys are going through a transformation right now and stuff, but thanks for like still putting stuff out there and trying to still connect with your audience and stuff. We appreciate it. I'm sure you get this from a lot of your viewers, but especially during this time. But you know, really appreciate that you're still like trying to keep it going and all of that. We appreciate it from a viewer standpoint. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I think one of the things that's kind of been ongoing in my mind, I mean, for years now, I think every time I visit anywhere in the world, I think, could I live here? Because I think there are a lot of places I could, and a lot of them in the UK that I could. And I think I've been thinking more about it on this trip than I ever did before. And I think now I'm starting to have the logistical questions of like, what would that look like? And how, you know, what is that process like? And that is where a channel like yours is really helpful, because you actually have the experience of living there as an American, and a different perspective than I do, that I have really been appreciating.
Oh, thank you for saying that. I appreciate that as well. It's really funny, right? It's really funny how you see things in a different light when you're traveling. Like when I was in America, I'm like, oh yeah, her channel will be great to get some tips on traveling and stuff. And I'm like, I don't get to see enough of her channel because I'm more worried about like setting up school or setting up house and all that kind of stuff or whatever. And then you get settled in and you're like, oh, now we can travel. So let me pull those videos back up and all that. And then you connect with people that have similar experiences, you know, or from similar areas and that kind of, I mean, Oregon's not really a similar area, but similar enough. It's in the same country. So I'll take it. And you're like, oh, you find that camaraderie, whereas we never would have connected, or, you know, even if we didn't do this, we would have never connected through the internet and the videos and stuff like that if otherwise, if we didn't have these adventures and experiences. It's so funny how life works out like that. We're really lucky, actually.
It really is. I know, and we've met so many incredible people and made so many different connections that we never would have without YouTube. It really is amazing, you know, what a community that you can build on it.
Yeah, I think that the UK also, I say this all the time, and I'm curious what your perspective is. Living here, I feel like the sense of community is so ingrained in the culture that they don't even, like, it's instinct. They don't even realize it's there. And as an American, knowing that we don't really have that as a universal like connector is really, it's such a stark cultural difference between the two, and one that I appreciate so much, especially living here, because I never really found a solid like community connection like that in America. And being a foreigner, it's really helpful, like that they care like that they want even the foreigners, for the most part, obviously political stuff aside, but they want you to like thrive. They want you to contribute positively. They want to help you and that kind of stuff. And I was really intimidated at first because I thought that I would always be looked down on because I was an American, right? But it was really the exact opposite experience. They really embraced me and took me in and under their wing in a way that I did not expect. And I think for me that was like the biggest icebreaker to being comfortable here. So you already having like a good understanding of that community vibe and the British culture life. I think if you did decide to move here, you'd be way ahead of the game, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I think what you're just talking about reminded me of two things. And one of them was when I was in hospital in Gibraltar and I was alone traveling by myself. So I didn't have anybody there. The team of nurses and just the people working at the hospital, like one of the nurses wouldn't let me leave until she knew that I was going to get back to my Airbnb and that I had arrangements to get groceries and that, you know, like she really was making sure, like the whole team of the medical staff were taking care of me, not just in the hospital, but making sure that I was taken care of once I left too. And I can't imagine, I'm sure that there are probably nurses in the US that are like that as well, but I just felt like there's so much more of a sense of community and taking care of each other in the UK, and that there are just these little experiences that I've had like that, even just traveling, that have really solidified that for me as well. So to hear you talk about it, you know, kind of being welcomed moving there, it makes sense. It's the sense that I get just traveling.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I think to me it's one of the best things about the UK as a whole, and I think it has to be attributed to the long-standing history, all of the battles, all of the changes it's gone through as a country, and all of that kind of stuff. I think it's just it comes with age, right? Like as a just like a human, like the older you get, the life experience you have, the more of a well-rounded view of life you have. And I definitely think Americans miss out a lot on that kind of stuff. And it pains me because I'm like, it's so lovely to have that. It's a safety net you don't even realize that you miss until you don't even realize you're missing until you're in a spot where you're like, oh, this is what it's like. Oh, that's kind of cool. Like,
yeah,
it'd be great if I had that most of my life. I mean, that'd be nice. Anyways, that's what I think is the biggest experience. So I think if you're cool with that, like, I think you're gonna fit in pretty well. I mean, you already have a pretty good appreciation and understanding of British culture based on what you put out there. Anyway, you seem like you get it, and that's cool. Obviously, they appreciate people who appreciate them more, as you probably realize. My other biggest thing is, and I don't know, of course, I don't know what stage you are at this or anything like that personally, but having a family here, so having a child here, the mass shooting situation in the schools obviously is almost non-existent here since Dunblane, and just the safety and opportunity that comes with living here in the UK, and how that sense of community extends, you know, in a way when you have a family. So I don't know if that's something that's on your radar in the future, but as a young woman, I would as a fellow woman, I think that that's something that goes really, really far for the future if you're thinking about future endeavors as well. Just throwing it out there. Again, I don't know the landscape in Oregon or anything like that, but we had a really difficult time with our daughter in school because she had to get her school had to get locked down twice because of an active shooter in the area. One was an active shooter and one was an irate parent trying to get in that was armed. So it was all precaution, and thankfully it was, you know, one of the better situations where nothing really violent happened or anything. But it's a really scary phone call. Really scary phone call. So for me, that I don't have to worry about that, but also that if something were to happen, the community of her school and the community around would rally around the kids and protect them is a huge like a huge weight off your shoulders. You know what I mean? So I'm just throwing it out there only because I tell a lot of people that's one of my biggest things. I'm like, if you ever have kids, or everyone has kids in their life, at least, even if they're not theirs. So that was the biggest factor for us to make us feel more comfortable. So I rambled on that a little bit longer than I anticipated, but sorry.
No, that's okay. No, I mean, it makes sense. I don't, I don't have any children, but I have friends that are, absolutely terrified about sending their kids to school every day because of how many mass shootings that we have here. And I can't imagine what that must feel like as a parent, that it's not a good situation. And it's we don't want that for our society or our culture. And yeah, I imagine that is probably a huge relief every day, just not having to worry about that element happening.
But even like, and yeah, it is absolutely to that point. But even I found, and you might have found this as well, because you've been here a lot. Just like being in crowded cities or crowded places or crowded events, and not like that whole factor kind of being taken out of the whole situation. I feel like I'm less tense about stuff like that. I'm not thinking. I find myself now not really thinking about it, which is weird, because when I first came, even like, a firework or something, I was like, oh my God, that split second or whatever, you're like, wait, what is that? I have to make sure in my mind it's nothing, that's dangerous or anything. I don't know if you felt that when you were here, or I don't know if you were here long enough in any of those situations to have had any personal reaction to that.
I think that overall, I just feel a lot safer anywhere that I go in the UK. I mean, I think aside from London and being concerned about phone snatchers and things like that, that they're just, I mean, even when people tell us like, oh, that's not a very safe area, it's like, well, it doesn't feel unsafe to me. It just, and maybe part of that is because I live in a place where, there's such a gun culture here that it's different. It just doesn't feel unsafe for, 99% of the time of anywhere I've been in the UK.
Yeah, I feel exactly the same way. Like, even in a lot of people are like, oh, London, and even native Brits, right? They'll be like, oh, I don't go to London, it's too dangerous, or blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I've never felt that way in London. I just never have. I don't know. I don't know if it's just that subconscious thing is like, I know that that's not a factor, whatever, but I mean, there have been some shady places and I've been like, okay, time to move along, but that goes with any city, anywhere in the world, right? And I always tell people, I'm like, it's not that there's no crime, because nothing's ever going to be crime free in the world, but it's just that you've mitigated it. And even if someone's got a knife, right, and they're going to stab you, my partner uses this analysis all the time, because he was in America for like 18 years. So he's like, you can have a knife, you're not going to have a mass shooting or mass knifing. Like, you might get 2 people before someone's going to like knock you down or something like that, like that. Not that that's not tragic, but it's not the same as going into a crowded area with an assault rifle. Like, and that kind of tension that Americans live with is so hard to explain to anyone that hasn't lived in America. It's really weird.
Yeah. I mean, it's, I think not just the safety element and just kind of the lack of guns, but I think that there is also that sense of community that's part of it. I mean, I would be hard pressed to put my luggage on a train that I didn't have full sight of in pretty much anywhere in the US. I just don't know that I would do that here, but I feel more comfortable doing it in the UK because of see it, say it, sorted. I don't know, but I feel like there's a sense of community, and I've witnessed, parents who have looked out for somebody else's kid on a train, or, things like that, where I just don't know that same sense of looking out for each other exists on the same level in the US, that it just, I mean, overall just makes me feel safer.
Yeah, I do think I agree with you. I think it's just something that we're inherently brought up in, like because we're brought up in that culture, and that it's really hard to explain to anyone who hasn't lived it, you know. But I agree with you. I feel much safer in like crowded train spaces here than I did walking down the street sometimes in my own neighborhood. You know, it's a really weird feeling. It's just weird. There's no other way to describe it. It's a weird feeling. So if you did move to the UK, where would you live?
A tough question. I would probably end up somewhere up north, maybe Yorkshire or the Lake District or I don't know. I guess and one of the things that I've started doing is looking at housing and, you know, like what I could afford. And I don't know, but probably somewhere up north is where I would end up. Maybe like Leeds or Manchester, at least initially, just because I could get around easily in a bigger city like that. But
yeah. What, are you a football fan? Because, you know, like you probably have to choose a football team in one of those towns, those cities.
I probably will have to, but I haven't yet. I haven't really watched football, so.
Oh my goodness, have you been to a match yet?
I haven't, no.
Oh, you should try and do that when you come here. I'm not a football fan or anything. My partner is a football guy, and so I have to be a part of it, unfortunately. But he took me to a football match. I've been to a women's game in Wembley and a women's game somewhere else outside in London, which I can't remember. And then I went to see Southampton play as well. It's a really interesting atmosphere. So I would suggest it because it's an experience, to say the least. Probably want to find a football fan to go with, though, because I think you would get a different vibe with someone who's like in it. You know what I mean? But if you're going to be in some place like Manchester or Leeds, you might get caught up in that anyway.
Well, see, it's good that I haven't chosen a team yet then, because then I won't end up in a place where that is not my team, right?
Exactly. That's a good point. Although my partner is a Manchester United fan and we live in Kent, so I don't think it matters. And up north it's definitely less expensive. We live, like I said, we live in Kent, and it is expensive down here, but we have family and stuff in the area, so that kind of limited our talk. But we always talk about like possibly moving to Edinburgh or something like that, like later on in life, because it's less expensive, less strain, all that kind of stuff. So what did you think of Edinburgh?
I love it there. I think it's one of those places where it can be really touristy. Like it can be really crowded and there's a lot of tourists, but at the same time I understand why there's so many tourists, because it's a really fantastic place. There's just so much history there, and it's beautiful, and I don't know, there's just such, I guess, interesting geography that it's like kind of a weird hill, and
I know. No, I feel you. Like I don't know any other city where it's just like kind of like and how it leads up to the castle and everything. It's really, I agree with you. It's one of my favorite cities I've ever been to. I loved it so much, and I can't wait to go back. I absolutely adore it. I know it's in Scotland, which is British, and we don't want to get into an argument about it with our Scottish followers or anything like that, but I think it's one of the best places in Britain. I love it. It's one of my favorite places. So I know you've been to Scotland recently. I was just curious of what you thought. Someone in our chat who lives in Liverpool says that you should live in Liverpool and definitely not Manchester.
Well, maybe. I was thinking Manchester because of the proximity, because I think my vision is that wherever I am going to still want to, you know, zip around to different places. So it's got to be somewhere that I could get around easily. And Liverpool being kind of on the side, it feels, I mean, I'm sure it's still easy to get around, but I don't know, maybe.
People are saying don't live in Edinburgh because it's expensive. Well, You have to live
That's-
just
that's
outside,
fair.
right? Like on the outskirts, or like London, right? Well, even London outskirts are freaking expensive now, from what I hear. Because we were looking, I was like, oh, how cool would it be to live in London? Like, that'd be awesome, right? And we were looking at prices, and I was like, there's no way. There's no way we can afford this. Even I was like, it just doesn't. Even for a city, it's so expensive. I don't know. And I wasn't working at the time either, so that made it a little bit hard.
Yeah.
Let's see. What is your absolute favorite thing about the UK?
Would it be weird if I said cream tea? I just really love cream tea.
I don't think it's weird. I mean, one of my favorite things is Yorkshire, so I mean, I don't really have a leg to stand on. Cream tea. Okay, I don't know that I've had cream tea. It's a specialty.
Well, it's like the scone with the clotted cream and the jam.
Oh,
and
right. Yeah. Okay. No, I don't like the clotted cream.
Oh, you are missing out.
That's what a lot of people say about. I don't like a lot of food. I like about half the food I eat here, and I eat that only because I know I like it. I try to venture every once in a while, but I get adventurous, and then normally I'm disappointed. To be honest with you, I don't know. I don't like a lot of dairy and cheese, so that immediately cuts a lot of stuff out. And I don't like lamb, so that cuts a lot of stuff out. But I love haggis, which is weird because that's what you would think that'd be on the list. I don't like, but I love haggis. But I hate Scotch eggs.
Huh. But haggis has a lot of different like it has a unique flavor.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
So what's your favorite food? What's your favorite British food? Like top 3?
Oh, by far Yorkshire, and Yorkshire wraps just go into that. I'll have a Yorkshire wrap whenever I see it. Even it, like we even went to Leeds Castle once, and they were doing like a joust and stuff, and I was like, oh yeah, we're definitely gonna do this in front of the castle and all that. We had a picnic planned and everything, and then we brought sandwiches and all that kind of stuff. And then I saw that there was a Yorkshire wrap stand, and I was like, oh, that's what I'm having for lunch. I'm not having this. I'm definitely gonna have it. So it's definitely Yorkshire. Definitely fits fish and chips. I don't know what the chippies do to their fries and stuff, but I've had fries a lot. You know, as an American, fries with everything. There's a unique taste of them. So definitely chippy chips. And I feel like it should be obvious. Oh, bangers and mash. Yeah, it is obvious. Bangers and mash by far. I can have that every day. I don't know what
bangers and mash are good.
Yeah, it's that simple, cheap comfort food on like a Tuesday night when you've had a hard day, and you're just like, you just want to sit in front of the television and just have some comfort food. I'm like, yeah, bangers and mash. It is. That's what we're having tonight. It's easy. It's cheap. It's filling. Everybody loves it in the family. I love it. So, okay. So what are some of the things you hate food-wise?
I did not like jellied eels. That was number 1.
Okay. Just to stop you, we were talking about jellied eels earlier, and someone was telling me a story. I find this disgusting. I don't want to turn you off of it, but I feel the need to share it with someone who might be on my wavelength about it.
Okay.
I would never even try it because I just don't like a lot of jellied stuff anyway. But they said they used to eat the jellied eel. Their father used to eat the jellied eels and then spit out the skulls like grape pits.
Oh.
I was like, is that how you're supposed to eat a jellied eel? Like, I don't get that. It's not served with the head, is it?
Well, they have bones in them, I think. I mean, we ate so very little of what we tried because neither of us liked it. So I remember trying like the gelatin part, and it was like a weird salty jello, and that wasn't very good. And then trying the actual part of the eel, and it wasn't very good, but I do remember it had bones in it. So yeah, I guess you would just, if you ate the whole part of the eel, that you would spit the bone back out. I don't know.
It's really weird. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay.
You're on my
But no,
wavelength on that. I don't get that either. I'm like, why would you put a head on it? But they eat stuff with heads on it here, and like the whitefish. I don't know if you've had the whitefish appetizer thing where you eat the whole little fish.
I don't know if I have.
I couldn't do it because I could see the eyes looking at me and stuff, and I was like, no, I'm not gonna put that in my mouth. But people at the table were like just eating them like that. I was like, anyways, go ahead.
I'd try it. I don't know if I'd like it, but I'd try it.
You're much more adventurous than I am.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of lamb. I'll eat it and I'll try different dishes that have lamb in it, but it's not my favorite. Trying to think of anything else that I don't like. I don't know. I can't think of anything else.
It's funny, right? Because you go into it with the American stereotype attitude that like British food is really bland and gross. And then you're like, it's really not that bad. It's just that we're so pumped up with chemicals and sodium and stuff in our food that we expect that taste, I feel like. And it took me a while, like for the first 6 months, I only ate like salad and chips and like fries and pasta, I think, right? Because and everything that I ate tasted really funny to me. It was just like I couldn't find a lot of stuff that I ate. And then as I started to like wean off of the chemical stuff and all that, and I started to be able to find more and more things that I liked and more stuff that I was like, oh, it actually tastes like food rather than salt and sugar, you know?
Yeah.
You had that issue when you come like back and forth, like this trip that you've been here for a little bit this time. Did you have any of that?
Yeah, I think it's easier. I mean, I think the more difficult transition is coming back to the US because we spent about 6 months in the UK in 2023 and had a similar time to what I'm experiencing now where food just doesn't taste the same here. And like there are things that I just don't buy the American version anymore, like butter. Like I buy Kerrygold now because that's the closest thing to, I mean, it's like the only European butter you can get here. And I just don't think that our butter is as good of quality. And kind of related, I brought back some candies and sweets and things for my parents because my stepdad really wanted to try some different stuff this time. And when I asked him last night, he tried Jaffa cakes for the first time. And I thought he would like them because he likes the chocolate oranges. And so I was like, how do you like them? What do you like so far? He tried some of the like Colin the Caterpillars and the Percy Pigs from M&S. And he said, I really like them, but they have less sugar. They're not as sweet as American sweets. And I'm just like, yeah, they're not.
No, you're absolutely right. And it's probably a good thing.
Yeah.
It's amazing, right? When you go back on it and you taste, like I can't have Hershey's now. I can't have anything Hershey's chocolate.
I didn't like Hershey's before, but I definitely don't like it now.
I mean, I was brought up on Hershey's, so that's what I was used to until I started. I mean, I actually tried Cadbury in the US, the Canadian version. It's definitely different than the UK version, but I tried it and I was like, well, this tastes like what chocolate should taste like. It doesn't taste like pure sugar in a bar, right? Like it's a completely different flavor. Yeah, I don't know. I'm the same. Was there anything else? Like, do you like anything like meats or anything like that you felt when you came back? You're like, it doesn't taste right now? Or I'm just curious because I haven't been back to the US yet. So I'm like, but I have heard a lot of people that go back and they're like, have a like reverse culture shock almost because they've got what it was like in the UK.
I think fast food tastes not as good anymore. I think that's the main thing since we got back the first time we came back is we just kind of didn't eat as much fast food because it tasted weird and bad. And it's probably because of all the chemicals and, stuff that they put into it. But yeah, I mean, I think you can taste I noticed when I was there, and I've only been back a few days now, so I haven't had like a full range of food, but I remember having dinner with my friends and things, and them just making, like chicken for dinner, and just thinking like, this chicken tastes like chicken. It doesn't taste like it's full of chemicals or anything. I feel like chicken in the US kind of can sometimes have like a chemical-y taste to it.
Yeah, like there's some kind of injection of something, right? Like even when you look at like the packages, they look different. I mean, it's been a while since I've been to a grocery store in America, but I remember it looking a little more like pinkish in America, whereas here it looks like chicken. Like it looks like it's supposed to look. Yeah, it's really funny because you get to actually enjoy the flavors of the foods. You don't need all of that other salt and all that extra stuff on it. I don't know. That was my take. But like I said, it took me a while to get there. In all fairness, it's definitely some kind of withdrawal.
Even going to the grocery store the other day and looking at produce and strawberries, and I'm like, these strawberries do not look right. They look like they're pale compared to British strawberries.
Yeah, it's like the color is different, and you can and almost the fragrance too, right? Like you can tell they're fresh, like by smelling them and all that kind of stuff. When you go in the produce aisle here, it's almost like going to the florist, right? Like there's just an array of like fragrance and color and stuff. I agree with you. I mean, I remember in America, it's just like they're all waxy, and like you have to like wash everything before you even touch it or cook it. It's very potatoes are the biggest thing, right? Potatoes are really, really dirty in America for some reason, as compared to the pack of potatoes you get here. Like I still watch them because it's like my nature and anything. But I remember getting a bag of potatoes and there being like dirt sitting at the bag when I got through it in America, and here there's not really any dirt. That was my biggest.
That's so interesting because I haven't really thought about that, but you're right. Why are potatoes so dirty in the US?
I mean, it's almost like they pick them out of the ground and put them in a bag. Like there's nothing else, which in a way for America is pretty good because normally there's a whole lot of process in between that adds a lot of stuff to it and everything. But it's a really weird thing when you're done, you're cooking your potatoes and you throw the bag out and it's full of dirt and you're kind of like, okay, I guess. I don't know, but I do find my partner was cooking potatoes and I was like, aren't you going to wash them? He's like, you don't need to wash them. They're not dirty. It's not like America. They're not dirty like that. Yeah, you're right. They're not. Anyway, those are the types of things you pick up when you spend you have those day-to-day chores that you're doing. Like your dryer, having a washer and dryer all in one, and it taking a really long time to do laundry because of that.
Yeah.
Not having a dryer hookup, so you have to deal with it or hang your clothes.
Well, and the couple Airbnbs that I've stayed in that have had a separate dryer, they're usually a different dryer where it's pulling the water out. So you have to like empty a tray of water out after it dries. And that to me is bizarre.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen that.
Yeah, I've come across it a few times and they work just the same, but somehow they're just, I guess, extracting the water out of the clothes instead of blasting them with heat. I don't know.
Yeah. Interesting, because I thought our washer and dryer was broken in our house because it gets hot, but they're still wet. So I'm wondering if there's something like that we didn't know that we have to like empty or something. I thought it would have probably spilled over by now because we've been here a bit. But I'm just curious if there's something like that now because I had never even known that was a thing. But I never knew all-in-one washer and dryers were a thing either. So.
Yeah. Well, I think one of my favorite kind of like quirks about the washers and dryers there too is a lot of times they're just pictures. And so I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just like, what is this cupboard setting? I don't know.
This says it dries. Let's try it and see what happens. Yeah. Yeah, they just assume you know stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was the hardest part though is drying clothes in the winter because you don't really get a lot of sun. And if the dryer is broken or it's taking forever and you're trying to get your clothes dry, that's a little bit of a chore in all fairness. It just takes a really long time. That's my experience.
Yeah. Even hanging them out. There have been times where if it's you know, damp and rainy outside and I'm even just hanging up my clothes to dry, there have been days where 2 or 3 days later they're still damp just because it's so
damp
wet in the air. Yeah, the air is damp.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing. It takes fucking forever. Oh, so. Oh, anyway, I don't know. Do you have more time? Do you want to hang on a little bit?
Yeah. Let's hang out a little bit longer, like another
Cool.
15 minutes or so, if that's cool.
Yeah, that's cool. My mouse is acting up. You guys got any questions for Kara? We have the chats have been going. I haven't really been paying attention except for random things that I see your name on. So I wanted to make sure that I hit before you left at least. So are you planning another trip coming back or anytime soon, or?
You know, the one kind of period of time I haven't been there is I've never been for actual Christmas. And I was thinking about maybe coming back for Christmas, but I don't know. That might be a little bit too soon. So I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe Christmas, maybe it'll be next year.
Christmas is an interesting time of year here. I feel like, because like we have Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas in America. They don't really celebrate Halloween that much here. Obviously, they don't have Thanksgiving. So they actually start celebrating Christmas in like September, like now. It's really strange. And people go insane with decorating and stuff, but it's all inside the house. Like, you know how Americans go like crazy with the outdoor decorations and stuff? No, it's all like inside. There's more decorations here than there have been in the past. It's getting a little bit more popular apparently to do stuff outside, but most of the time they're like, oh, I got garland for the kitchen, I got garland for the railing, and I was like, that's weird. It's not that Americans don't do that, but it's just that they do both, I guess, if they're gonna go crazy. And also a lot of people here a lot more people I feel like celebrate Christmas than at least where I'm from in the East Coast, because there's just more religions. So like there's a lot more houses that don't have any decorations or whatever, right? So they start celebrating it super early, and there's amazing Christmas markets though. They're really fun. So if you can definitely get back here for Christmas markets, I would recommend that.
Yeah, we kind of overlapped our trip last year where we were there a little bit of the beginning of December. So we did go to the Manchester Christmas market last year, but I definitely want to see more. And I didn't do a Christmas cracker. And I feel like, how have I not ever had a Christmas cracker?
Oh, they're awesome. You can order them on Amazon. You should order them for Christmas this year.
Oh, okay.
Good. Because we used to do that because my partner used to wanted to do it with the kid all the time and stuff. They're fun. It's, you know, it's like 5 seconds, obviously, but it is so fun.
I want a paper crown.
It's really randomly like this. It's really randomly fun to just, as an American, put on a paper crown. All the Brits take it off after like 5 minutes, and I'm like still there with it like 2 hours. And like, why do you still have it? I'm like, it's a Christmas crown. That's what you're supposed to do, right? I'm trying to fit in. And they're like, that's not what we do, but that's okay. So Jillian, one of our chatters, says Chester is gorgeous and easy for transport, and she said that she thought you already visited, so that might be on your list, possibly.
Oh, I loved Chester. Yeah, Chester is great.
Oh,
Yeah,
so many places
that is good to consider, and it's also you're close to Wales too.
That's true. So that's nice, right?
Yeah. Have to think about that because I really liked Chester.
So someone else, TJ, says Liverpool is the oldest passenger rail line, so you would still be able to get around if you lived in Liverpool.
Okay, good to know.
Buckinghamshire. Okay, bear with me. I'm sure I'm not going to say it properly. Buckinghamshire is pretty, but it's expensive. And then someone told me put jam on, then cream. Oh, do you put the jam on first, then the cream, or the cream, then the jam on your cream tea?
No, this is much debated. So typically I will do jam first, or no, sorry, I will do cream first and then jam. It's easier. I think it just flows better. But if a scone is hot, I will put the jam on first because then I don't want the cream to get all runny and melted.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm just trying to get through some. They're talking about tendons and ligaments. I'm sure that had something to do with some jellied eel discussion or something.
Oh.
That's what it sounds like. Brighton or Canterbury? Canterbury is beautiful. You liked Canterbury, right? You were saying
I do. I really like, yeah. You know, it is funny because sometimes when we visit a place and it's raining, people will say, oh, I wish you could visit when it's nice out. And it's like, oh, we still enjoyed it. But Canterbury was the perfect example of, we had gone a couple years ago and it was just miserable rainy weather. And then when I was there this last time, it was so sunny and beautiful. And it's like, oh, the weather really does make it better.
Canterbury is gorgeous, though. We like that a lot. We live really close to there. We're lucky. And I love every time I go there. I'm like, yeah, we could live here. Like, I could definitely live here. This is a great place. The theater there, the Marlowe Theater, you've seen a couple shows there as well, and it's just there's just a cool vibe. I feel like there. If it kind of reminds me a little bit of like Soho in the Village. I don't know if you've been to New York at all, but like Soho in the Village or Brooklyn even, where it's just kind of like you still have that like New York feel, but it's that low key, comfortable vibe instead of that like hustle and bustle, like tense thing. I don't know. I just feel like Canterbury's kind of got that underneath its belt, and it's just, I mean, the history in there as well. You can't beat that either if you're, which I know you are, into that kind of stuff. Being able to just see the cathedral from just about anywhere in the city, and then all the Canterbury Tales stuff, and then the university is there, and I don't know, I love it. I love Canterbury. I would definitely live there. Brighton,
well, when I was there, I learned all about how the creator of Bagpuss and Basil Brush is from Canterbury.
I have no idea who they are, but I remember that I remember your video about that, and I was like, huh?
Oh yeah, I watched a couple YouTube videos, and Basil Brush is my new favorite.
That's funny. I don't know anything about, someone else suggested Brighton as well. I don't know anything about Brighton, but I would think it'd probably be really cool, especially in this, like the summer months and stuff, right? We might get a little
Brighton's cool. Brighton has that cool kind of like Victorian seaside vibe. I like Brighton, and it's like hip and cool too.
Yeah. Have you been to Folkestone?
I have, yeah.
Folkestone's kind of
really
like that
yeah,
too.
it is cool.
Underrated, like under the radar, but Folkestone's got did you go to the old railway that they made into like a little mini, and they have all of the vendors and all that. That area near the harbor and stuff. I love that area. It's really, really cool. But it seemed like a cool place to live.
Cool. Yeah. I also just went to Broadstairs for the first time, and Broadstairs was really cool.
Surprisingly cool. Like like you'd think it's not, because there's not a ton of stuff, and it's not like but it's still fun. Yeah, that's actually the place that a lot of my family goes in the summer, and for like ice cream and all that kind of stuff, and chill on the beach and whatnot.
Yeah, it had, I think, was it called Stone Bay? Was just such a cool, chill little beach that was kind of hidden away from the rest of the town, and it was, yeah, I thought it was really, really neat.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of stuff that you have to venture away from London in the cities. So you'll find something that fits your vibe, I'm sure. Here, if you decide.
I think that's my problem. Too many things fit my vibe. I could live anywhere there.
Decision paralysis, right? You're talking about eating. Now the chat is talking about eating horse, snails, cockles. Oh, I had a cockle. Have you eaten cockles?
I just tried cockles for the first time. Yeah, better than I expected.
They're interesting. I think I have to try it again though, because mine was very sandy. I don't think they cleaned it properly. Grittier than I thought it was gonna be. Yeah, it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be either. What else they're talking about? The frog legs, talking about the French now. Horse steak.
I don't think I could. I think that's one thing I couldn't eat. I don't know if I'd want to eat horse.
Have you had alligator, being from Florida, when you lived in Florida or anything like that?
Yes. I think it's I mean, it's good. I think it does kind of taste like chicken.
Does it? I've not had it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a little tougher, but yeah.
Have you had kangaroo?
I think I tried a kangaroo jerky once, but I haven't tried anything else kangaroo. Have you tried kangaroo?
I have. When we were in Australia, I obviously was like, what in Rome, right? So I had like a kangaroo burger kind of thing. It was pretty good. It's a little bit chewier than I thought it would be though. Like, you know, when you eat a hamburger, it's not mushy. It's like gamey, I guess, a little bit more than a hamburger is. But yeah, it was pretty good. I didn't mind it. Didn't really taste like anything I tasted before though. So I was like, all right, a little extra ketchup on that, just to get through and finish it. But yeah, I would recommend it.
Did you like Australia?
I loved Australia. It was beautiful.
Where in Australia did you go? That's on my list to do at some point in the next few years.
We were my sister actually studied there outside of Melbourne for a semester. So it's a town called Geelong is where she lived, and then we hung out in Melbourne for a little bit there. I didn't get to Sydney, but she did, and she described it as, you know, absolutely insanely beautiful and definitely a must. So I would recommend it. I loved it. You know, the landscape here, everything's like landscaped. Everybody's got beautiful gardens and stuff like that, and it blooms in the spring. It was kind of like that when we were there, and it's a lot more. There's a lot of hills and stuff in the Melbourne area. Yeah, it was just beautiful. Had trouble with the accent though, not gonna lie. My sister had to translate. They're like asking me questions at the grocery store and stuff, like just trying to be friendly. Very, very friendly, very friendly. And I was just like, what? Is he speaking English? Like, I really literally thought he was speaking a different language, like a native language or something. And my sister's just like, oh my God, you're so embarrassing. But I would recommend it if you can. It's absolutely gorgeous. I would definitely recommend it. Big trip though, long flight. Jesus, the flight was by myself too. Oh my God, it was long. But I had on the way there. I'd never been on a flight that long before, and then I was a little nervous about being over the ocean for so long and everything. And the couple that I was with were lovely, and they had done it a few times, and they're just like, "It's okay, we're good, everything's fine." Like they were so lovely. I was just like, "Okay." I couldn't sleep or anything either, which made it a lot longer.
That would make it a tough flight, because isn't it like 12 or 14 hours too?
Yeah, I mean, I had to go to the West Coast and then go from California. So it's definitely a little bit better for you. But it was 16 hours, I think.
Wow.
It was long.
That's a long day.
Yep. And I was nocturnal as well when I came back, like for a week. Like I couldn't wake up until it was like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was really, really weird. Walrus blubber apparently is recommended as being very nutritious.
Huh. I've never even heard to try that.
No, sorry. This is how my chat goes sometimes. My apologies. But I let them have control a lot, and we get into some really weird conversations. So my apologies.
No problems.
Oh, Jillian said that I think she's talking about the dryer you were talking about. It's called a condensing dryer.
Oh, okay.
So it's just a different type of dryer that maybe it's cheaper or less expensive to run or something. That's why it would be in the Airbnb, maybe.
That makes sense, yeah.
I'd never heard of it. So the Dutch have zervelies, which is a sour meat, which is horse meat marinated in vinegar.
I don't know that I want to try that. I love horses so much. I grew up around horses. I don't know that I think a horse is one thing that I couldn't try.
Yeah, I think it would be like trying dog.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hear you on that. Marja asks, what's the strangest thing you've ever eaten?
Jelly deals, maybe? I don't know.
Did you spit out the skull? Sorry.
I didn't get that far into it. Yeah, jelly deals was pretty strange. I don't know. In Germany, we tried I forget what it's called, something, where it's like a it's like a knee joint of a pig, and that was very strange.
Mm.
I don't know. Yeah, jelly beans might be one of the weirder things I've tried.
Neil asks if you have a favorite curry.
Oh, that's a tough question. I don't know. I think when I'm at the supermarket, I'll tend to get like a chicken korma if I'm picking something up for dinner. But I don't know. I don't know that I've met a curry I didn't like. So that's a tough question.
That's the exact opposite of me. But fair enough. Disco asks if you've ever been to Colchester or the South End. South End.
No. I don't think so.
Okay, well, he's recommending it, so.
I'm not sure even where that is. I've heard of it, but it's not really on my radar.
Might be worth adding to next trip. I'm gonna look into it myself. I've heard of them both. But yeah, I haven't been to either. Sam K asks, what do you think of the non-mandatory tipping culture in the UK and the prices in stores that include the tax?
So the tipping culture or lack thereof there has made me have a grudge as an American back in the US. I'm like, oh, I have to tip 20%. But yeah, I mean it's just nice, and it's nice knowing that the price that you see is the price that you pay. I still have to do the conversion of how much that is going to be for me in dollars. But so it's kind of like calculating tax anyways, but it is nice that the price is the price. It's a good thing. I think another thing that makes it more confusing here in the US too is that the tax rate changes depending on where you are, because there's a state tax, there's local taxes. So you could be in one place and the tax is 8%, and then you go a town over and it's 11%. And so it can be really confusing here.
Yeah, that was one of my partner's biggest pet peeves, especially when we moved from New Jersey to Pennsylvania and everything had to change because he had just learned what he was supposed to do in New Jersey. And I'm like, oh no, it's different now. And he's like, what the hell? Just tell me what I'm supposed to pay and move on. Why is it so complicated? And I was going to mention it actually at the end of your thing if you didn't, because that was one of the biggest things for me. I'm like, I know exactly how much it's going to cost, and I know if I buy the same thing here, and then if I go to Liverpool, it's all going to be the same. It's not going to be different. Or if I go to Wales, it's not going to be different. It's like the same. Mm-hmm. That was a very nice surprise. Neil also asked, and thank you for the super chat, Neil. When are great grammar here, Neil? Thanks. When is either of you going to Orkney? Is that in Scotland?
Oh, that's one of the islands, right?
Is it? I've not heard of that.
I think that is one of the islands, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I really want to go a lot of places. I would love to go to Orkney. What should we do in Orkney?
Yeah, give us some details, please. Have you been to the Isle of Skye?
I have, yes. It was amazing.
I loved it there. It was so beautiful. It took a long time to get from place area to area because they're just so remote and everything, but it was totally worth it. Totally worth it. I think one of the things that sold me on that area in general. It's just look at how untouched and almost perfect it is here. It's incredible. It's like what it used to be. This is what it looked like even probably 100 years. It's so weird. Because in America, you never get that, really. Other than things like the Grand Canyon or something, right? You don't get stuff like that at all. It's so weird. Anyway, it's so fun. It's so nice to be able to talk to someone that gets it. I love my audience. It is a mix, but it is definitely British heavy. So sometimes I feel like that it's just hard to explain, and it's nice to have someone that just gets it. That's probably the thing I miss the most. Is just feeling like I have to explain everything because no one really around me understands it. And then I'll come home and talk to my partner because he lived in America for so long. He almost had a culture. Well, he does in some instances have a culture shock being back here because obviously things change over time and everything. And he has also adapted a lot to the American way of life. So he's like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing either. Like, we're actually in the same boat. I know people think, he's like, I have it worse because people think I should know because I'm British and I haven't been here for almost 20 years. So I don't know like what's going on. And he's like, I feel really silly and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, but I got you home. So, right? It's a step in the positive direction, right? Richard said that Australia is 24 hours on a plane, but that might be from here, from the UK.
Oh my gosh, that would be so long. That's a long flight.
It's probably 24 hours from here because I have family in New Zealand and it's around 20 to 24 hours, I think. They definitely stop over for a night or two before like moving on. But so that, I mean, if you're going to do Australia, I would do it from where you are first. And then if you're going to move.
I wonder, I'm doing a trip to Hawaii next year with my friends it's some of my friends' birthday next year. And I guess their birthdays every year. Last 1 year though.
I got you.
And so I think it would maybe be easier to do like Australia from there, maybe, because then I imagine that Hawaii would be kind of on the way, right?
Yeah, it seems like it would be. I would look into that. It might be a way to go. Have you been to Hawaii yet?
I haven't. No, I've never been.
Oh, it's wonderful. Don't shortchange it. Give yourself as much time as you possibly can. There's so much to see and do there. It is exactly what you think it is, though, which is incredible. Most things aren't, right? But it is exactly what you think it is. It's beautiful. It's brilliant. Love it.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
Make sure you have a Loco Moco.
Okay.
Best
Moco
dish ever. And
what is a Loco Moco?
So Loco Moco, they usually have it as like the day after drinking and stuff. It's like a hangover kind of cure. So it's like a bowl of white rice, and then you usually have a hamburger or some kind of meat, and then you have like a macaroni salad with it or something, and there's a fried egg on top, and there's sometimes a gravy that goes with it as well, depending on what you order.
That sounds good.
It's delicious. It sounds a little bit funky, but it's absolutely delicious. And also I can't remember the name of the place, but they do guava pancakes. It's a hotel restaurant. I think it's Cinnamon's, I think is the name of the restaurant. It's on one of the harbor areas. But it's in the Waikiki area. I don't know what island you're going to, but they do the best, like they do this guava syrup over the pancakes, and it's really, really good as well.
That sounds really good.
Yeah. But also like you try to do Pearl Harbor because it's absolutely incredible. And I mean, just do as much hiking and all that stuff as you can, because the scenery is just to die for. I saw like 20 rainbows there. It was incredible. I was there for like 4 days. I saw like 20 rainbows. It was absolutely crazy. But yeah, it's beautiful. And there's take a surfing lesson just for fun.
Oh, I really want to do that. Okay, I'm gonna have to do that. That's on my bucket list.
I definitely recommend it. It's fun. Try it. Oh, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. But I'm really happy that you joined us. Thank you so much for taking the time, especially with the time difference and everything. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, no problem. I've been
energy.
I've been still adjusting to the time. I've been getting up at 2:30 every morning, so I'm still on UK time. It's fine.
That's cool. Totally understand that. I don't know how I'm going to react now. Like if I go back to the US, we're planning on a trip in 2027. And I feel like it's going to, I don't know. It might disappoint me now. Like I might build it up too much and I might get back there and be like, no, just turn around and go back. Let's just not even go. And then with the time, well, I don't know. I've found just in our travel, just because we used to travel a lot back and forth for like Christmas or whatever, I found that an overnight flight to the UK, and it obviously might be different for you because you have the extra timeline, but overnight flight to the UK, and then leaving in the middle of the afternoon. And then we would arrive on the East Coast like at 8 or 9 and then just go to bed early. And that helped with our time shift. I don't know if any of that will help you with your time shift stuff, because you have all that extra travel to do out that way. And then you have like another 4 time zones to adjust to as well. So, but that's what I found that was the most comfortable for us. So I don't know, just throwing it out there.
I don't know why, but this time around hit me different. I've been going to bed at like 7 p.m. and waking up at 2:30 in the morning, and I need to kind of get a little sleeping a little later, but I'm not there yet.
Yeah, just try to stay up as late as you possibly can. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's so, like I said, when I came back from Australia, I was like nocturnal for a week. I don't even remember how I adjusted. I just remember it was like a blackout week. Like, I don't even remember what I did. I remember people like from work calling me, "Are you coming in today?" Like, because I was just completely out of it for a week. So I could imagine it's similar to going to the West Coast from here. So good luck. I hope it gets better. Thank you again for being here, Kara.
Thank you. Yeah, this was great. We will have to collaborate on something in the future because this was really fun.
Oh, thanks. I would love to do that. Definitely. We'll keep in touch.
All right. Sounds good.
Take
Bye.
care. Bye. Guys, if you're not already subscribed or take note of Magic Geekdom, it's a fantastic YouTube channel and a lot of fun. Obviously, you can tell Kara is fantastic as well. She's really sweet, and they've been on tons of adventures, and they're just very real and down to earth people. So I definitely highly recommend it. And thank you for participating so well with that and asking lots of questions and stuff. Oh, okay. Let's see where we are, y'all. Check my email. Yes, ma'am. Oh, cool. Okay. I'm going to send you I'll take care of that. We have next, we're going to take just a minute to check in where we are. And then I have the final purchase, the pre-live purchase that we have to do. And then we'll see what happens after that, you know? Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Damn it. All right, not gonna lie, y'all. I am hitting a little bit of a wall. Hitting a little bit of a wall. Okay. Okay, so next, let's check in where we are with our donation. So I know Neil sent another super chat in. I got a couple. I got Sam K super chat. Okay. So I don't know how that happened. That's weird. We have Neil's super chat. So we are up to 343 pounds for this session, which is fabulous. That brings our overall total to 1,231 pounds for the year so far. Wow, you guys, I'm overwhelmed, you guys. I might need another coffee, but you know what? I have a little bit of a headache. I think I might need water as well. I mean, instead, yeah, I definitely need something. How am I doing? I'm tired. I'm getting tired. So it's 6:30. We have until 10 o'clock. So we have 3.5 hours left. So I'm going to go get myself some water. Do you guys want to come with me? We'll change locations again. And maybe something a little bit more comfortable for me to just chill out in a little bit. And then, yeah, well, we'll do the next, it's a Q&A. I'll answer your questions that you guys left for me, and questions that have been in the comments. And then this is a 7th inning stretch. I don't know if you guys will get that reference. It's a baseball reference. So because baseball is a very long sport and it's 9 innings, at least, sometimes longer. So at the 7th inning, they call in between the home team batting and the away team batting. It's called the 7th inning stretch. So basically, it's just like a 5 or 10 minute break where you just get up and stretch. You sing a little song called "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," which I think I might actually play because why not? Let's find a good one. Bill Murray sings. Oh, that sounds like it'll be fun. Okay. Now we're going to do a little stretch. This is probably, I'm probably definitely copyrighted on this one, but totally worth it. And oops. Oh my God, Bill Murray. He's hilarious. That's funny. That was during the World Series game. Pretty funny. I'm trying to decide if I should have some water in my dairy milk or some wild turkey and iced tea to celebrate. 3 hours is a while, but 3.5 hours. Yes, Melissa. By the way, I have to go back and say hello to a bunch of people that showed up when we were here for Kara. When I was talking to Kara, I noticed it, but obviously we were in the middle of a chat. So Melissa, thank you so much for being here and joining us. Really appreciate it. Roy, I think you were here and left, but I'm going to give you a shout out anyway. Thank you for being here. TJ came back. I know she left for a bit, came back. Thank you for coming back. I think Greek was here for a bit, so shout out. I hate being behind like this. You guys have Kirk was here. Grilled cheese is delicious, by the way, Kirk. Just FYI, thank you for being here and participating in the chat. Much appreciated. Greek was here. Woohoo! Christmas is definitely not as commercial here in the UK. Is that everybody? Did I catch everybody? Melissa, I think Jillian, I said, didn't say officially a hello, but thank you for being here, Jillian. I feel like I might have missed someone. My memory is not great, guys, right now because I'm really tired. I'm hitting that mark. That's why it worked out that Kara came later in the stream, because I knew that would give me like a little boost and it would be a good break in the night. So hopefully the rest of the night will go off without a hitch. Or it'll be what it'll be at this point. I think that was everybody. Roy, thank you so much for the generous super chat. Just a reminder, everything that we raise and everything that was purchased in the pre-live products is all going directly to the Royal British Legion. We aren't taking any profits or anything for the channel at all out of this live. So that's £353 that we've made in this live donation, bringing our overall total to £1,241, you guys. It's so amazing. That's true, Neil. That's true. Yeah, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to put another video on for you guys and take a quick break. I might relocate as well. So just give me a minute. Let me find. That's a long one. I want to see that one and see that one. Okay. And I want to see them all, but I can watch this one on my own. So let's do this one. I know many of you have actually wanted to see this one. So I'm going to let you guys watch this for a minute while I set myself up, take a quick break, and figure out what I'm going to do next.
Sometimes people get in touch with me to complain about my jokes if they think something offensive. They get in touch on Twitter or on Facebook or email me through my website or something. And when they do that, I make a little note of it because I know that means that's a good joke and I should probably do it more. So what I've done, this is a collection of my most complained about jokes ever. So that's what we're going to fucking do. And so look, if you're watching that on the little video, if you complain about these after that warning, that means you're a fucking retard, okay? Here we go. I fisted a ventriloquist once to see how he liked it. My cousin was a heroin addict by the age of 13. It's amazing, isn't it? Kids shoot up so fast these days. Personally, I prefer morning sex, as it's when people are recently bereaved or at the most vulnerable. So, yeah. That's good. The ooze have started and we're only on joke 3. The other day, my girlfriend and I had great makeup sex. Well, I say that. She was out and I stuck her lipstick up my ass. Yeah. Because I'm worth it. A gay friend of mine recently had his arm in a cast. It was the cast of Joseph and his amazing Technicolor dream. See? We're plunging downhill already. Islamic State have released their own range of anti-dandruff shampoo. It's called Shoulders. What? The Make-A-Wish Foundation should really be called the No Make Another Wish Foundation. She said they were rough. Look. No one's first wish is for Disneyland, is it? Doctor, I'm addicted to fucking dogs. Have you tried Patches? What's he, a poodle? I once met a woman whose pelvic muscles were so strong, she said no man would ever dare to finger her. So I offered to help and she snatched my hand off. I pulled a sickie the other day, just one of the perks of working at the hospital. About half of you are unshockable and half of you are. That's good, but we're going to keep on pushing. I'll see if I can offend fucking all of you before I finish. I think the worst thing about having sex with your mom would be if you lost your erection. She'd just say, well, where did you last have it? It's when paedophiles have kids that they really come into their own. What? If you clap that, you're a dreadful fucking person. Jesus Christ. Are we all okay? I'm quite a sensitive man. I don't mind being held after sex. It's only when they press charges it gets tricky. I mean, seems quite mild after the last one, that one. Werther's originals are so horrible, you'd gladly suck your granddad's cock just to get the taste out of your mouth. Oh, God, we're getting worse. Okay. As a family, we couldn't decide whether to have Nana buried or cremated, so in the end, we let her live. I don't like emo kids, all pale and ill-looking and talking about death all the time. You know, sorry, chemo kids. See? There's a reason I started with a warning. If anything, finding out that Jimmy Savile was a paedophile made it even worse that he never answered my letter. All of my favourite 70s kids TV stars, they've all been done for it now, haven't they? Jimmy Savile, Rolf Harris, Stuart Hall. I bet Fingermouse is shitting himself. Did somebody say, when I said my favourite 70s kids TV star, did somebody say you? I said, that is fucked up if I'm now in the Utri camp. And it's particularly fucked up because I was born in 1973. I was a fucking toddler to have been... No, seriously, I was such an ugly child, I had to give paedophiles sweets. It was hard, you know. It cost me a fortune in sherbet dib-dabs just to feel some affection. So... Oh, I've gone bleaker than I fucking intended. Okay, all right. Oh, we're going to get worse. Paedophile goes into a florist. I'd like some flowers, please. Orchids? No, just the flowers. My granddad went down in history and on one occasion fingered a girl in geography. Oh, there's another page. Fuck. The great thing about jokes about kids with leukemia is they never get old. This is going to get me record numbers complaints. This is going to be fucking beautiful. I love magicians. Who was that guy in America made those landmarks disappear? Oh, Bin Laden. I think dolphins invented cancer just so they'd have people to swim with. Old ladies aren't nosy. The real reason they poke their heads through the curtains all the time is they're practicing for being cremated. This is good. I've revolted even you. This is wonderful. I was in the town centre earlier and I saw people collecting for Parkinson's and they were shaking tins, which I thought was a bit insensitive. Because people collect money for anything nowadays, call it a charity. Recently, I saw this woman collecting for reconstructive vaginal surgery following the birth of her 8 children. There she was outside Tesco's, waving her bucket. Gentlemen, if you think your partner's got a rather large vagina, it's important you never let on to that fact. And believe me, I know, as I once put my foot in it. I think someone's just left being revolted. You're quite right, Madam. You're the only decent person in this room. I joined a fisting club, not something particularly into. I'm just trying to widen the circle of my friends. Right. And these are the most fucking complained about and the ones I said I'd never do on stage again. And I am, seemingly. My girlfriend and I were on a touring holiday recently, and we were driving over the Downs, which will teach me to take a shortcut through a special school. I rang up that new rape advice line, but apparently it's just for victims. I recently went down on my girlfriend without realizing she was having her period. As you can imagine, I was very red in the face. Oh, Jesus. All right. I've never seen a complete child porn film, just little snatches. What? I've got one final thing. Who wants to see what my sex face looks like? Everybody? Great. Okay, just give me 2 seconds to get ready over here. Hang on, bear with me. And I started with a warning. If anything, finding out... I recently went down on my girlfriend without realizing she was having her period. As you can imagine, I was very... I've never seen a complete child porn film. I've got one final thing. Who wants to see what my sex face looks like? Everybody? Great. Okay, just give me 2 seconds to get ready over here. Hang on, bear with me.
I don't know if I'm just tired, but I didn't find a lot of those funny. But I could just be tired. And I realized it's like dinner time, and I haven't really had anything to eat since lunch. So I'm going to make myself some pasta. And then we're going to do the Q&A thing. As we'll start the Q&A, I think, as we're doing this, so that... It's almost 7 already. 7. So we only have 3 hours left, guys. Some adrenaline pumping. So Shaquitha, those of you who've been around for a while know Shaquitha. She's been around for a bit. She sent through asking for an hour of honest Q&A. So I asked you guys to submit some questions. I have some questions from a bunch of the comments. If you all have questions you want me to answer, throw them in the chat, and we will we'll get to them, and I'll answer them honestly right here on the cuff, or off the cuff. Off the cuff. Let me just refresh this to make sure I've got them all. Okay. So Diane Ogden, who we all know and love, left a couple questions. One was, what's your favorite meal ever, and what's the worst meal you could ever imagine eating? Oh, favorite meal ever? Favorite meal ever. Honestly, my favorite meal ever was probably when we were in Greece. We went on this boat tour thing to a couple of the islands, and they did this, like, their grill, and they did Slovakian, they did tzatziki, and they had this potato and vegetable salad and watermelon and stuff, and it was just absolutely delicious. Everything was it was fresh, and it was prepared with the amazing spices and stuff. That, and probably the pizza I had in Milan. There would be a toss-up between those two. Let's throw my pasta in. best meal I could ever imagine having is probably a bowl of Marmite. I'm sure there's probably worse ones out there, but that one's the most recent in my mind. So I'm trying to think if there's others. I don't know if eating the jellied eels might be, because I'm definitely not down for that. To be fair. Another question she had was, excluding the UK and the USA, if you could visit any country in the world, all paid for, where would you visit and why? I've actually been thinking about this a bit because my going to Greece was my bucket list, right? That was my one that, you know, I was always aspiring to, and I got to fulfill it. So I think that if I had to pick just one place, that it would probably be an African safari. It would probably be somewhere in Africa where I could go on safari, have a huge barbecue in the bush or something like that, get a good feeling for, maybe do some historical stuff about the slave trade and that kind of stuff, just because I think it's important to learn and be a part of, so that history doesn't repeat itself in the same way, although, you know, we're not going to get on that. And also, I think Africa is just a really interesting country. There's so many cultures and there's so many languages, and it's such a vast landscape. I just think that would be really fun to be able to do like a kind of African tour. So I know you said one country, but that would probably be the thing that if money wasn't an object, that would probably be the thing that I would want to spend the time and money on. Jillian Russell asks, what do you do for a living and what area of the UK are you in? So I am currently in Kent, which is southeast. Is that right? Southeast England. Woo! Oh, I've been at this a while, guys. Southeast England, and Kent, which is south of London. And what do I do for a living? Currently, at the moment, I am freelancing for personal assistants, office assistants, that kind of stuff. My last role was as a buyer, so someone who bought parts and set up services and stuff for facilities, and they were road sweepers, was the company that I worked for. But I have tons of experience in like customer service, sales support, project management, that kind of stuff. So I've done a little bit of everything. I've done a little bit of accounting. I've done a little bit of imports and exports. I've done a little bit of everything in my career. Melissa asks, do you want to move to the UK or did it take some convincing? Oh, did you want to move to the UK or did it take some convincing by your partner? How did that conversation go? It's kind of a long story, so I'll see if I can give you a condensed version. When I met my partner, they had only had a 6-month visa to work in the United States. And the plan was to only spend the 6 months. So early on, you know, we had the discussions of whether or not it was going to be a serious relationship and stuff because of that. And it was kind of a whirlwind romance, to be honest. He was only supposed to be there for 6 months. It ended up that 4 months into our relationship, we were living together, and 6 months in, we were engaged. So it took a few years for us to actually like get married and everything, but we just knew right away that it was going to be long term. So during that first 6 months or so, we were talking about whether or not, you know, we were going to settle in the US or settle in the UK. So it was we decided to settle in the US because at the time that was better for us. We had always had moving to England kind of in the back of our minds. just as a possibility, maybe someday down the future, maybe retirement or something like that. But as the climate, the political climate, and the violent political climate started changing, the violence started to have an uptick, particularly in schools, and financially we were struggling. So we did try a few things. We tried altering careers, and we tried moving to a different state and that kind of stuff, but nothing really seemed to be working. And like I said, it was always on the back burner, but it was actually my final decision. I was the one who went to him and said, I think it's time. Like, I think we need to move. And it didn't really take me much convincing once I had made that choice, but it took a long time to really make that choice. And ultimately it came down to, where's the best place for our daughter to thrive and have a future, have a real future. And I felt like there was just no way that it could be here it could be in the US, excuse me. So my thought process was, it's why wait now at this point, right? It didn't make any sense. So sorry, I think I sent something wrong. So it didn't take me any convincing, and it certainly did not take him any convincing. He was ready to leave. He was very unhappy in living in the US at that point as well. And then also very, very ready to just sorry. He was ready also. He was getting to the point where he was getting very frustrated and worried about the child's future, and was eager to start to get back to some things that he knew. He's not as eager to start over, because that would be the third time in his life. But once we talked it out and everything, and he realized why I made the decision that I made to approach it again, he was very eager. And it was basically just, that night we just started making a plan. What we could and couldn't do, where our resources were, how we were going to plan it. Child took a lot more convincing. She's only been recently convinced that it was a good decision in that. She was not on board, but she is now. She understands the situation, and she'll understand it better as time goes on as well, I think. But overall, it was my fault, and she hated me for a long time, but it is the truth. Sam K asks, what do you think of Trump renaming the Department of Defense as the Department of War? I think it's telling of where his priorities are. His priorities are not about protecting the country, and that he's definitely more of a warmonger than he touted to be during the election, which anyone who is paying attention to his first presidency definitely realized that. I think it's very telling of the direction that the country is going in. It's not an exciting development by any means in my eyes, because I think war is terrible and it's the last resort. But I also think that it's been the Department of War for a long time, and they just named it as the Department of Defense as some kind of like PR effort. So at least it's honest, I guess, at this point. TJ asks, does your daughter still keep in contact with her friends in the US? Yeah, she's got a couple of people that she talks to pretty regularly, actually. She is she's kept in touch better than all of us, to be honest with you. But I suppose it's the age, and it's the age of technology and all that kind of stuff as well that assists her, because that was how they kind of kept in touch and interacted anyway. So I think that that's probably what it is. Yeah. Not a problem, Melissa. Happy to. So Animal Bird 9436 asks, when someone belittles the United States, does it anger you at all? Or are you like, yeah, you're right? It depends on the context. Sorry, I just have to text my family real quick that I'm in the living room if they come home. It depends on the context, Animal. If they're belittling it in a way that it's accurate, you know, like, hey, what the hell were you thinking with electing Trump again? Why are there so many guns? Like, are you guys idiots? I really don't have a leg to stand on, do I? But if they're belittling it in the way of like everybody's stupid and you know, that kind of stuff, then of course I rush to the defense of Americans, because I also feel like there's a lot of misconceptions about what life is like in America, and especially for the average everyday person, because that story is rarely told in mainstream, let alone in you know, across borders. So I try to take that responsibility, or that opportunity as a responsibility to shed light on those scenarios and stuff, and hopefully open a dialogue. I try not to get angry, because I feel like everyone has a right to their opinion. But if they're coming at their opinion with just bullshit, or just to try to be provocative, you know, I just do my best to shut them down or move on, because I just don't waste time with people that aren't going to be constructive. Stephen Heathfield asks, I can't recall anything you've said about religion, and I don't want to ask about your personal position, but how would you compare the religious life in the United States compared with the UK? Personally, I am atheist. That's a good question. I steer clear of religion because it's typically a very just volatile talking point, or a question topic in America, and I don't like to be offensive. I come from a religious family. My mom and her family are very religious. And my grandmother on my dad's side was very religious. So I don't want to be offensive in any way, but I too am an atheist. I don't have a problem saying that. I was religious for a long time. I was religious when I first met my partner, actually. But I started to see how religion was used as like a weapon, and it's not. I mean, I was raised on Christianity, but not just exclusive to Christianity, especially in America. Christianity is used as a manipulative tactic. It's used very divisively. It's used very, it's very methodically implanted in people that have any kind of tendency towards that religion, that they have to act a certain way, think a certain thing, believe a certain thing, and they're basically indoctrinated and cult-like in a lot of scenarios. Not all, but a lot. So I don't really talk about it that much because of those types of things. I don't want to feed into that, and I also don't want it to become an offensive kind of fight. But I do think it's ironic that a country built on religious freedom is so divisive over religion and combative over religion, whereas England, and I don't know, I'm saying England because I don't know if the Church of England extends to the rest of the UK, but it's, you know, it has a national religion, yet I feel like the religious diversity and freedoms are respected a little bit more, at least as a whole from a macro sense, and I think people are just, it's a very personal thing, right? And I think that people here tend to just respect that a little bit more and they don't talk about it, they don't ask you in a lot of senses. Of course, this is, you know, a generalization. And a lot of people I know are not very religious and don't go to church a lot or anything like that. So they're pretty secular. It's just, you have a much better point of view on the secular side, I think, than I expected, because you have a national religion. And it's definitely a stark difference than how religion is handled in America, even though it touts religious freedom, and that's pretty much the principle it was built on. I just don't talk about it because it's so personal. People get very emotional about it and stuff, and I feel like it's never or rarely a constructive conversation, and I try really hard to just have constructive conversations here. But I'm happy to answer any questions specifically if you have them. Faido says, do you pay more tax in Britain? The USA spends more per capita on healthcare than the UK, but because it gets such poor value for money, that only equates to a small portion of the population getting any benefit from that expenditure. Yes, very well put. That is exactly right, Billy. I do pay more tax here in Britain, but the actual tax that's taken out of my wages and stuff is somewhat equivalent. It's not that different compared to the tax that I was paying in the United States. When you figure in federal tax, state tax, local tax, Social Security, which is retirement, disability, and then you also factor in the amount that we have to pay for insurance into that, it's pretty equal. It's pretty level. There's not a huge difference. But I do pay more because I'm not a permanent resident. Because I'm not a British citizen, and I still have my United States citizenship. So as long as I'm still have my citizenship, I have to pay tax in the US, plus I'm paying tax in Britain. Plus I pay a surplus because I don't have permanent residency or citizenship. So I pay a surplus for the NHS specifically in order to use it. So I basically am getting taxed a few times. But I've always said this, and even in America, that I have really no problem paying taxes as long as I get something for it. But I don't like paying taxes and then having to pay for all this stuff on the back end again anyway. So Jenny N6D asks, what would you change in life? That's probably a loaded question. I mean, practically speaking, I would get rid of nuclear weapons across the board. Because I just think that is just asinine to have nuclear weapons at this stage of humanity. And I would have, some kind of universal education, possibly worldwide, educational standards, human rights standards, that kind of stuff. What would I change in like everyday life as it stands now? I would want people to understand that they have more control over their personal circumstances than they realize. In most cases, obviously, if you're involved in a war and stuff like that, that's a completely different scenario. But in a lot of cases, especially in developed countries and stuff, you have a lot more control over your life than you realize. And I would just want people to also realize, have a better understanding of when people are manipulating them and lying to them, and hold people accountable for that a little bit more, because I feel like that is the root of a lot of the ills of the world today. I hope that answered your question. I don't know if you were talking about specifically my life or anything. Rollafida asks, you start with the myth that the US is the most free country in the world. What I as a European don't understand is that parents don't teach their children otherwise, and that there's no attention in the school system for other ways of living. There must be a lot of people in the US that experience the same fears and worries as you express. Why don't they collectively try to change something from within? It's really difficult. It's a difficult question to answer. From my perspective, it seems as though there's a lot of people that don't know any better, like don't know that there is actually a better way or a different way. It's really hard to organize and get people together in the America, because it tends to be an all or nothing situation with the way the divisiveness has happened in America, where either you believe all of the stuff or you can't be part of this group. And that's, not practical, because obviously everyone's got their own way. And also there's so much propaganda, like on so many different levels, and we're exposed to it so early. And we're constantly gaslit by our leaders at all the levels. So it's really hard. It's really hard. Like for example, I have, like I said, my mom is very religious. She is pretty conservative as well. And other members of my family are pretty conservative. And sometimes when I have conversations with them, it's really frustrating, because it seems as though they're not really fully grasping, what they're saying, or they don't really understand the talking points they're trying to throw out. I remember when my dad was sick, and it might have even been right after he died. Excuse me. We were talking about, it was my mom, myself, my mom, and my aunt. And we were talking about that my mom ended up not having to pay for anything for his care, because he was a veteran. He got, free health care. And it came in very handy because he was diagnosed with cancer, which complicated with complications of COVID. So he had a lot of treatments, and he needed a lot of special foods to eat. He had a trachea because it was throat cancer. So he had a special food he had to eat and all that kind of stuff. And then of course he had hospice at home and things like that. So he was in and out of the hospital as well. And sometimes it was so bad that they couldn't even make it to the VA hospital. He had to go to the local hospital and work all that out. But the VA ended up paying for everything, which is fantastic, because they definitely would have lost their house. But we were talking about that, and I didn't really say much until the end of the conversation. And as the conversation was winding up, I was just like, it's just proof that socialized medicine works. And my mom's reaction to that was, oh, I never thought of it that way. Like, it just never entered her mind that that was a form of socialized medicine, and that the government essentially was taking care of everything, and that it ended up saving her house and her livelihood. And she never put together that it was a positive, right? Like, it was really strange. It was strange for me, because it was almost like a light bulb moment for her. And I was like, yeah, but it took many years of having conversations about how bad socialized medicine is and all that kind of stuff over the years for her to get it. So it just gets really hard. It just gets really difficult. And there's so many issues. So which is the priority at the same time? And I think a lot of people in America, and this might be true in other countries as well, they're kind of waiting for one person to come and save them instead of doing the work themselves, and or realizing they have the ability to organize and rise up collectively. Bond1GE asks, why do you want to live in this shithole? Okay, way to start that off. I could understand 30 years ago, but now with our traitors in government letting in men who think women should not say anything, you're mad, especially when you have a leader who is cleaning up the USA. Plus, you have the South where they seem relaxed, and I don't want to go to doctors here and will not want to go to the hospital either. Problem with the USA is you have to pay for surgery, etc. I'm not sure where you are. I'm not sure if you're in the UK, in the US, or somewhere else, and your comments a little bit jumbled, so I'll do my best. We wanted to live in the UK for the safety and future of our daughter. I mean, that's basically the brunt of it. I obviously can't comment on what the UK was like 30 years ago, if it's any better or worse. And as far as the government being traitors and letting in men who think women should not say anything, it doesn't affect me. It's never had an effect on me. But if you want to have an honest, open discussion about immigration, I'm open. I'm an immigrant, so I have a perspective on that, obviously. Trump's not cleaning up the United States. Trump is raping and pillaging the United States for his own pockets and allowing his little minions to do the same. I'm sorry if that offends you, but that is the truth. And I urge you to do some digging in some independent news arenas in the US, because there's a ton of stuff that is not being publicized outside of those arenas that's going on with the US underhandedly with the federal government and state and local governments as well. So, and I've never had an issue with the NHS. I've never really had much of an issue with the US medical system, except the fact that it's exorbitantly expensive. And it's just way too expensive. And it's such a financial burden on so many people personally. But I know a lot of stories where it's horrific. And I don't think that people should have to go bankrupt because they get sick. If you want to leave another comment or, send me an email, then I'm happy to have a more of a discussion, a detailed discussion with you if you want. I hope that answered your question. Jock Strappery, nice. Why do so many school kids get shot in the US? The simple answer is lacks in realistic gun control laws. We basically allow the general public to have access to semi-automatic weapons, and people who there are different. Each state handles gun control, so each state handles it a little bit differently. But there are states where you can get a license on your 18th birthday to have a gun with very little to no background check. So that's also a reason. And because our federal government, most of the people in our Congress at least, are backed by lobbyists for the NRA, which is the National Rifle Association, which is a gun lobby in the United States, and other lobbies of that sort, where guns and weapons manufacturers. So they don't want control. And since they pay a lot of the campaign contributions to the Congress people that make the laws, very little gets done. Tukikio Troy says, why would you not be allowed to drink a beer in public? I mean, what is the reason for disallowing it? I don't know. I mean, I think it probably goes back to that, like, prohibition or something like that. To be fair, I don't really know for sure, but it is silly, I think. I mean, personal responsibility, all that stuff. I think it probably does stem from something in either the Midwest, you know, most of our laws are very outdated. Need some kind of updating by far. All right, having issues with my scroll bar again. You have to get a yellow fever vaccine for Africa. Yeah, I would think you probably do. TJ asked, we had said that already. Sorry, my bad, TJ. I'm catching up. Melissa, if you're thinking about making the move, you know, just let me know if you need anything or you have any questions. I'm happy to help. Hi, Wayne. Thank you for joining. Wayne asked, more importantly, on a cream tea, are you jam first or cream first? I don't like cream tea. So for me, it's neither. I'll have it without the cream. That's it. You're right, Melissa. Current wars are not about any of that. I think it is a hot take, but I don't know why. Like, I agree with you, and I feel like it is a hot take. I feel like most people would be like, what are you talking about? But I agree with you, Melissa. I think that's pretty much hit the nail on the head. Who would like a cheese scone right now? Sam K asks, should Trump's damage to America be categorized the same way as a tornado? I love Vivaldi Four Seasons, by the way, Marja. No. I think it's more calculated than that. You know, it's a tornado is like, you don't really know where it's going and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I think it's more like a hurricane. It seems like Trump can't be stopped. Yeah. Neil, I do not have anything lined up after this Q&A specifically, except for the suggestions that a few people have made to videos to watch, which I'm happy to do. YouTube, which I love that. I'm curious how the visa situation works if you have a child. Do you make 2 separate applications and make NHS buy-ins or on both, or is your child included in the application? It depends on which visa that you're applying for and all the situation that you're in. But I think that you can apply for a family visa, which includes your children, depending on your circumstances. My child was already a British citizen, so I just had to apply for a family visa for myself only. So I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that you can do some kind of family visa that includes your children as well, as long as you can, as long as you have a sponsor. Girl does 289 asks, isn't the UK going the same direction or like the US already in many ways? Genuinely curious, as a lot of Americans believe the UK is exactly like the US, and I'm wondering if it really is. There's some things that are going the US direction, but it's not there yet. It's not even close. You have a lot of opportunity to turn it around. So I suggest that, you know, our leaders step up and we hold those leaders accountable as best as we can here in the UK, because I think at this point, what America is right now is the exact blueprint of what a country should not do, because it's deteriorating. It's like internally combusting. It's an absolute mess. But I think the UK has tendencies and is in some areas going in that direction. But I don't think it's like the US in many ways at all anymore. Ms. Charles Star 9708 asks, a perfect life is simply an image presented to others and no one else cares separately. How are you coping with traffic roundabouts, or would you prefer to return to traffic lights and 4-way stops? I think roundabouts make more sense. I think traffic lights are dumb. But as a personal preference, I prefer the traffic lights because I'm more used to them. And people can be a little bit crazy in roundabouts. But I do think they make more sense. And I think a perfect life is also something that's very personal. I know you didn't really ask a question about that, but I think a perfect life is very personal, and I don't think it's an image that you present to others. I think that's also very personal and individual. I think some people do that, present this perfect image life to people when it's not. But I don't think that having a perfect life is simply an image. Because I mean, nobody's life is perfect, but I have a pretty good life. And it's not, it's not fake. Yes, Melissa, I think a lot of people don't understand. I mean, it was a couple years ago, so I could imagine now in circumstances that it's much worse. It's a good question, Marja. Oh, what parts of Africa have you visited, Richard? I'm curious. All right, you guys, I need a minute again. Sorry. Sorry. So just give me a sec. Sorry. Sorry about that, y'all. I don't know. Are you talking? I hope you're talking about the public, the general public, because I think a lot of the people around him in power are actually smarter than Trump. So. So Mistral Star 9708 asks, oh no, we did that one, my bad. Rachel M asks, Scotch pancakes or regular pancakes? Between the two, probably regular. Steve S5P asks, do you feel more free and safe in the UK? 100%. It's amazing, but it 100%. Ween 1938 asks, is there a difference between different places in the US, say a rural area or a city or Miami compared to Wisconsin? Absolutely. Absolutely. As some of you guys know, because we were here when Kara from Magic Geekdom we were collabing. She's from Oregon, which is on the West Coast. It's in between, it's above California. It's not quite the Canadian border, but it's close. And I was born in New Jersey, which is on the East Coast, right near New York City, in between New York City and Philadelphia and Washington, D.C. There's absolutely a difference depending on the area that you're in. There's probably, I've heard it described as seven different countries rather than 50 states in one country, something along those lines. It depends on where you go. Religion is stronger in certain areas of the country. Hustle and bustle is stronger. There's huge difference, and there's a vast number of vastly different cultures as well. There's so many different cultures there. So imagine multicultural scene like London, but over 50 states from border to border, in a country the size of, I think we've talked about this, but the size, just think of like the EU. France is different than Germany. That's probably the closest reference to anyone in this area that that I can think of to explain. David Watts asks, did you know British made tanks having a means to make a cuppa inside the tank while war was going on? Yes, someone made a comment about that recently, and I actually posted it because it's absolutely British. I think it's cool. Very British though. Sally Brown asks, wondering why you moved here. I moved here because there was a lot more violence than it was getting close to my daughter's school. And they were starting to roll back abortion rights. And also the healthcare system and the economic system was starting to take a downturn, at least as far as we could see, for our situation. We just thought that our daughter had a better future here in the UK, and that ultimately tipped the scales for us. Julie Tan Offson asks, something I've wondered, why do people in the US always say the hospital and not just hospital? And also, why do they say doctor's office and not surgery? It's funny that you ask that, because I always ask, why do you say just hospital, not use prepositions? So I think it's just the cultural grammar for the area. And we consider surgery to be something that's done by the hospital, and we have local doctors' offices that are not hospitals. Like, you can't do surgeries and stuff like that, so we call them local doctors' offices. Again, I think it's just cultural stuff, Julie. You might be Julie T. N. Let me think your whole name. But anyways, yeah, that it's just a cultural thing. That's what I've discovered anyway. There's probably very specific reasons, but I don't know them. David Ball asks, would you consider getting British citizenship and becoming a dual national? Best advice, go with the flow. Everything else will drop into place. Thank you for the advice. I have learned that in my older age. It is easier that way. I definitely would consider British citizenship, which is weird because I never thought I would. But given the way the United States is going, it's something I think about more and more, but I have a little time to think about it. And a dual nationality, I think, would probably be the way to go if I can. But the thing is, with dual nationalities, I'd have to pay taxes. in both countries. So that's toughy. Clive Newman asks, do you consider yourself one of us now? Would you take dual citizenship? Oh, we love you. Thank you for the love. And I did answer the dual citizenship question. Do I consider myself a Brit? No, I consider myself American still. I don't know if I'm ever going to not feel American or consider myself American. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely feel like I'm still an American, much more so than a British person. BNAA UK asks, is citizenship something you're aiming for? As I mentioned, it's not something I'm aiming for, but it's definitely something that's on the table. If so, if it's offered and allowed and all that kind of stuff. But we'll have to see. Diane with some encouragement. You've done so well today, Mandy. I don't think you've been on your own once. Yeah, you guys have been really supportive. You guys, I was surprised. I thought there's going to be a lot more time where I was by myself and kind of talking to the void. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Wait, I'm letting you guys have your chat. The average person needs to realize that all politicians are puppets. Yeah, I mean, there's always some kind of moneyed interest behind the scenes, so we have to be really careful. But the good thing is here in the UK, you said it's a little bit more accountability on the voter level. What's the current total? Currently, we're at £353 for this live and £1,241 for the year. How awesome. We have another visitor. It's TJ.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody.
What's up? How are you?
Bleh. Carry on.
All right, I'm just going to keep eating my pasta.
You
Take
just
over.
keep it. Oh, well, oh, that's cheeky, that is. You didn't do that with the other guest. Right. Oh, I see. She's making me work. Right. I know this one.
You're right. Disco says it's been a while since I've spoken into the void. He's very right. I'm very lucky. You guys, I have very loyal community members that join us every week. It's so nice.
I have changed avatar. That's my one of my puppets.
What's the puppet's name?
Newbie.
Newbie? Is it a new one?
It was a new one.
Do you still do your puppet videos?
Becky. Are you on about Becky video?
Didn't you have a couple that sang and stuff? Remember? It was one of my favorite ones. Maybe you had a Johnny Depp one that sang. That was my favorite one. Remember, I told you about it during one of our collabs. She'll remember.
Oh yeah, the Johnny Depp one. Yeah.
You have more than one, right?
Yeah, I've got 15 puppets. I've made 15 puppets, but I've only done videos with a few of them. But because they're singing in quote marks, they all get blocked. So I'm like, yeah, okay.
Because of the music, yeah.
Yeah. So this one, the video I did for this one was in the Asda car park.
Shut up! Why?
The Asda, not the Asda, the Asda. And while I was doing it, somebody was walking past. So they walked in front of the car, and then they walked. I was parked facing a hill of grass, and then there's houses at the back of the grass, if you're with me.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So they walked along the top of the hill in front of the car and then walked down the hill right next to the car. But their eyes didn't leave my car while I was doing this puppet. And I actually turned the puppet's head towards the window.
They're about like, what the fuck is this up with this lady?
Yeah, I've done a few.
All right, listen to Manny. Manny's an instigator. It gets me into trouble. Absolutely fantastic. Well done for everyone for donating. Second, thank you all. I think you should do another marathon live on New Year's. The hell, bro? Do you know how hard this was? Do you know how tired I am right now? What's all the work behind the scenes? Jesus.
Well, Mick MacArthur's just said TJ finished her shift at the Jambutty mine. And Disco said at Notty Ash. I don't live that far away, but I've been trying to plan doing a video about Hartley's Jam Factory.
Is it local?
It is local.
That's
but
cool.
when people say the Jambutty mine, it always tickles me because we do actually have a jam factory in Liverpool. So it's the Jambutty mine. Because you wouldn't have Jambutties without the Jambutty maker, would you?
Fair point.
Very valid point.
Very logical.
But another YouTuber's beat me to it again. I'm like that. Oh, for fuck's sake. Never mind. It's took me too long. Yeah, I will. I will. Because it's me doing it, not him doing it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it because it's a housing area where the people's houses are, where they still live. Yeah, it's all right. There's going to be a bit of noise. My dog is playing with his sweeties in a plastic bottle.
Okay.
If that annoys anybody, please let me know, and I'll throw him out in the garden. But it's getting dark. It's my own fault, and I don't want to be pointing cameras at people's houses.
Yeah, I get it.
It's different if you're at a factory or a listed building or something like that. But if people are actually living,
yeah, you don't know if the kid's gonna walk by the window or something. Like it's tough. I get it.
Yeah. Disco said he's fine with him. Thank you.
That's all we need is Disco's permission. In all reality,
yeah. Well, that's it. You see, because he's the manager of your channel.
Basically.
Yeah.
Honestly, not this whole thing would be a crater without him. Probably. He's fantastic. I'm so lucky to have him.
So can I go back to what was it? One of the questions somebody asked made me think, ooh.
Oh my God, I just got really excited because I saw that I've been live for almost 10 hours and I was like, oh, it's almost 10. It's not.
No.
I've only been live for almost 10 hours. Jesus. But that's cool because there's only a couple hours left.
Well, yeah. Don't spread vicious lies about me. We will do what we want. We're on the internet.
Yeah.
We're on YouTube. We can do what we want.
It's still my show, Disco. My name's still on it at the end of the day. All right? Don't try to like buck the talent.
Yep, your name's above the door. Do you know where that phrase comes from?
No, but I'm assuming you do.
I do. All pubs, all public houses have the name of either the owner or the manager of the pub above the door. So this premises is run by, or the owner of this premises is. Have you seen the Queen Vic, EastEnders?
No.
Well, there's a show called EastEnders, and in it's a pub,
Heard of it, yeah.
right? And there's a famous scene where Peggy, the owner of the pub, shouts, "Get out of my pub!" And it's her pub because her name is above the door.
So she could do it, right?
So she can do it. Because you can be barred by the owner of the pub. Did you also know that you're not? It is illegal to get drunk in a pub.
Is it really?
It is.
That's weird. I've actually seen some drunk people in pubs, but is it really? That's so weird. It's a pub.
It's technically it is illegal to be drunk in a pub. It's one of those weird English laws that are still active.
That's really, really strange to me. I think a lot of those antiquated laws, like they're just on the books, and no one ever did the work to take them off the books. We're like, oh, we'll just leave it. It's more work than we need to be bothered with.
Yeah, hackney carriages, black taxis.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, they're still supposed to have a bale of hay in the back.
Why?
Because they used to be horse-drawn.
Right. So
to
feed
the horse, and also to sprinkle on the horse's
shit
on the road to help clean it up, because it's easier to clean up if it's clogged with straw than it is on its own.
Is that because it absorbs some moisture?
Yeah.
Maybe. Interesting. Going back to the pub house thing, the name on the door, it reminds me of I remember seeing like plaques that have the managers' names of restaurants and stuff like that in America, like plastered. And I always thought that was weird. So I was like, why would you like announce that? Maybe it's like a leftover kind of tradition.
I can see that. Well, you have tailors or lawyers or it's also a form of advertising, isn't it? So if you've got a shop window, nearly every single shop has got its name above the door.
Yeah.
TK Maxx, Owen Owens. Some of them stick out so that you can see them along the street.
Yeah. Yeah, good call.
I know it's a good call. It's me.
I knew you were going to say something like that. Oh, Marcia says it's illegal to be drunk in a library.
Is it?
I guess so.
Well, there's a few people I need to tell then.
Jesus, I couldn't be drunk in a library. I can barely stay quiet when I'm sober.
That was the question. Was it a question, or did you just say it? Somebody said about drinking, having a beer on the street.
Oh,
you can't drink. Americans can't drink.
Yeah.
On the street. I think it goes back to you said the prohibition, or even the religious side of it.
Yeah. I mean, there's still areas in America where like Sundays are dry. And there's also areas where it's a completely dry town where the alcohol is completely prohibited for the town. So the liquor store just over the border does very well.
Yes. Well, it's like your American soldiers. They go to British bases. Are you telling me that those 18-year-old American soldiers are not drinking when they come to Europe?
Listen, I know I've dated a few Marines in my life, and they were under 21 and they never got denied. they showed their service ID, and they never got questioned.
Because they're 18 and over.
No, I mean, not even here in Britain. I'm saying even in America. Because they showed their service ID, so no one denied them a drink, even though they might have been underage.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm sorry, but that one really grinds me, because if you're allowing an 18-year-old, an under 21-year-old to fight for your country, then they should be allowed a drink.
1000%. That's the very least you could do for them.
Exactly, because you're not going to do anything for them when you come out.
You can buy a gun. You can buy a gun when you're 18, for fuck's sake.
Sorry, I didn't say that out loud, did I? No.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, some of the American soldiers are worse anyway. They're like college kids when they go away to college, because it's their first taste of freedom. And college is in America. For some reason, a lot of people go away to college. They don't go to their local college. So they get their freedom, right? They're on their own. They don't know what the hell they're doing because they're 18, right? And there's liquor everywhere. You just go to a party or something. It's ridiculous. I got served all the time underage in college.
Marge just said no swearing. Did I swear? I didn't swear, did I? I'm sure you did. I didn't swear.
Never.
How dare you say such a thing? God, you know, my memory's terrible. I've been to my mum and dad's, and there's something wrong with my mum and dad's front door. I can be a completely intelligent, intellectual person. As soon as I step through my mum and dad's front door, my words just disappear. And it's like, what's going on? I mean, I work in a place where people have dementia, and I don't have this problem. But as soon as I go through my mum and dad's front door, I'm like, what? So I've been there today. So
It's the dynamic, I think. It kind of like automatically transports you back to childhood in your brain for some reason.
Oh no, they keep reminding me. They keep reminding me. Bourneville in Birmingham is dry. It was built by Quakers, and there's still no pubs allowed. Oh,
really?
Well, I never.
Well, that's definitely one to avoid then. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, have you done a reaction to Bamber Bridge?
No, but we just watched something. We did watch something on it, didn't we, earlier today? Bear with me because I am tired. Did we do the Bamber Bridge? We did the Valour. We did the Ace, the Legless Ace. Kohima. Did I do Bamber Bridge? Jesus Christ.
I know I am, Disco. I really know I am.
Are you messing with me? I don't know. Did I?
Apparently not. No, not Bamber Bridge, said Disco.
Okay, you guys tell me. I've been doing this for a long time. You guys gotta help me. I'm in the home stretch, please.
Well, that's why I've jumped on early, because you know, people were saying you need a break, you need a rest, and I thought, well, I'll jump on, and if you need to bugger off somewhere, I'll try and entertain the troops for 5 minutes if they want to listen to me droning on in the background.
Oh my gosh, this is long. I'm starting to crack up a little. I do have some more, like, people have requested something, so we can throw them up if you want to do a react with me, if you're up for it.
I think it's fantastic. I mean, it's completely. Do you know the gist of it?
Didn't we wait? Was it mentioned in the Victoria Cross one? Is that what I'm thinking of? I feel like we've had a conversation about it, y'all. 1 second.
But you know our rules on interracial activity.
Your rules?
We don't have any.
Well, I would think not. That's shit.
Well, even back then we didn't.
You didn't?
No.
Well, that's good.
So that's what Bamber Bridge is about.
It's about interracial activities?
Without letting it out the bag, yeah.
Oh. Okay. Marcia's like, don't break down now. I'm trying. I'm trying. Oh, Manny asks, is there any strange or quirky laws in New Jersey? Yeah, there's a few. You can't make left turns in New Jersey. You have to do what's called a jog handle. So you go, it's hard to explain, but you're driving down the highway and normally the left lane would have like a left turn lane, right? But instead what you have to do is be in the right lane and go around a thing like this, which is called a jug handle, in order to cross over to the road and make a left. It's supposed to be safer, but no other state in the union does it.
Okay.
Yeah. You can't pump your own gas in New Jersey. It's illegal.
Okay. Is that because of theft?
Insurance, but it's also the only state in the union that has that law. There's apparently some weird law about you're not allowed to frown at police officers because they take it as a sign of disrespect or something.
Well, I would be put away.
Pickles are outlawed on Sundays. And something about soup. Like, I think it has to do with the slurping. I can't remember exactly, but I think it's something about you can't slurp your soup in public or something like that. So there you go.
Yes, disco, that was the word I was looking for. He said, we have never had any segregation, Mandy.
And that was probably the word you needed, yes.
Yeah. And then he says, that was a long word for me this time of the evening. Hence the long word for me, because I obviously didn't remember it because I've been to my parents.
All right. So Melissa gave me a tip to try to keep going for the last power hours. Ready? Breathe in for 6 seconds and out for 4 a few times. Okay. Count for me, TJ. Ready?
Pant, 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 pant.
Definitely feel more relaxed.
Have you noticed you can breathe out better than you can breathe in?
Yeah, I did notice that. I noticed I was having trouble breathing in for 6 seconds. Thank you for that. I do feel more relaxed. I have a little wild turkey as well, so that might help us along.
Really? You're drinking?
Well, it's a
Alcohol?
celebration. We've completely smashed, our goal. So
Oh, okay.
it's
You still got
Saturday.
2 hours to go.
It's Saturday. I mean,
This is Saturday. This is great. That's awesome. I can't wait to get to the end of the tree now.
A U.S. state, Sam K says a U.S. state has a bylaw to say you can't tease your pets as it upsets them.
There's a law in Alabama which is something like, you may have to Google this, people, something about along the lines of you can't buy a sex toy on a Sunday.
Oh, that's just disgraceful.
When else are you going to use one? You don't work all the rest of the time.
I'm saying, sometimes they have good sales on Sundays, right? Like, so I just looked it up real quick for Google AI, and it says Alabama, it's illegal to wear a fake mustache to get people to laugh or use a stink bomb.
Yeah.
In Alaska, it's illegal to shove a live moose out of a moving plane.
Okay, somebody's actually done that to make that a law.
Apparently. In Arkansas, it's against the law to mispronounce the state's name because it's spelled Arkansas, Kansas.
Well, where's Arkansas?
Arkansas is in the south, close, but it's close to Texas. So it's between like Texas and Florida.
So what's the other one that sounds similar?
So Kansas is above Oklahoma. So it goes Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, going north. I don't know why it's even called. I don't know where they came up with that name, Arkansas, either. It's like a weird one. Connecticut, pickles must.
You know that alcohol she's drinking. Whoa.
Pickles must bounce to be considered legally edible.
Did you know that McDonald's eggs on a sausage and egg muffin bounce?
I'm not surprised because I don't think they're actual eggs.
No, they are. I've cooked them. They are eggs.
Okay.
And you know the bacon that goes on a bacon and egg muffin?
Yeah.
The round stuff. That bounces too. Because while working in said McDonald's, I dropped them on the floor purposely to find out whether they bounced. And they do. They don't bounce as well when they're still hot, but they do bounce when they're cold.
I would imagine it would be better when they're cold. You probably firm up a bit, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Firm up a bit.
Just a tad.
In Georgia, it's illegal to carry an ice cream cone in your back pocket.
Yeah. I heard about that one. And there's something about not allowed to go hang gliding with a skirt on, or hang gliding on a Thursday afternoon, or some stupid thing like that. It's like, yeah, okay. Somebody's done that.
Yeah, some of these, it's very obvious somebody got caught doing it. Indiana, you cannot ride a horse at a speed exceeding 10 miles an hour.
And you can't keep your donkey, you can't keep it's either the ass or the mule, one of the two. You can't keep one of them in a bathtub in a field.
Yeah, I would think that would be difficult, let alone illegal. How would you get them in there? Anyways, in Iowa, you cannot throw a brick onto a highway unless you have written permission from the city council. That'd be an interesting conversation, applying for permission for that.
I would do it, actually. I would apply for permission, but it would be on a day. Oh, no, your highways are never empty, are they?
Very rarely.
Oh, you see, because our motorways, there are times when
you have lulls. Yeah, you do have lulls. Because people have, like, go home. Everyone's always working 24/7 in America. That's probably why.
Have you seen the YouTuber American who drives around and he does little shorts? I haven't seen him do a full video, but I've seen him do little. He's driving and he's got Ray-Ban glasses on, so you can see the whole dashboard and everything, and he's looking around and he'll comment on like American driving versus English driving.
No, I haven't seen that. I'll look for it though.
If I remember who he is, I'll send you his name.
Yeah, let me know.
He happened to come across. He was going forward, and the traffic was heading towards him, but he was indicating right. So of course he was crossing the other traffic. So you have to stop, wait, and wait for somebody a gap in the path or somebody to let you through. So he's indicating, he's sitting there and he's indicating. And an Audi driver flashed him. And he was in such a fluster that this Audi driver had flashed him. He didn't move quick enough. He was like gobsmacked that it was an Audi driver. But he happened to say that it wouldn't happen in America because Americans are, as he's put it, selfish drivers.
They are.
And that's why I don't think America has as many roundabouts. Because I don't think, I mean, there is one of the states that has roundabouts.
New Jersey had some for a while.
This fella went all out and put, the mayor went all out and put roundabouts everywhere in America.
I'd be interested to know if there is like a correlation, or like it was originally like that and they arranged it somehow differently. New Jersey used to have some, but they've taken them all out now.
Because
it's safer to have a traffic light.
Most American drivers are selfish. In my humble opinion of somebody that's never been over there, and I'm purely only watching YouTube videos and movies.
Well,
just putting that out there.
Americans tend to be more self-involved overall as compared to UK culture, so I would definitely say that's probably a safe assumption.
TJ, is that JVAT? Possibly. Let me get my phone. Oh God, I don't know.
Melissa says that there's a weird law in New Hampshire or the Shire. It is unlawful to pick up or carry away seaweed from the beach at night.
Well,
Case, is ever something you felt like you were going to do?
I will try to remember that when I'm there. It's actually illegal to pick up pebbles on Welsh beaches.
Is it?
A lot of Welsh beaches, because it's part of the sea defences, and if everybody was to take these big pebbles home with them, they'd have no sea defences.
Fair enough. Melissa says that according to Google, prohibition on collecting seaweed at night may stem from its historical use as a valuable fertilizer, making it a commodity in colonial times. And Sam K says it's illegal to be drunk and in charge of a cow. Have you ever heard of cow tipping?
I have heard of it. I know somebody who's done it.
Have you?
Yes.
I have never done it, but that shit is stupid. Like, leave the fucking cow alone.
Exactly.
How bored are you in life that that's your entertainment? Go do something else. God. Richard says you can't have more than 6 dildos in Texas. I have no idea if he's kidding or not, but that's funny.
That's why you can't have one on Sunday.
Discus is the state of Idaho has the most in one county. Sorry, you think he's talking about dildos. Wouldn't know. I've never been to Idaho.
That's telling.
Is it?
Well, you didn't say you haven't got any dildos.
Oh, you're right, I didn't. I actually don't. I had to get rid of them all.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine them coming through customs.
You're not allowed in here anymore. Gotta go. You're a
Has
little bit.
has anyone else noticed Mandy's face has gone the color of her t-shirt?
No, I actually got rid of all of them when I met my husband, so I didn't need them anymore.
You're still the color of your H on your t-shirt.
I'm just being honest. It's the truth.
I'm waiting for the chat to catch up.
In Louisiana, gargling in public is illegal. In Nevada, camels are prohibited from being on highways. Because there's
I've got a UK one for you.
All right.
I don't know if it's still valid because not many of our police officers wear them anymore. But pregnant women used to be allowed to piss in a policeman's helmet.
Really?
Really? Because they wore capes.
So I don't know. I don't get the correlation.
So if a pregnant woman needed to go, the police officer would give her the helmet. She would squat in the helmet. Is it still law or is it disco? And they would take their cape off and shield them from the public.
Oh, okay. But you have to be pregnant.
Yeah. Although I could get away with that.
Please.
It doesn't state how pregnant.
Fair. I could be like, I'm pregnant. You can't tell. What do you want? My belly's pretty big. I could probably get away with it too.
Apparently, Disco knows a policeman that did it.
Oh my God, Disco. Do you know everyone? So here's another one for you, Manny. New Jersey, wearing a bulletproof vest while committing a crime is an additional charge.
Because that's evading prosecution. Or judgment. Evading judgment. You can't be shot by the police because,
But there are a lot of people, if the policeman is the one doing the crime, do they get an additional charge or do they get off? Part of their uniform.
There's a thought.
I mean, theoretically, they should get charged as well, but very few policemen in America get charged with anything. So, in Oklahoma, you cannot take a bite out of someone else's hamburger.
So you can't have a romantic date and have a bite of each other's hamburger.
That's shit. I wonder if you could share a milkshake. I wonder if that's okay.
Can you share spaghetti bolognese?
Like spaghetti bolognese isn't as popular in America. It's more like spaghetti and meatballs, where it's just so they would just have like Lady and the Tramp.
Yeah.
Yeah. So possibly because I think spaghetti bolognese would be messier doing it that way.
Oh, I've got one for you.
Hmm.
It's a question.
Okay.
What you're eating, what is it?
Pasta.
Pasta. So if that's pasta, what's noodles?
Noodles are long and stringy. Like the type of noodles you would have in like ramen.
So ramen is noodles and spaghetti is pasta. Because I've been watching a few YouTube channels and cooking things, and they're saying, put the noodles in the pan, and I'm looking at what you're eating. I'm like, that's not noodles, that's pasta.
No, I'm with you on that. Noodles are the long, stringy, like ramen stuff, it's a different. Isn't it made of something different? Pasta and noodles.
Yeah, pasta's wheat.
Right, and noodles are something else, right?
I think noodles is rice. I'm not sure.
I know there are egg noodles, but I know that's not the only kind. That is a conundrum. Are they American?
Yeah. And we've had the conversation on Hen's channel with people in the chat, and they swear that it's noodles, and we're like, no, it's pasta. They're like, no. Pasta is made from durum wheat.
I don't know. Let's ask the chat. What do you guys think? Like, I've always known that was pasta, or we would call it spaghetti spirals, shells, like call it whatever the shape
whatever
is, right?
the shape is, yeah.
Yeah, I've never known that to be called noodles. I've heard pasta noodle like sometimes in like advertisements and commercials and stuff, but rarely.
This one was using the spiral pasta and calling it noodles. And I switched, I swiped. I was like, no, I'm not watching that. Can't be watching that.
Were they making a pasta dish or were they making a soup or stew?
They were making a pasta dish.
Because I know sometimes people will use some pastas in like soups and call them noodles.
So like
But
a branded version of our, like we can have chicken and noodle soup.
Yeah. So they would make like a homemade chicken and noodle soup, but they would use like pasta.
Yeah.
Instead of like noodles, right?
I understand that, but to me, noodles are very thin, different coloured.
They're lighter. They're lighter.
Yeah. They don't sit in your stomach as much, which is why people eat ramen, for fuck's sake, because it's a quick meal to shove down your face. I mean, even our pot noodles.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's how I've always known it. I've never known anyone to call it noodles like that. So that's a weird one on me as well, TJ. I don't blame you for swiping left.
See, Melissa says, to me, noodles is like ramen, but pasta is spaghetti, ziti, bow ties. What's a ziti?
Ziti. It's kind of like a penne, but it's got it's like a wider cylinder.
Oh, right. Okay.
Do you not use ziti here? You use ziti here. I've seen it.
I don't.
Mm.
I don't eat a lot of pasta. I'm like full after 3 spoonfuls. I'm like, well, I can't eat anymore.
It is very filling, yeah. It is very filling.
And I don't do the walking to require to burn it.
Yeah, I might have to cut down on pasta now that I'll be working from home.
I don't eat a lot of pasta, bread, or potatoes.
Bread is my weakness. Ugh, bread is my weakness.
Oh, bread is mine. Used to be my go-to, I need something to eat, would be homemade chips cooked in lard. And they would be Cara potatoes, which are longer, so that you get long chips.
Okay.
And you 3 times fry them, or twice fry them. And half a pound of butter on fresh white bread with a pinch of salt. And I would demolish that within seconds.
That seems like a lot of work.
Yeah, but it's worth it.
Is it? My dad used to make homemade French fries and chips, like crisps, all the time when he was home. He would just do it in like olive oil. Though he would like slice the potato. He'd had like this potato slicer.
Yeah.
Slice the potato, yeah. But I don't remember if they were long potatoes or not. They probably were. They're probably whatever is cheapest because we never had any money. But they were good. I remember them being really good. I always liked the homemade chips and potatoes. Chips and potato chips.
Mick MacArthur is popping off for a bit. So
All
take
right.
care for now, Mick. See you later.
Thank you for joining us, Mick. Appreciate it. Rice. I'm a carb fiend. Rice, pasta, any kind of bread base.
Yes, he marches with me. Chips cooked in lard is the best.
Thank you, Disco. Enjoy. Neil says in Shetland you can be hung for stealing peat. What's peat?
Bog.
What's that?
It's used to be dried out and burned.
Like in a fire, like for like fireplaces and stuff.
For like fireplaces. It's also used for potting plants, and it's a very nutrient-rich commodity. It's like, you know what a bog is, don't you? Very watery grassland.
Okay, got you. So this would be in the Vog, like it would be from in or around that area?
Yeah.
Okay.
They actually found like peat, like moss. Peat is a fuel. They actually found a man, and he's called, isn't he called the Peat Moss Man? Somebody in the chat will know. They found a man from donkeys years ago, literally donkeys years ago, and he still had all his clothes on, and he died in the peat bog, and he's mummified.
Really?
Yeah.
Did he die or did he die?
Is it Cheddar Man? Marge is saying Cheddar Man. I'm sure I knew him as the Peat Moss Man.
Maybe.
But yeah, there's I think he's in a place. It's a museum, but they've done it up to look like what it would have looked like when he lived there, Iron Age, Stone Age, or something like that.
Wow, interesting.
Fantastic. It is.
Sam K says somewhere in the U.S. it's illegal for a firefighter to save a woman without her permission. But what if she's unconscious? And Melissa's saying it's probably consent's implied at that point, probably. And then someone else was saying, Manny says, how would the policeman clean and sanitize their helmet? Because you wouldn't want to carry it on your shift with your hair smelling piss all night.
Probably go to one of the water pumps and rinse it out.
Probably.
Yeah, Roy said there, the peat bog guy died hundreds, if not thousands of years ago. It was preserved by the anaerobic conditions.
That's weird, right? When you think about it.
Well, you need to put it on your bucket list.
Okay, we'll do. Peat Moss guy.
She's just showing off now.
I think that this keyboard makes it sound like it's faster than it is, to be fair.
I went to a typing course. When I got after I had the accident, I got redeployed. Same company, different place of work. And I got redeployed into an office. Worst decision ever made in life, but never mind. So they sent me on a typing course. And before the typing course, we had to type the way we do when we're in work. So I was in a place where I had to answer the phone, I had to press a button for people to come in through electronic doors, that sort of thing. So I was typing with one hand. And I had 28. Now I wasn't a typist. I didn't do typing in school. So I had 28 words a minute. It's not a lot, but I was proud of it, considering I was doing it with one hand and had never done typing before.
That's a fair feat, yeah.
After the course, after they told me to place my fingers on F and J and this one and that one and start doing and use your little finger to do this one and your index finger to do that one and your big finger to do this one, that one, and another one, it went down to 19 words a minute.
Yeah, it definitely does, because you're thinking too much about where your fingers should go instead of just typing.
In 19 words a minute, so I stick to the one-handed because I answer the phone with the other hand. I answer the phone with me left hand, and I've got to press a button to answer the phone. Do you know what I mean? You pick the receiver up, press the buttons, and then put the receiver to your ears. So that hand's full, and I'm doing that while I'm still filling in a spreadsheet with my right hand.
So you're saying you do this, right?
Yeah.
Or you press the button to answer the phone or whatever. Okay. I think I can type with my right hand. I could type if I had to. I could type with my right hand only. But I don't know if I could do it with my left.
Yeah, no, the phone is in my left hand.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I would struggle the other way. See, I'm not really typing. I'm just tapping the tops of the keys. It sounds like I'm typing.
Yeah, I do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I do that when I want to look busy and I'm not really doing anything at work. Richard Wilmart hour and a half, guys. Hour and a half. Okay. By the way, do you cut up your food with a knife and fork and then put the knife down and fork the food in?
Yes, that's another thing I've seen.
Mean like you cut all of the steak. Let's say it's a piece of chicken. You cut all the piece of chicken up into chunks and then you just put the knife down and eat. Is that what he's suggesting?
I think so. But yeah. I've seen people cut the food up. So get the knife and fork, stick the fork in, cut a piece off, put the knife down, change hands, and put the fork in the mouth.
Yeah.
And then do that again. So they keep swapping over. Not cutting everything up, swapping the fork over, and then just doing that.
Yeah, I haven't done the cutting everything up thing since my kid was little. I've always cut up my meat and eat as bite as I eat, right? Like I cut it when I'm ready to take a bite. I actually have recently, in the last couple, maybe 4 years or so, have tried to start adopting the changing of the hands for the fork because it slows I tend to eat fast. So it's like takes that extra second or so. So it's gives your.
So you don't have I'm predominantly right-handed.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have my fork in my left hand.
Right.
And cut with my right hand.
Right. Same.
And then at that moment, take the food to my mouth.
That's fair. I know a lot of people that do that.
Right. That's a predominantly UK way of doing it. But apparently Americans would then drop the knife and swap hands with the fork and then put it in their mouth.
I've heard it's a European thing.
No, I've only ever heard it being American. I've only seen YouTube videos of people doing it and making a point of it.
I try to make a point of it when I'm using both. Only I don't use a knife often, in all fairness, because I'm American, so I cut with my fork. But if if it's meat and stuff, obviously you can't cut that with a fork. I tried it, but like I said, because I eat fast sometimes, so I try to slows down, so it gives you more digestion. It gives your body more time to digest. Thus, you get full quicker, so you don't eat as much. I mean, I'm on a weight loss thing, so any little bit helps. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's also I might be overstepping the mark here, but that might be because where you've lived, you're in a rush. Where you've worked, everything is a rush. So you've got to, if you've only got 20 minutes for lunch break, you're going to literally eat as much as you can in that lunch break. You're not going to sit and leisurely eat your dinner.
I don't think you're overstepping the mark. I think that's a very fair observation. And I think there's probably some truth to it. We're always eating on the go in America. We're grabbing food, eating in the car. We're always eating on the go. So that makes complete sense.
That also fits into the tipping culture. you go to a restaurant and you are looked after beyond the need of being looked after because your wait staff want to be tipped.
Mhm.
So as soon as you've finished your dinner, you're out of there because they need someone else in quickly. Whereas most of Europe, it's like sit down, you're there for 3 or 4 hours, sitting with your mates, having a chill, having a drink.
Yeah, it's an event. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That is exactly part of it. I mean, when I waited tables, you only made money if you had turnover. You just did. And it was really frustrating when you had people that would linger. Because
Here's a tip.
when
Don't
they'd
eat
be
yellow
done
snow.
with their meal and they wouldn't be ordering anymore. So it's almost like taking extra money out of your pocket because
Yeah.
someone else is going to get that table. So I mean, if the whole thing can be solved if they just pay service people the regular wage they're supposed to pay them.
Yeah, but they will. But because I'm going to be the
Go ahead, you're fine. Go.
devil's advocate here. Devil's advocate, is that the right word?
Yeah, you're going to argue the point, right?
I'm going to argue the point. I don't necessarily mean this before anyone gets to me, right? Right. Your people who own those places and your work staff are selfish.
Yeah, it's all about profit.
So if I don't pay you, if I pay you a proper amount of money, so if I pay you $10 an hour and you get tipped $2, then that's not fair on me because you've now got $12 for an hour. Whereas Flossie over there is a miserable faced so-and-so. She's only getting her $10 and she's going to go to the boss and go, well, Mandy got $12 for this hour. Do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I hear you. And I'm sure that that's like something that is, I'm sure it's not unheard of, especially in the service industry in America because it's fucking cutthroat in the industry.
I've been in my job at my rate of pay for over 5 years. So I am at the top of my grade. I can't get any more pay rises unless we get a general pay rises that we get off the government. So I'm at the top of my grade. And somebody who'd been in a year was asking me about rates of pay. And I said, well, I'm on £15 an hour. And she said, well, why am I only on £12 an hour? And I went, because you're new. She said, but I'm doing the same job as you. I went, you know. She said, I am. I said, you know, I'm doing it with more experience, more intelligence,
more
patience, and I've been here longer. Well, that's not fair. So I could imagine that equation in a cafe, in a restaurant. That's not fair. How dare you? She's earned £2 because that person gave her, because she smiles better than me. She gets more money per hour than me. Well, smile, you miserable cow.
Well, part of the problem is with the service industry is, I mean, first of all, the federal minimum wage in America is only like $7.50 an hour, which is not enough to live on. It's like $15,000 a year.
It's not.
But the service industry has a national federal minimum wage of $2 and I think 75 cents an hour because they get tipped. They literally don't make any money unless they get tipped.
Yeah, well, that's wrong. Did you ever watch Did you ever watch the fella who said about McDonald's? And he goes through what they earn in America, and he goes through what they earn all around the world in the McDonald's.
I think I have seen a report or something like that. I don't know if I saw exactly what you're talking about, but I've seen reports that like when they were talking about raising it to $15 an hour at McDonald's, and people were in an uproar in America because it's like a entry-level job or whatever. But they compared it to like Europe and stuff where they make like 25 or 30 equivalent or something like that.
Yeah.
And they have a better quality of life and everything for it.
Yeah, it's when I worked at McDonald's, full-time rate of pay for me to be full-time. At the time I only had to work 39 hours, but an American company were telling us it had to be 42 hours. or 40 hours, something. Would it have been 40 hours?
It might have been 40. I was going to say 42 seems excessive.
It might have been 40. So I'd worked 40 hours, and I said, you'd owe me an hour's overtime. And they were like, no, because you have to work 40 hours because you're an American company. And I'm like, yeah, but you're in the UK, and I'm paying tax to the UK people, and you're paying me with British pounds. Full time in the UK is 39 hours. You owe me an hour's overtime. And they wouldn't. They argued and argued and argued. And I said, well, I'll just go to the HMRC then and tell them. But they made sure after that I never worked more than 39 hours.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I never got that hour's overtime. But they made sure, damn sure, I didn't stay over my time.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. They will do everything they can to not pay extra, American companies. That's all it is. It's mainly that there's no federal oversight saying you have to do this, you have to make sure this is done, right? Like there's national laws here that say things like that, right? Here, there's not really any in America, there's not really any oversight. And companies are allowed to do whatever they want.
That's shocking.
It is shocking. It's disgusting. But it's the truth. I was promoted, which means I got a title and a little bit more money for the same job because I had been there a while or whatever. And they promoted me. They gave me a little bit more money, but it was a salary instead of hourly. So sometimes I would pick up extra hours if there was a project or something, I would stay late or whatever. So that overtime, it would be overtime at that point if I was hourly. But when I got changed to salary, I was expected to do the same work and work the same hours, but it worked out to be less an hour because they didn't have to pay me overtime.
Yeah. Disco says there, when he worked in a nightclub in Romford, there was a barmaid that got £100 per night in tips because she had a low-cut top, as all the females did. But she was big up there. It wasn't fair. Well, I worked in a bar. I worked in a nightclub behind the bar, and it was in an area that I knew everybody. Everybody I used to go to school with used to come to this place. So they would literally throw me, this was back in 89, 88. So they'd throw me £1. They'd throw me 50p, which equivalent today is like £5, I think. Or they'd go, keep the change, and I would say, no, I can't keep the change. I'll just take 50p. Okay, no, like that. Well, my pint glass was full by the end of the night. And at the time, we kept our own tips. But because I got to be so popular and my tips were rising like no one's business, the two miserable cows who'd been there for years were like, no, we need to we pool our tips now. I was like, oh, do we?
That's what you get.
We didn't pool our tips last week, did we? But all of a sudden, we're pooling our tips now.
That's what I was taking it and putting it right in my pocket instead.
No, well, you'd be accused of stealing from the till then, wouldn't you?
Yeah. I mean, I've worked in a bar too, and I'm not going to lie that I would dress a certain way to get better tips.
I haven't got the equipment to dress a better way to get better tips.
I can't help you there.
No.
Sorry.
I mean, there are these things called Wonder Bras, and they are awesome.
You know what you can do? We did this when I was doing shows on stage. You can also there's certain makeup you can do to make it look like you have more cleavage as well.
Yeah.
Throwing it out there in case you ever want to know, or anyone else. Then I got a job at a restaurant that was more upscale, and I had to wear like a shirt and tie. I was like, "Fuck this."
I got more tips when I transferred from being behind the bar to being female security staff.
Really?
And when I was female security staff, I had a white shirt, black dicky bow, and black jacket.
Interesting. I wonder why.
Because I looked about 6'4".
And you were like, I'm gonna cut a bitch.
Well, I just used to stand there and smile. But if there was a fight went on in the ladies, obviously the brick walls that were my partners working couldn't go into the ladies' toilets.
Yeah.
So that's why I was employed, because they found out that I knew a little bit of
Defense.
Defense, yeah. Let's call it that. And I could go into the ladies, stop the fight that was going on, get them out, and then the gentleman who I was working with would get them out of the building. But I got more tips because I mean I was 5'11" at the time, and I was wearing 4 or 5 inch heels. I had long hair, which I would crimp and literally put it on the top of my head. So that extra bubble of, you know, the bubble on the top of my head with this ponytail sticking out would make me look even bigger. And I didn't have the back injury, so I was standing up tall. So yeah, I'd get tips at the end of the night. Thank you very much for looking after us. Because I'd walk around and I'd be like, that you out. Why? Because you're smoking weed. Get out. No, I'll do that. Do you want me to call the police? No. We'll get out then. Never ever got into any scuffles. Except
you
one.
have a very matter of fact type of approach to things too, though. So it feels like the confidence might have dissipated some of the tension and stuff at sometimes that might have escalated in if you had a different approach. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, walking around, they thought I was a busy in disguise.
Yeah.
You're a busy. I'm not a busy. You are a busy. I'm not a busy. Well, you're a copper then. I'm not a copper either. I'm security staff. But yeah, I've got an air of authority.
Yeah, we'll just go with authority.
We'll go with authority.
So Falco says it's believed that Marco Polo brought back noodles from China to Italy, and that's what like pasta came from originally.
Oh.
Which I think I've heard something along those lines before, so that is quite feasible.
Marja says, have I smoked green? No, I haven't. It is illegal in this country.
It is illegal in this country. Can I ask you your opinion as a native, or more native than I anyway?
I'm glad you slipped that little bit there in on the end.
Why do you think prostitution's legal but weed isn't? Especially considering that it's actually been proven there's medicinal, like, positive effects from weed for certain, you know, illnesses and treatments and stuff.
You want my opinion?
Your opinion, yeah.
My opinion. Because rich peoples can use prostitutes.
It's kind of what I thought.
Rich peoples have been having affairs, having maids, and having liaisons. Even the royal family are known to have women all over the world, all over the country, and children by them, and illegitimate king's line, and all this palaver. So, to make it more socially acceptable, rather than having an affair with a woman, prostitution, in my opinion, you are paying for a service rather than ruining somebody's heart. Because you don't have to marry them. You know it's just sex. So it's a commodity. Whereas if you give weed to everybody, they are not going to be a good workforce. So you are not going to have the income that you had prior.
I don't know that I entirely agree with you about that last statement, because I know people who smoke weed on or do work, not like mechanical work or anything like that, like driving a car or anything, but they do work after smoking, and they actually concentrate better for some reason. But in the States, because there are some states that are where it's legal. But I to me, it's still, to me, it falls under the umbrella of autonomy over your body on both of them. So if one is legal, the other one should be legal. But I do agree with you that it probably has to do with class system, where the class system wants to be able to participate in one and sees the other one as maybe like a lower class vice.
Well, no, because rich people used to have it was only years and years ago, it was only the richer people who had access to opium.
But I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like opiates would be considered a more acceptable drug for that for the upper class, and that like marijuana might be like a lower class drug.
I suppose. But I that's what my thoughts are on it. If you're see, you've got to remember that back in the day, Great Britain was all industry. Your workers were physically working. They weren't, sorry about this, people who sit behind a computer all day, i.e. I'm one of them. It is still work, but it's a different kind of work. It's not manual. So in my opinion, if you had to go and work on a farmer's field and you were stoned, you'd be under the haystack, not fixing it.
I mean, I agree. It depends probably on the situation. There are states where it's legal only for medicinal purposes, and of course you have to prove and get a special like medical card in order to have it, carry it, all that. And then there are states where it's approved for recreation as well. And then there's states where they still outlaw it. Federally, though, like from the national government point of view, it's still illegal. Though I think Trump was working on declassifying it as a top drug like heroin or fentanyl to like a lower drug, so it could be tested more and possibly made legal, at least for medicinal purposes.
A few people here, a long time ago, I looked into it, and a few people were saying there's no way you can tax it, which is why it's illegal in this country.
That's a fair point, because it is a money maker for those states.
It's a plant. How do you tax a plant? What taxation do you put it under? The same as tobacco, because tobacco is a plant.
That's what I was going to say. I would just do whatever tobacco falls under. That I would just mimic it. That would be my solution, I'm saying. But I'm obviously not in government or anything. So. Hello, Alex. Thank you for joining us. Conversely, though, oddly, prostitution's illegal in America. Except for like one area, I think, outside of Vegas.
Now, you say that, and I'm going purely TVs and movies. All right? Purely TVs and movies. There's people walking the streets dressed provocatively in certain areas of cities.
Yep.
And the cops drive by and they're fine.
Yep.
It's only when Mr. John stops the car and money exchanges.
Yeah, because it has to be proven, because technically they're just loitering.
But even loitering is illegal, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think it's a misdemeanor. Like it's a petty crime as compared to like a not a felony, because a felony's federal. I forgot what the name of it is, but it's considered like a lesser crime where you just can get a fine, whereas you can be arrested for prostitution.
See, we have loitering with intent. I think that's what ours is. So if I'm stood outside of a bank across the road and I'm there all day and the police drive past me about 6 times and I'm outside a bank or something like that, and I've got a suitcase with me or a bag with a crowbar sticking out of it, and I've got a little black mask on and a stripy jumper and a berry, they could say I was loitering with intent because I've got the tools of the trade and I look the part. But if I was just sat outside the bank all day because I had nowhere else to go, they would stop me and go, "What are you doing?" I'll go, "I've got nowhere else to go. I'm just sitting on this bit here because it's dry." They'll just drive off and go, "Okay, sure."
Yeah.
Although I am still loitering.
Technically, yeah, I guess so.
Gangsta TJ.
That makes more sense, actually. Melissa says that New Hampshire borders 2 recreational states, so it's illegal in New Hampshire, but it's legal in the other states bordering it. So people just go over the border to the dispensaries and get it and then cross over. And that was what happened when we moved to Pennsylvania, because in New Jersey it was legalized for recreation, but in Pennsylvania it was still illegal. So we knew people that would go to New Jersey or people that lived in New Jersey that would buy it and then bring it to Pennsylvania for people and either sell it or just, get their money back or whatever. So it's just like, it doesn't matter that it's illegal. I think America is heading towards legalizing it nationwide, but just need a fucking leader with some balls.
It's amazing how the wheels of commerce go round, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I knew plenty of people in college and stuff who sold it and stuff, especially on that level. It just doesn't matter. And that was before it was becoming legal in most states. I mean, I think it was only one state at that point that was legal. Marcia says the government has marijuana farms for medicinal use here in the UK, or is that in the US, Marcia? I think she's talking about the UK.
I think it is UK.
Yeah, I think so as well.
And I bet you it's got heavy security.
Yeah, I'm just double checking everything because we're heading into the last hour, folks. So, yeah.
She's flagging everybody. Everybody, she's going. She's going. It's that alcohol, tell you.
I'm halfway through my glass. Misdemeanor. Thank you, Melissa. That's the word I was thinking of. Thank you, Melissa. And Sam K goes, gangster TJ.
Yeah.
Melissa's right. There used to be cocaine in Coca-Cola when it first came out in like the 40s or 50s or so, or 30s, whenever it came out. Probably the 30s.
Wasn't it the 1800s?
Was it? I don't know.
Yeah, you're useless.
I am.
Come on, you can type quicker than me.
Come on, it's been 11 hours. Give me a break.
Yeah, see, you're on the home straight now, says Roy. You're on the home straight. Yeah, I mean, I can do it, but it'll be a verbal one, so you'll hear me with my phone.
Coca-Cola. 1886. Very well done. By a pharmacist in Atlanta, Georgia. It is a non-alcoholic version of his original French wine, Coca. Frank Mason Robinson, Pemberton's bookkeeper, named the drink Coca-Cola and created this logo. Excuse me. It was 5 cents a glass.
See, now I didn't know that. I thought it was one of the old, again, movies. Oh, God, what are they called? The fellas that used to sell potions and lotions going from state to state.
Snake oil salesman?
Snake oil salesman. I thought it was one of those that created it. Got hold of some cocaine from the railway Chinese people. Put it into a drink.
It was actually a tonic prescribed for common ailments in the pharmacy. Interesting.
You are loitering here. Well, Richard, you are.
Interesting. Whew.
Why is Mexican cola nice and expensive? What's the difference between Mexican cola and everywhere else? Marja. Come on, Marja. Spill the beans. Why is it different?
I don't know what Mexican... I've never had Mexican cola, so... But I think it's sweet. Like, really, I think there's a lot of sugar in it. If memory serves.
Neil said there's currently a trial using chemicals extracted from the cannabis plants to help people with Parkinson's. The trouble with street cannabis is it's a variable quality. That's why they can't tax it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is you'd have to legalize it and regulate it in order for it to tax it, right? Decriminalize it, legalize it, and then tax it, and then regulate it so you can tax it.
Yeah, but also you can't tax something like with nicotine in a cigarette. It's got 10 milligrams of nicotine in it. So each one of those cigarettes is supposed to have 10 milligrams of nicotine in that cigarette, because it's processed that much. That's what it's like a tablet. They know how much is in it, so that they can tax it, so that they can make it, so that whatever. But with it being a plant that will lose some of its properties if it's processed too much, you can't then say, I mean, I suppose you could if you made like cigars and said, right, this one's this big and it's only got 8 milligrams of cannabis in it, and 8 milligrams of quality in it. And this cigar has 6.5 and it costs this much, and it costs, do you know what I mean? So if the variable amount of quality this cannabis plant has, if they could figure out how much it's in it, and they could figure out how much they could tax it, they could do it that way. But it's too fiddly.
There must be a way, because they do it in Amsterdam, and they do it in some of the states where it's legal. Like in California, it's legal for recreational, and they have dispensaries that have, there's laws that regulate the dispensary on what they can sell, how much, and all that kind of stuff. So there's got to be a way. I mean, I would think that obviously the UK laws are a little different on how they regulate things, and especially when you tie in, health factors and stuff. So I get that there's, it's a little more complicated, but
it's the UK. It's bound to be.
Fair point.
Why make it easy? There was actually, did you hear about the milkman? The whole street of pensioners were being dealt by their milkman.
Being dealt to, that he was the dealer. Sorry.
He was the dealer. And they stopped going to get their medication from the doctors. and that was the only reason that they knew things were going on, because the doctor's surgery were like, well, where's Mrs. Jones? She hasn't been in for a med. Is she okay? So the doctor actually went out and knocked on Mrs. Jones's door and found out that she was walking without her cane. She was in good spirits. And then a couple of weeks later, Mrs. Smith down the road, Mr. and Mrs. Smith down the road, that they hadn't been in for a while. So he went and knocked on their door, and it was like, we're just doing a welfare check. Is everything okay? Oh yeah, no, they're fine. They're out there digging the garden up. And it was like, what's going on here? So he did a blood test. He called them all in for a blood test, and he found out that they'd been smoking. And the milkman lost his job.
I mean, I feel bad he lost his job, but I mean, it does attest to the fact that it does help.
It does. It does.
That's funny. It reminds me of people I knew when I was little. Well, I didn't know at the time when I was little. I found out later as an adult that our ice cream man was a dealer. So he would go and sell ice cream from his ice cream truck to the kids. That was legit, right?
Yep.
But then the parents, when they went to pay for the ice cream, would then.
Yep. I don't know for sure, but I am under the impression that may go on here, because who the fuck wants to buy an ice cream in the middle of winter?
I actually love ice cream in winter. I'm crazy. I eat soup in the middle of summer as well.
Right. Well, no, I'm sorry, but standing out in the UK in the middle of winter when it's dark buying an ice cream is not on.
That's a fair point. I don't have an argument for that. It's a fair point.
It's not like you're going to the supermarket, buying blocks of ice cream and putting it in your freezer. You're standing out in a pissing down cold, freezing foggy night, for all intents and purposes, waiting for a man to deal you an ice cream.
Yeah, it might have something sprinkled extra on it. Yeah, you're right. It is sus.
Oh, Falco said, I think Mexican cola is still sold in glass bottles. Ooh.
I think it is, actually, now that I think about it. I've seen pictures of it. Neil says that Mexican cola has sugar like here, like real, like actual sugar, while the US has the high fructose corn syrup. So that's why it tastes different. Which is very probable.
I can't stand skinny cola. Can't stand it.
Skinny cola, you meaning no sugar?
No sugar. If I'm gonna buy Coca-Cola, I'm gonna buy the proper stuff. And now, because of the sugar tax we've got in the UK, it's a lot more expensive than it used to be.
Yeah.
But if I'm gonna buy it, it's like if I want that, I'm gonna have that. I am not buying something that is full of chemicals and tastes like shit. It's low calorie. It's got no caffeine in it. It's got no calories in it. It's got no sugar in it. It's got no colorings in it. Oh, so you're just drinking a bottle of water. Carbonated water. There you go. Knock your socks off.
Oh, my family is like, can we come home yet?
Where have they been?
Well, my partner coaches football, so they've been out at football all day. The child went with them.
And it's like 9 o'clock at night. Where are they now?
I think they probably stopped and had food or something on their way back.
Sitting in a McDonald's looking at the phone going, for fuck's sake, Mum, hurry up.
No, he just texted, because I texted him. I'm like, I changed positions so that, like, because the way I was sitting before, the door to come in, is right behind me. So I was like, oh, I'm still going live because I was worried about them being on camera. And I was like, oh, I'll just change positions because you can't see anything but the wall, right? So I was like, no, you guys are good now. And they're like, oh, we decided to go for a drive. So, okay. Probably coffee or something.
It's a nice thing that they've gone out all day so that you could do this.
Yeah, they're really good, to be honest. My daughter sometimes gets annoyed when I'm vlogging in public or something like that. and she's with me, but they understand that it's like really important. And I've been talking about this 12-hour live for like a month and a half straight, pretty much. So I was like, you have football that day, right? And I was like, what are we going to do with her? And I said to her, I might have to change locations because I don't know about sitting in my office for 12 hours straight. That chair is not really built for that and all kinds of stuff. She's like, I'll just go with Dad to football.
That's good.
Yes, 50 minutes.
Let Mummy have her fun.
Yeah.
She's going to pay for it when I get back.
Well, 2 nights this week, actually. We had girls' nights. My partner was working or coaching, one of the two. And she yapped my ear off for like 2.5 hours straight, which is very unusual, about school and what's drama with her friends and her new classes because they started school this week and all that. So that's unusual for her.
You know, when I asked, does she keep in touch with her friends from America? Do you know if they think it's weird that she has to wear a school uniform? Do they think it's weird that she's got different subjects? Do you know if they talk about that sort of thing?
I know they've talked about the uniform situation because we were prepping her before we left that she would have to wear a uniform when she got here to go to school. And that was kind of a struggle. So I know she's talked to them about that. And they do find it strange. I don't know about the subjects. I know she talks to them about school, but I don't know if it's like specifically about what types of subjects that they're offered and all that.
See, what I was thinking, which I may upset somebody, the common suspicion is that American education isn't as high as other people's, like for ours, for instance, the UK education.
It's not.
Is it not?
Mm-mm. Not even
so
close.
If she's in year 4, 5, which is the equivalent of your middle school 2nd year, 3rd year.
I don't know. It confuses me.
So no, it's the equivalent of yours. If she's in 5 here,
GCSEs, I think that's year 10. But she would just be starting high school, which is 9th grade in America.
So she's learning more than her American counterparts in the same subject. So they could be ringing her up, asking her for the answers.
They could be.
So all her friend group are going to pass all their exams because they've been cheating.
It very well could be. It's just there's no national curriculum in America. That's what it boils down to. The curriculum
I find strange.
Yeah, curriculum is determined by local councils. It's not even determined by state. It's like local communities and local towns and counties. So and so it varies from district to district.
See, I would kind of understand that if we go back a few years when I'm trying to think of the what's the famous state that made cars?
Detroit, Michigan.
Michigan, right. So if it was Michigan, they would be learning engineering, they would be learning anything that was car building related. It's no point teaching them farming because they're going to go into the factory to make cars. Whereas if you were in a farming state, it's no good teaching you engineering if you're going to be on a farm. You'd need to learn about animal husbandry, but they don't do that, do they?
Mm-mm.
It's all college and university. That's the route that you go, isn't it?
Mostly blue collar. Yeah. There's a slight shift in some areas where they are offering what they call VOTEC schools, which high schools, which is you can go to it and learn trade more. It's more focused on trade. but it's not like universal or anything like that. I would suspect that it probably originated from the fact that there were, like you said, different communities that were focused on different areas, because America is so vast. School, like you said, schooling would be more centralized. You'd get better schooling at that point for the opportunities in your area. And it also probably had to do with the fact that we've expanded so much over the last 150 years, as far as, states, and sometimes they were territories that were settled, and then schools and towns were created in the territory before it actually became a state. So they didn't really change the rules.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That kind of thing too. So it's probably a combo, to be honest, and a complete lack of actual will at the federal level.
Do you think there might be an element of keeping people uneducated so that they just follow the flow and don't learn about other countries so that they don't want to leave?
Yeah. Not just that, also so that they do the work for the big business, for people who, are in the elite class, that kind of stuff. I think it's all, even if it's not conscious, sometimes it is conscious, but I think some of it is subconscious as well. It's just ingrained in us. And there is actually a quote J.D. Rockefeller said, I don't know if you know him, but he was a tycoon from like the 20s and 30s era. And he had business in everything. He was like a billionaire basically for his time. And he said, I don't want thinkers, I want workers. I want a world of workers, not thinkers.
Yeah.
And he was basically at the top of the elite at that time. So that says a lot about, how American people that have the power view American citizens. So all the school structure in America is all based on creating a workforce of factory workers, basically.
Well, yeah.
And I know the UK isn't much different, really, because of the industrial area and stuff.
No, it's not. It's not much different at all. I mean,
and as far as that aspect, but there is a broader curriculum here, definitely.
The 6-week school holidays, what used to be purely to get kids on the fields.
Yeah, same thing for us. Same thing for our summer holidays.
Our time change is purely to get people working more in the summer when they're on the fields.
That's it. I think it's pretty similar in America.
There's no need to put the clocks back in winter, because it just makes it darker longer.
The whole thing needs to be revamped, because it's the 21st century, for fuck's sake. Like, things have changed.
I mean, I understand why the UK is the center of the world. I understand that, because we invented time in the world. Yous are just all second place, but we invented it all. So, but I understand that the time change, the differences, because business. If I can't be ringing you up in America at 8 o'clock in the morning,
yeah,
or 3 o'clock in the morning when I'm at work at 8 o'clock in the morning, it's not doable. So that's why the times change. But the actual hours that we go forward and back in summer, there's no need for it, in my opinion.
I don't see any need for it either. But I mean, I like the long days.
But we have long days in the UK anyway, in the summer.
No, that's what I mean. I like the long days. So whatever's going to keep the sun out longer, I'm in favor of, personally.
But the fingers on a clock doesn't dictate what the sun's doing.
I agree with you. I think we agree, actually. Give me a break.
Richard says there used to be agricultural colleges here. We've got an agricultural college in Liverpool.
My daughter's school has like a farming thing, like farming curriculum. It's optional, right? But they have it there. I remember she was freaked out. She was like, "Why is there a farm at my school?"
Yeah, this one's in the middle on the grounds of a stately home.
I mean, it's hilarious because that's not heard of at schools, even in the rural areas where there is farming communities. In America, I'm saying. Disco, my daughter doesn't watch my channel, but my partner does. He's pretty supportive. He watches my videos because and I don't know that he's doing it. He'll just like come home one day and be like, yeah, so you think this is funny. This British thing is funny, huh? Or he'll tell me a joke from a comedian that we watched or something like that. And I'll be like, oh, so you watched my video. You know, you do watch my videos. Thank you for that. He's the one who suggested the Marmite.
Nice bloke. I love him. You did put too much Marmite on, by the way.
It was too much, right? Oh, so gross.
I did say in the chat too much. If you just put a tiny little bit on, and I mean literally the tip of the knife, like the size of your baby fingernail, it's nice. It's still not everyone's cup of tea, but I've watched so many people get the knife and put it in the jar and spoon it on like cream cheese or jam, or and it's like, no, that's vile.
I think that might be part of the reason that a lot of Americans possibly don't like Marmite or anything, because that's the thought process when we make like something like peanut butter and jelly, like we lop it on, right?
Yeah.
So I think that might be part of at least the American cultural version of it. But Marmite's fucking gross anyway. I don't.
Have you had English mustard yet?
I have, and I love it
because it's hot and spicy.
Yeah,
So,
I like mustard anyway. So
I watched ages and ages ago. I watched somebody make a ham and mustard sandwich. And
they didn't know it was spicy.
Nigh on near 90% of the chat was saying, no, that's too much. That's too much. Literally slathered it on like peanut butter or jam. And she took a bite of it and it was like, well, I won't be eating the rest of it.
Our mustard is it doesn't have any spice in it at all, and you do put a good amount on when you make a ham sandwich or whatever. That's hilarious, though.
But I mean, apparently she'd been warned beforehand, but she was one of these. I can take my spices, I can take my heat, da 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 da. And no, honestly, 90% of the chat was like, oh no.
Typical Yank, thinking they know everything.
Yeah, because you're the best ones in the world.
Obviously.
Have
you heard?
I got into a conversation with an American over driving.
Really?
And it was like, you don't drive. You get in your car, you push the thingy to drive, and you steer it. You don't drive a car. And he was like, I know how to drive. And I went, no, you know how to steer. Oh, and by the way, your roads are like half a mile wide.
They are. They're so small here. I really feel like I'm gonna hit something all the time. It's so stressful.
I was one of my Welsh videos on my other channel. Wolvo commented. He said, "Damn it! Now you've got me singing country roads." And I had images of him go, "Country roads take me home to the place I belong."
West Virginia,
Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads.
Disney says he prefers driving on country roads, and I know a lot of people in the UK that do.
Oh yeah, when I went out on my motorbike, I was very rarely on a main road. Now you would think that was more dangerous.
Well, I think it's more dangerous, definitely.
You can't see oncoming traffic.
Yeah.
But when you're on a motorbike, you can hear the traffic. When you're on a road, you can't.
Fair. I mean, that is that is a good point. But it's still like being in a car is dangerous on a fucking country road.
No, it's not.
It
There's
is
room.
crazy.
No.
There's no room. There's bushes right up against the car.
Yeah, well, you don't stick your arm out the window and you're fine.
What about when someone comes the other way? It's one
There's
lane.
a passing
You gotta
point.
it's so when, how, who is right away?
Right. If you've just passed the passing point, you have right of way because the next passing point is on the opposite side of the road.
Oh, well, that's a good thing to know. No one's told me that.
And if there isn't any passing points, if they're bigger than you, you back up.
Well, that's a pretty good rule of thumb. I'd probably back up anyway.
But then you'd never get anywhere.
I wouldn't drive country roads unless I absolutely had to.
Oh, Falco, you're sick. I can take a spoonful of Marmite and roll it around my mouth like a fine cigar just for the taste.
Ew! Falco! Gross!
I hate motorway driving, Manny. I hate it with a vengeance. I am literally
traffic and other drivers.
If I have to do it, I will. Like if I'm going long distance. So when my son passed out, it's like 300, 400 miles away. So that was going to be a motorway drive.
Yeah.
And if I visit my relatives who live in Winchester, that's a motorway drive. But if I'm going to Blackpool, I'd sooner be on the A roads because it's funny. Some of our A roads are faster than our motorway because motorways get traffic jams and pile-ups and things like that. Whereas the traffic on an A road is controlled by lights, so it seems slower, but you get there quicker.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't dream of going on a motorbike on a motorbike. No chance. No.
I feel like A roads here are similar to like a lot of the roads the highways that we have in New Jersey. So I think that's why I'm like most comfortable because it's a lot of stops and goes.
Yeah.
And it's basically highway driving, which is basically New Jersey because it's one big suburban shopping mall, basically. Now.
Marge said something there about driving in country roads in the dark.
Now, my partner says it's easier driving in the dark because you can see the headlights.
Exactly. That is, yes. Because I did that in Cornwall. Does anyone know about that? Has anyone been to Cornwall and driven in the night in Cornwall? It's awesome. Because you've got hills and valleys, so you're going up and down, and they're windy as well. So you're up and down and side to side. And I actually turned my lights off.
Are you insane?
No, because I could see the bushes and things. Because we have cat's eyes on the side of the roads as well, so or a white painted line, so you knew where the road was. So I turned my lights off. Not me full lights. I kept me parking lights on. The little side lights.
Okay.
I kept them on. But if I saw a set of lights coming towards me, I could switch my lights on. Because it's only a flick of the wrist. It's only and they're on. But my husband was hanging on for dear life. And so were the kids.
I bet.
But then the kids realised that this is fun. Because you could see, in the little bit of light that I was giving, you could see insects flying through. You could see bats flying through. You could see owls flying through.
Oh yeah, I would think being the passenger, that's probably cool. As long as I'm like, I just gotta stay alive, and then you could drive. Like because I don't drive here really, and he drives everywhere when we have to drive. Like I'm more used to just like letting him have the control and not getting so tense about it. But country roads, country roads I don't get tense on them until there's someone else. And then I'm like, oh, what do we do? Like, what's supposed to happen? You know what I mean? It's
You see,
probably
that's
because I'm not comfortable yet with it. That's probably like a big part of my stress, in all fairness.
You see, now that is like, you know, your too niceness. Americans are too nice.
Yeah.
Right. And Brits are like, yeah, no. There's certain times when our keep calm and carry on comes across as, no, this is my road, I'm on it, I'm going to do what I'm going to do. Right. And your perceived over niceness, have a good day now, would you like fries with that? Have a good day. You know, and all that palaver. You've just described that perfectly. You're on a road, you're in the right, you will stop and go, oh my God, I've got to let them through. No, carry on driving. They don't know you're American. Just drive. And if you do back up all the way, they are going to say, that's a foreigner.
I'm giving myself away. That's what you're trying to say.
You've literally given yourself away.
I mean, yeah, you're probably right. In New Jersey, you have to be kind of aggressive because there's so much traffic and everything in order to get anywhere. So I might have to just start thinking it's like just thinking of it in that perspective or something. I think if I just do it a little bit more often, it'll start cementing. But it's nerve-wracking.
But
I
then
want
you've also got to pack away that aggressive driving, because there's certain situations where aggressive driving is frowned upon.
Yeah, I know.
Like Audi drivers, BMW drivers, Lexus drivers, and Ford Polos. They're all four of them get on my tit. And Volvo drivers. Rich old Volvo drivers are the most dangerous drivers in the world, in the UK, because Volvos are the safest cars. They were deemed the safest cars you could drive, right? So Volvo is a good car. And the old people who are driving these cars know they're safe.
Yeah.
So they're going to drive how they want to, because they know they're going to be safe. They're not looking at the mayhem that's happening behind them in their wake of destruction, because they're safe.
Richard Wilmot says, I almost crashed because the American highways are so boring. Very true. I've actually fallen asleep at the wheel on an American highway.
Disco said Fiat 500 as well. I had a Fiat 45 Fire, and I was doing that in Cornwall.
I don't know what that is.
It's a little tiny car.
Okay.
It's
like a speedster kind of car? Or like a mini?
More like a mini, but higher up, better view. If you can imagine an Italian woman with high heel shoes with kids.
Yeah.
Right now, there's a particular reason I say high heel shoes, because the pedals sit very high off the floor. So you need heels to rest your heels on the floor, or else you get leg fatigue.
Yeah.
You with me? Because when you right, yeah. And the seats, you have to bring the seats forward to let people out.
Okay, got you.
The rear windows don't open down; they open sideways with a little catch on them so that they don't open anymore.
Okay.
You know, you don't.
That's like old. That's an old school.
Yeah, that's old school. Fiat Uno 45 Fire I had, and it was less than 1,000 cc engine. I had a motorbike that had a bigger engine than this car. And it was awesome. I was literally at the lights, and an Audi It was an Audi. Came up next to me, and it was getting dark. I'd just been to the garage to get petrol. So I'd been to the gas station to get gas, which is not a gas, it's a fluid. So
I know it's weird. I don't know. That's what we call it though.
So I'd been back to the English. I'd been to the petrol station to get petrol, and I was at the lights, and this Audi came up next to me, and it was
your favorite.
And they were like revving, and I looked at them sideways, and it was rev, and I thought, really, you're gonna try and have off an old lady driving a Fiat Piggin Uno of a night time? And then I remembered that my car had a clutch, not a clutch, can't think of the word. Damn, it's gone. Choke. My car had a choke. That's how old it was. So it had a choke lever. So I revved the car, and I pulls the choke out just as the lights go, and it went, and I had the Audi off at the lights. Well, they caught up with me because I had to put the choke back in, or else my engine would have died.
Yeah.
And they were like looking at my car as if to go, "What's so special about this car?"
Probably never seen anything like it.
No.
Oh, I'm trying to think if I had any crazy. I don't really have any crazy driving stories, except that I used to. At one point, I worked 3 jobs, so I used to change from one job to the when I was driving from one job to the other. I would change my clothes when I stopped at the headlights, and because I didn't have any time, I just had to go get right to my next shift. So I remember I would put the parking brake on or whatever, so it was safe, right? It wasn't going to roll off or anything, and I would do what I need to do. And I remember one time, lorry, tractor trailer, which sits high, my little hoopty at low to the ground, and they were looking at me there's someone in the passenger side. I was on the right hand lane, so there's someone in the passenger side looking at me is she changing her clothes like that? I've noticed him, and I was just like, oh, hey. What was I going to do at that point? I'd already seen whatever it's seen.
There's not a lot you can do at that point, no.
I was just like, oh, hey. And it's buttoned up or whatever, and then got, that went under my way. That's I think the only story I really have that's crazy like that. I used to do stuff like that all the time, though, because I didn't care. I just had to get to my next shift.
Again, rushing to get to work.
Because you have to work. I mean, I was working 3 jobs to try to pay bills at that point. It was crazy. But that's the way it is. Sam K asked why they're called highways. Is everyone high? That's probably not it. I don't know, but I'm going to look it up. They were called highways because the term originated from the Old English hayway, H-E-A-H, weg, meaning main road, where high signifies main or principal. Like main path.
As in highwayman.
There you go.
Stand and
same reason they call it High Street.
Yep. And did you know that every town in the UK, every town and city in the UK has got a high street?
Yes, I did know that. Someone did tell me that. I said, always look for the high street. You'll get where you got to go because it's the center of town. Some theories also suggest the term highway also came from Roman roads, which were constructed on elevated mounds of earth to keep them dry.
I think I remember hearing about that one.
That makes total sense.
Yeah. Especially if they were built in the UK where it's always pissing down with rain.
Yeah.
Did I say that out loud? Oh, no, I do apologise.
What are you talking about? It never rains in the UK.
No, it doesn't, does it?
What was your very first mode of transportation, TJ?
The first one I personally owned?
Yeah.
It was an Austin Allegro.
Which I don't know. But I'm gonna look it up. Austin with an I or an E?
An A. Austin. Sorry, Austin. Austin. Don't even ask me what Allegro, how to spell Allegro.
I got you. Don't worry. Small family car manufactured by the Austin Morris division of British Leyland from 73 to 82.
I had a 72 one in 83.
All right, I see what it is. Okay.
My second mode of transport was a white Uno 45 Fire. Fiat Uno. And
45 what? What was the last?
45 Fire. Fire.
Fire.
Fire.
Holy shit. It kind of looks like my first car. I don't remember what year it was, though. It was a Mitsubishi. Oh, shit.
A Mitsubishi Oshit.
Yeah, that's what it was called.
Oh, right, that's a novel one. I don't think we got them over here.
No, you might not. It wasn't. I had a Mitsubishi Mirage, and that's what keeps sticking in my head, but that's not what it was. That was later in life. Oh, man.
Was the Allegro the one with the spare steering wheel? I don't know, to be honest, Neil.
Spare steering wheel? What the hell? What did you mean a spare steering wheel?
I don't know.
That sounds weird. Cordia? It might have been the Cordia, I think it was called. That might be it. Jesus, I can't remember now.
My next vehicle was a Vauxhall piece of shit. Hated it. And then I got a Fiat Marea Weekend, which apparently had a sports engine in it.
Did you take advantage of that?
Which I did, but the insurance company tried telling me that it was a sports car, and I'm like, no, I put sofas in the back of it. There's no way on this planet if you can put a sofa in the back of something, it's a sports car. I am not paying more just because you think it's got a sports engine in it. It puts sofas in the back and tents in the back and etc. etc. It's not a sport, and I got away with it. But yes, that car could go. Then when that one went, I got a Fiat Ulysses.
Ulysses?
Yep, which was a minibus type car.
Jesus.
Which had a sliding back door. So one point, and I pride myself in being able to drive and park. And we went out one night, and my friends were like, I don't drink if I go out because I'm driving. And I said, I can get in there. And they went, no, you can't. I went, yes, I can. And they were like, well, we won't be able to open the doors. I said, I've got a sliding door. I'll be able to get in there. And I got in there, and we opened the slide, and they all got out. And some of them were quite big ladies. And they were just gobsmacked. And I did the same at a hospital because somebody in an Audi decided to park over the line to stop people from parking next to it. So I went, fuck yeah, and parked right next to it, put my wing mirrors in and everything, and got in, and then got out the sliding door. They were still there when I come back.
You have an aversion to Audi, like you have a very hard spot for Audis. Not fan.
I had was it this car or my last car? No, not this car. not the one before that, not the one before the one before that. I had a Seat. This one's probably the same, to be honest. I had a Seat car, and I said to my son, I found out why I drive like a knobhead sometimes. And he looked at me and went, why? I went, because this car's got Audi parts.
Can I tell you, if I ever had any money, that an Audi is the car I would buy too.
Do you know if you bought an Audi, I would never speak to you again?
Maybe I'll just never tell you.
It's, I mean, my son wants a BMW, and I'm looking at it. Do you know what a BMW? Do you know what BMW stands for?
What?
And he looked at me and he went, well, I know what some people say it means. So what are you saying it means? I went, bloody mindless wanker.
I was going to say big massive, but big massive is probably redundant. So,
well, yeah, no. And he just looked at me and he went, do you know my best friend's got a BMW, don't you? And I went, and that explains what I've just said. And one of my friends has a BMW motorbike, and I said exactly the same thing to them. Because you drive like a tit, because you've got a nice car, and because you've got a nice motorbike, and because it costs a lot of money. No. BMWs, Audis, and Lexus.
In all fairness, well, I don't like Lexus for some reason. Lexus in America is like the car that middle class people buy to think they're like, make people think they're upper class. You know what I mean? So Lexus in America, like it always rubbed me the wrong way. It just seemed fake and bleh. I don't mind Audis, BMWs. I know a lot of people that have had BMWs, to be honest. I don't really care that much about cars. So I changed my answer, not because you swayed me. If I was going to drive, I would probably still buy an Audi. I just like the way they look and everything. But I would probably instead just hire a driver.
You know that song, Oh Lord, Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz?
Huh?
You know the song, Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz?
Obviously.
I have a Liverpool version of that.
Oh, do you?
I
You're going
do.
to sing it for us?
Oh Lord, won't you buy me an Audi Mark 5? My friends all have Ezzies, I must stay alive. And Ezzy's an escort, by the way.
A Ford Escort, yeah?
Hmm?
Ford Escort?
Yeah. And they're all a 4-door Mark II, I think I made it. It's like there's certain cars that people have, and Audis and BMWs. The smaller versions of these cars are very, very, very popular in Liverpool.
Hmm.
And VW Polos, they need to just be blown up. Too many of them tried to kill me while I was learning to ride my bike.
He takes everything so personally.
I do. And I had witnesses, so it's not even like just me.
I'm with Marja. I prefer to walk now. So like I'll just have a driver or I'll just take an Uber or something. You guys don't really have Uber here, do you?
Yeah.
It's just in the city, so you don't have them like in the towns and stuff, do you? You just have regular taxi cabs, right?
We have both.
I don't know. In this town, I've only ever seen taxis, now that I'm thinking about it.
Certain towns only have registered taxis. Like there's certain towns in Scotland you can't get black cabs. There's certain towns down south that you can't get a black cab. Yeah.
10 minutes to go. But I wouldn't want like some random Uber. I changed my mind. I'd want a car service. That's what rich people in like New York City get. They get like a car service.
What's that then?
Like a private hire car instead of like an open taxi. It's usually more expensive. So like instead of just calling a cab with some random person that owns a cab, for example, then it would be an actual fleet that they would like.
Oh, I get what you mean. Like, say for example, wedding cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
But they hire they have like everyday versions in like New York City and LA and stuff like that. So people who don't drive, and this particularly in New York, because in Manhattan, like it's people drive, but it's stupid to drive, to be honest. You just like instead of calling a regular cab or whatever, they just call a car service. It's like more secure and all that kind of stuff, but it's more expensive.
Yeah, well, it would be more expensive because you're paying for the hire of the car and you're paying the wages of the driver.
Yeah. So I would probably just use car services, so I never have to worry about driving.
Chin up, Mandy. You are so good, and she is Marja. She looks like she could do with a damn good rest.
I am very tired. I'm very tired, you guys. You see the dark circles in my eyes are coming out more and more, and the makeup's wearing off too. So,
well, that's the reason my face isn't on the camera. Because I looked like that when I got up this morning, and I don't even think I've put a brush through my hair today.
That was when I jumped on your live stream for the quiz that one day. The reason I didn't show my face was because I had already taken all my makeup off and everything. My hair was all like funky, even worse than this and all. And I was in my pajamas and all. And I was like, I'm happy to jump on, but I definitely cannot be on camera.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
This is not my best look at all. Close, guys, close. So just another take a minute just to say thank you to everybody I literally didn't have one lull in the chat. You guys have been keeping me going the entire time. I didn't expect that, and I definitely didn't expect the amount of people to be around for so long. So thank you all so much, as you really helped me out a lot. I would have been probably deflated in the middle of it if people were not around to keep me going. And also just thanks, because we've raised over £1,200 for 2025. We've raised £353 from this stream alone so far. So, and all that, it's going directly to the RBL. None of it's going to go to the channel at all. So that's fantastic, and you guys are awesome, and thank you, because I definitely couldn't do without you, and I wasn't sure we were going to hit that £1,000 mark. So I'm beyond it. I know it doesn't seem like it right now because I'm tired, but I'm beyond ecstatic. Doing a countdown? Hell yeah, I'm doing a countdown. Oh, Manny is awesome. This has been a fantastic 12 hours. Like Steven said, you're a star. Thank you so much. Thank you, Steven, for saying that. Thank you, Manny, for saying that. You guys are awesome.
Good night, Melissa, and have a great rest of your weekend too.
Thank you. Yes, I echo all of that. Thank you, Melissa, for being around.
And I apologize for being the last voice that you hear. Please don't have nightmares.
Maybe from the Avatar. It looks like a sweet monster. It looks like a Sesame Street monster.
It is.